This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come.
Okay,
This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval for the County Championship clash between the host Surrey and the visitors Warwickshire. I'm Adam Collins. I've got Daniel Norcross with me. Surrey and Warwickshire both had weeks off last week across the bank holiday weekend, which would have been nice. Surrey before that had an emphatic victory, an innings and 11 runs over Hampshire. Warwickshire 4 draws, and the news from the toss, Surrey have won it and they've inserted the visitors. Hello.
Hello, and it's summer has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Gone is the hoodie, gone is the twill shirt, gone are the jeans. The season starts today. It's a lovely, lovely sunny day, and the crowd are coming in. Surrey had a pretty good week despite not playing, didn't they? As table-topping Essex managed only to scrape 3 points in their loss against Somerset. So they're only 3 points behind top spot and 1 point behind Somerset. Both of those sides have each played a game more.
It is third versus fourth, so Surrey on 71 points, a couple of points behind top spot, and Warwickshire in fourth on 55. So a bit of a gap between third and fourth. Warwickshire, as I mentioned, they've been sent in as named. Yates, Davies, Rhodes, Hayne back in. We'll talk about him in a moment. Ed Barnard at 5. Then Mosley, Burgess, the wicketkeeper. Bethel, Miles, Amir Jamal, the Pakistan international, and Ollie Hannon Dolby. 2 changes there with Sam Hayne in. Likewise, Craig Miles. And out for them, Danny Briggs has been omitted. And Hassan Ali, international duty with Pakistan over in Ireland. As for Surrey, a couple of inclusions. Sean Abbott's back with Ben Folkes, and missing is Gus Aktinson, who we'll talk to in a moment as well. And also Patel has been left out for this game. As we can see out in the middle at the moment, the players are stopping here for a minute's silence for Josh Baker, who passed away tragically earlier this month, aged just 20. His Worcestershire teammates will play with his squad number on their shirts for the rest of the season. The number 33 will be stamped underneath the club's crest on the front of the Worcestershire shirts. They're playing at Kent today. Minute silence for Josh Baker. recognised by the crowd here at the Oval. I mean, the word tragic gets bandied about quite a lot for a lot of reasons, but this was the definition of it. A 20-year-old cricketer on the rise with so much going for him as a professional, as a left-arm spinner, and to die so suddenly and tragically, it's left a major mark across the game.
It certainly has. We send our condolences, obviously, to his family and to Worcestershire County Cricket Club. It was shocking, wasn't it? And the pictures of him playing the day of his death or the day before his death was confirmed were particularly poignant. It is so exceptionally sad. But the players are walking out, as they will be doing across the country today. We'll be keeping you across all the matches in the County Championship, as the competition is really heating up. The two teams who will not be playing are Essex and Somerset. They're the two sides up at the top of the table. Up at the top of the table by dint of having played that extra game, and it was played between the two of them on a really spicy track at Taunton, so no batting points were available. In a way, things couldn't have fallen better for Surrey, but today you fancy it's going to be a very different proposition. It's a pretty grassy looking pitch. It doesn't look too bad out there for bowling, and Surrey have chosen to bowl as is their wont. We've discovered, isn't it? A number of times they win the toss and bowl now. It's a very
by default, isn't it? Really, every time they win the toss here, they have a bowl first.
It's a very Ben Stokesian manoeuvre, but no disrespect to the other teams they've played, or indeed the fact that they've had to bowl with a Kookaburra ball in 2 matches, but this is going to be a tall order against the Warwickshire side who have piled runs on this year. The likes of Alex Davis with 481 runs, Sam Hain back in the side. And they bat all the way down. So this is a really tough proposition for Surrey. Warwickshire are definitely going to be in the mix towards the end of the season, and if Surrey are going to challenge for honours again, it's games like this that they need to get the best of if they can. And the pitch is on the other side of the square today. The first 2 games we've had at the Oval have been more towards the gas holder side. This is not far from the test pitch, actually. It's I would say it's about 2 or 3 pitches closer to the Harleyford Road side than the test pitch. So it's that side. It's a slightly shorter boundary there, and they've had to bring in the boundary in a little bit to the gas holder side.
Play begins. Finds the outside edge right away, Roach, and well, this was a feature of the 2 clashes between these 2 sides last year, where the first time around Surrey won by 9 wickets at Edgbaston in April, and here in September it was Surrey by an innings and loads, and on both occasions it was that opening ball pair of Roach and Worrell who went to work and were able to put an immense amount of pressure on.
Bit of movement straight away, and we saw that, didn't we, in the last game, where the first ball that Worrell bowled went straight through slip.
Well, second ball, there's a shout in the cordon. Did he get the bat out the way in time? He did just, but lively, straight away.
Well, Roach really liked it, and he must have thought he heard something. There may have been a rustle of body or whatnot. He looked a bit all over the place there, Yates. I don't quite know how he was playing that. I think he was sort of drawn to it and then tried to get his bat out the way. Evidently succeeded. The appeal was a little bit late from the slips and not entirely concerted, but Roach seemed keen. But already, problems for the left-hander.
Keeps it down through about 5th slip. First runs of the match. Herring after it's Dom Sibley. Doesn't quite drag it in beneath our commentary position. Thought he got to the contest, but parried it over the rope. So 4th without loss. The first runs of the match, a boundary to Yates.
A bit agonising that, wasn't it? Sibley chasing after it for all he was worth, then gets a hand to it, just dribbles back onto the rope, but 4 fielders in pursuit. And so far we've had 1 ball go to 4th slip, 1 go through to the keeper very close to the gloves, and then this one, well played, with soft hands in the end, but certainly backward a square. 4 slips in place, and of course a different slip cordon this time. Ollie Pope with that record-breaking performance in the slips last time, but this time he's got Ben Folkes for company. He had Jamie Smith behind the stumps before. Ben Folkes been rested by England, he's back in. So what's the news on Gus Aktinson? Yeah,
so a bit of housekeeping here. So the Surrey side I mentioned before, 2 changes. Sean Abbott back in. What a contribution he made last year. This was his first game of the stretch. Brought in with Ben Folkes, who missed last time around with as part of that England management plan. Gus Aktinson has been left out this week for his broader workload management with so much cricket ahead of him through 2024. Oh, playing a miss well wide of the off stump, loose from Yates.
First over of the match. That was very much a leave alone ball.
So Atkinson's missed a couple of games away from home, and yes, missing today as well. Played 2 at home against Somerset and Hampshire. Watching this back, and yeah, that's well wide of the off stump. And the Surrey team is named: Burns, Sibley, Pope, Smith, Folkes, Lawrence, Clark, Abbott, Steele, and as ever, Roach and Worrell.
Shot.
Much better. Out to the long rope, but it won't matter. Great timing. 2 boundaries in the first over, an eventful one. Warwickshire, after being sent in, 8 for none. Yates creeping towards 400 runs in the campaign as well, at 97. He has been a contributor with bat and ball, Yates, through the season so far. They've left out Danny Briggs today, so Yates is the primary spin option for Warwickshire later in the match. But yes, Yates made a big 100 against Durham in that run fest against the Kookaburra when they made the better part of 700. 191 there, 69 and 84 not out down at Southampton. Missed out last week against Notts, making 16. But yes, averaging 97 throughout the month of April.
Yeah, they've had a formidable record with the bat so far this season at Warwickshire. And they've been able to get out there in between the showers. Haven't been able to force much in the way of results, but we did have those run fest, didn't we, in the first couple of weeks. Now, Worrell's going to open as he always is, but he's got 3 slips in, not 4, for Davis. Short wicket keeper. He's to play for Lancashire, of course.
Yeah, new captain this year after 4 years under the leadership of Will Rhodes. Winning the competition back in 2021. That's Dan Worrell, who's been brilliant in his 2 games this season. So Worrell missed the first couple of weeks with a neck complaint. Played the next 2 games, 14 at 12.
It's not bad, is it?
Handy, including a 5-wicket bag to finish off Hampshire here a couple of weeks ago.
And Surrey's leading wicket taker is still Cam Steele.
Yes.
And he's batting down at number 9. So both these sides are going to be, you would think, tricky to dismiss. They've both got very lengthy batting lineups. And I guess that's partly Rory Burns' thinking when winning the toss, electing to bowl. Many of the time in years gone by, you'd have taken a look at the skies and said, oh, it's a perfect day for batting. But times have changed. Captains want to be aggressive. They want to get it into their work, get those wickets as quickly as they can.
And a slightly greener surface on this side of the square. It felt like last season, more action towards the Archbishop Tennyson School, although it was never a challenge for Surrey taking 10 wickets when bowling first. It's the 9th time in a row they've won the toss at the Oval and elected to field.
Is it now the 9th? Yeah. That is quite the statement of intent, isn't it?
So Davies, 481 runs so far this season. That included 256 against Durham in the aforementioned run fest, and he backed it up with 149 and 40 against Hampshire. A duck against Notts, so he stayed on 481. Within the realms of possibility, I suppose, that 1,000 before the end of May, but would need big runs here. And
well, Sam North East is back in the hunt with 100 in the last game. He had a bit of a lean trot after his 335.
Well, North East is up to 600 odd, and they've got 3 games in May, Glamorgan. So he's in with a puncher's chance.
We're going to keep our eye across all these events. Actually, I might as well tell you now what the situation is in terms of who's batting and who's bowling around the county championship today, just to mark your card. Glamorgan are bowling against table-topping Sussex. They're having a terrific start to the season. Registered another win last week. The First Division, Hampshire are batting first against Durham at the Utilita Bowl.
That's going to take some getting used to.
It really is.
Driving a ball that was swinging, playing in that direction behind point. Another boundary. Aggressive start for the visitors. They're 12 for none.
It is, isn't it? They've shown a lot of intent, as they say these days. Worcestershire are batting first. They won the toss, chose to bat against Kent at Canterbury. 12 without loss. And in the other Division 1 game, Lancashire batting first at Trent Bridge. They won the toss, elected to bat. So basically everybody around the country apart from Glamorgan has chosen to bat first in this beautiful sunny day across the country today. It's nice, isn't it? It
over
feels,
from Worrell complete, just the boundary from it, 12 for none after 2.
feels real now. As I walked into the Oval, I felt this, the apricity had gone and was replaced by a sort of almost a hint of mugginess. Almost.
Well,
I mean, it wasn't unpleasant, but, you know.
It was so cold a fortnight ago.
Oh, man.
I mean, Amir Jamal, who got off the plane, played that game for against Notts in the hand warmers and multiple jumpers and so on.
You question your life choices at that point, don't you?
23 degrees today and tomorrow, the forecast. There is a bit of rain about on Monday, I have detected.
Yes.
I mean, long-term forecast.
Possibly showery.
Yeah, but still. We should get lovely weather across the weekend, and there should be ample time to get a result. You'd hope so. You look at Division 2, there have only been 3 wins across the first month of action, first 5 weekends. There's 1 for Middlesex and 2 for Sussex, and that's the lot. Which
I
is
mean, in
part
part was a ball, wasn't it? In part,
Yeah.
the Kookaburra ball negated chance of getting a result, because there was plenty of play in the second round, wasn't it? The first round was fairly blighted. Essex still managed to squeeze a victory. And we still don't know about Feroz Koushi's bat. You know,
how's that still dragging out?
well, because I believe there's controversy over whether or not the bat gauge was the right size. So, I mean, it's a fair point. There are 2 parts to measuring a bat. One is the bat, and one is what you use to measure the bat. And only in cricket could we end up uncertain that the bat gauge was the right size.
Have you ever seen one? I
No,
mean,
never.
I've
never seen a bat gauge.
We always see the ball rings.
Oh, has he got a bit of glove on that? That could have gone pretty much anywhere. He's quite lucky that went down and to the right of folks.
So Essex are top of the table on 74 points again with that extra game, and Somerset on 72, also having played 5. Then Surrey 71, Warwickshire played 4, drawn 4, 55. That's a conversation we were having a fortnight ago with Phil Walker about the draw moving from 5 points to 8. So teams that haven't won aren't necessarily out of the hunt, whereas in previous years they'd be well behind.
Oh,
Bad shot. Finger stays down. They were convinced, Surrey.
well, this is fascinating, isn't it? Because they all went up at once, and the ball was a long way away from the body of Yates, who went after it. And we'll take another look at that, but they must have heard something, because every single one of them went up as one. Here we go. Let's take a look on the replay. It's a poor shot. And you could see Dominic Sibley is up and running from the moment the ball's left the bat. Or left the vicinity of the bat, we should say.
Umpires this week, Rob Bailey and Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Steve O'Shaughnessy is a man, of course, who's got a very quick 100. And he beat Percy Fender's record. And it's funny, I was talking about that with John Surtees this week, and Tom Holland, exclusive for you, talking about Percy Fender and Steve O'Shaughnessy. Apparently Steve O'Shaughnessy went to visit Percy Fender and took him his bat. They were very different circumstances. Fender's was in a sort of live match situation, whereas O'Shaughnessy was against declaration bowling.
Well, that's a ball he was trying to leave, ended up playing. So a bit going on with Roach bowling to Yates early on. That's a maiden 12 for none.
Yeah, when he's beaten the bat a couple of times, he's had 2 very loud appeals for a caught behind. One off what might have been glove in the first over, with Yates trying to leave it, and then that second one. Well, the umpire's much closer than we are. The slips all thought that was out, and they thought that was out immediately. If you look at the replay there, you could see that way before the ball actually reached Folks' glove, Sibley was on his way in joy and delight with the right index finger raised to the sky, but umpire O'Shaughnessy said no, No dice.
Interesting, that contrived ton thing. I do want to come back to that, even if we are in the first 20 minutes of play. I do get frustrated when they count, because there's quite a few of them, right? Of the top 6 quickest hundreds in first-class cricket, 4 of them have been in those circumstances.
Is that right? Wow.
I was going back through this the other week when...
Of course you were.
When looking at Robin Hobbs and his 45 baller against the touring Australians in 1975. That's the second quickest real one, because there are a number of them that sit in that category. I'm not sure if O'Shaughnessy is one of them, but he was in 35 minutes. I just had a quick look then. So that's the quickest by time.
Yeah, the Walter Lawrence Trophy was the trophy for the fastest 100 of the season, which he won, and he beat Fender, and it was, didn't feel quite right.
I think Tom Moody's got one that was in, again, we're talking sort of 29 balls or something like that when both sides were working towards the same outcome.
I mean, what's the best way to do it? You sort of stick all your fielders on the boundary but tell them not to stop the ball so that you can get it back to them as quickly as possible. What's the best way? I mean, you remember in 2016 when there was a bit of declaration bowling thrown up to Yorkshire?
Squared up nicely.
With the intent of... The game had meandered, if you recall, for a session and a half, and then suddenly we became aware that a game was afoot, Jollo. And this was largely because Yorkshire backroom staff was suddenly placed around the boundary's edge at Lord's to get the ball back in quickly enough for Middlesex to offer up the nonsense. But there was a very amusing dismissal in that. I think it was Adam Lyth.
It was, yeah.
Who smashed the ball to square leg, and the fielder who should, by rights, have just avoided it. I can't remember who was bowling. It might have been Sam Robson or something. A decent part-timer, but was being encouraged to toss up lobs. The fielder couldn't resist taking a catch. Which you could sort of feel a bit of the air go out of that. No, they've got to get a new batter out. Waste 2 minutes.
Looking at the O'Shaughnessy 100, the lob bowler in question for Leicestershire was none other than David Gower.
Gower, yeah, would be.
He wouldn't have liked that.
And what were his figures?
None for 102 from 9.
Still
positively frugal.
I mean, it's only 11 and a half. Anybody watching the Sunrisers Hyderabad chase the other day of 167 in 9.4 overs, their opponents could have done with a bit of D.I. Gower.
The fastest real one's David Hooks, the 34 baller in
yeah.
South Australia in 1982, if you're interested.
Yeah, I am.
Squared up again for the second time in the over. Worrell's found that groove. Maiden for him. 2 on the trot. 12 for none after Warwickshire was sent in by Rory Burns at the toss, with the home side bringing in Sean Abbott and Ben Foakes, 2 outstanding players to bring into an already formidable 11. And Warwickshire have got Sam Hain this week. He's been carded to bat at number 4, so Rhodes at 3 has also had a great start to the year. Hain has not played a game this season. He did play a second 11 game a couple of weeks ago just to prepare himself for this return. So great to see Hain back. He averaged 47 last year, by far the best of the Warwickshire batters in that season where they really struggled to post competitive totals. Another player to miss for Yates.
I mean, Yates has been beaten, quite definitely beaten on about 4 or 5 occasions, I'd say now, by Roach. The outside edge of Davis's bat's been found a few times, and another little curiosity, batters have not moved ends yet. We've had 3 4s, haven't we? These have been the scoring shots.
I know Andrew Samson isn't with us, but he is sort of with us through this computer screen in front of us. That'll be another boundary.
Again, quite streaky, isn't it? I mean, he's quite keen on going after those tempting balls wide of the off stump.
Well, it's been a feature of both of their play. When it's wide of it, they're looking to score rather than leave early on and put some pressure on the Surrey bowling attack. Seeing it back a second time, not a lot of room to work with a packed cordon, but did sneak it through between backward point and fourth slip.
So we've got an artificial Samson, have we? Or virtual? We've got a virtual Samson. Virtual Samson.
I'm just pondering, what is the longest that two batters have been at the same end at the start of a match? It'll be a long time for the maidens, but still, I want to know now. He'll be listening.
It's good of you to set him off with a nice easy one, which will involve close reading of the ball-by-ball record.
Morning, Samo. Yes, great to have Sam Hain back. Mentioned, Warwickshire's batting this year being so prolific. You go through it, and they've got Davies 481 at 96 before today, Yates 386 at 97, Rhodes 357 at 89, and Ed Barnard's made 200 plus as well. Last year, they had 700s in the whole season, and 3 of them were Sam Hain. And on 6 occasions, quick single. Now they're going to change ends for the first time in the match. On 6 occasions, they were skittled for less than 200, fewer than 200. So, I mean, yes, the Kookaburra ball helps with that, the first 2 rounds.
But similar personnel, isn't it?
Yeah.
They just found form.
So a big in for the visitors in Hain. A big out with Hassan Ali, who he's actually not in the first team squad for Ireland. He's in that, he's effectively a travelling reserve because they're building up to the World Cup. So it's a possibility that he'll end up in the Pakistan World Cup squad if he were to get a chance in Ireland when they play there next week. But yes, he's been taken out to a training camp, which rather disrupts the plans of Warwickshire, because he was scheduled to be here till the end of the blast group stage, if I understand it correctly. And if he goes to the World Cup as a travelling reserve, well, that'll be that done as well. So not ideal. However, they do have Amir Jamal, and I had the great fortune of watching his first 3 test matches last year in Australia and covering those, and he is a very exciting cricketer. So much heart. So he'll be a factor this week, I'm sure. Took a truckload of wickets, including a 6-wicket bag in the final test at Sydney. So in a losing effort, they got flogged. He made 86, took a 6 for, he was still player of the match in a test match.
That's rare.
Yeah, it is rare. And that 86 came down at number 10 when they were about to be rolled for sort of 200 odd. And he got them up towards 300, first innings lead. They weren't able to capitalise on that in the end, but still, he's a bowler who gets big wickets. That was the prevailing.
Pacey?
Quick enough, yeah. Bowled in the low 80s, I would say, maybe mid 80s, into the over, 17 for none. And bowled with heart. I think that's the main thing in tough circumstances, in Perth especially, where it was really flat. Bowled all day. So looking forward to seeing him later in the match. 17 for none after 5, Warwickshire.
Well, it's always fun to see a player you haven't seen live. Live. Incidentally, not a single wicket has fallen in the county championship so far today. There's one for Samo.
What's the longest?
What's the longest that 7 matches have gone without yielding a wicket? Was it 6? 6 matches, I beg your pardon.
So we've got 2 games in Division 2, so 4 teams getting the week off, and a couple in Division 1. After there were 3 games in Division 2 last week and 2 in Division 1.
Funny old week last week, wasn't it?
So for the first time today, it'll be Worrell to Yates. Yates didn't play here at the Oval last year, and in the game against Surrey in April at home, he made a duck and 14, and that was, as I say, it was the. You look at the scorecards, it was all about Dan Worrell and Kemar Roach. In the first of those 2 games, Roach 3, Worrell 4 in the first dig. In the second dig, Roach 5, Worrell 3. And then when they had the return bout here at the Keir Oval, Warwickshire were all out 161, had to follow on eventually, but Roach 4, Worrell 3, and the second dig, Roach 1, Worrell 5. So that is the story of the teams last year. First time it was Surrey by 9 wickets, and the second in September they won by an innings of 97 runs. And it's been 12 years since Warwickshire have won here at the Oval. That was a Jeetan Patel inspired victory, a 6 for on the final day back in 2012.
2012. Now we've got a forward short leg in place, which is something that you don't see too much, but the reason for that is that Worrell's swinging the ball predominantly back into the left-hander's pad, so the bat pad comes into play, because he'll be aiming full.
Like that.
Yep, a bit like that.
Samo's been busy, by the way.
Oh, has he?
So the highest team averages this season, just runs per wicket straight up. Who would you guess is number one? Don't look at the screen. Throw a dart at the dartboard.
Who's the number one?
Who's got the highest average runs per wicket this season?
Which team?
Yeah.
Sussex.
No.
No.
You're in Division 2. Haven't won a game. Northants.
Northants
are ticking along at 57 a wicket, and Warwickshire second at 55.45. They're Middlesex, surprisingly, in third, but I guess that accounts for
they have
some big days against them. And
Ryan Higgins got a lot of runs there, hasn't he? Sam Robson's
Max Holden got a couple of hundreds.
Yep.
Lewis Deploy's got a couple as well.
Lewis Deploy. Good signing, Lewis Deploy. They're very hard to say his name without saying Blue. Northants. Well, not ever.
Emilio Gay.
Yeah.
Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Vasconcelos.
Such a good name to say, isn't it?
Such a great name.
Imagine Surrey recruited him. How much fun we would have.
Oh, with Vasconcelos. Stewie, if you're listening.
Oh, that's a genuine play in this.
Me.
Had to play at that line. It's a little bit fuller, so you can see why Davies wasn't looking to defend. He was looking to drive, but that movement through the air off the seam, that's why Worrell is such a handful with the Duke's ball.
Yep, so you have to not be too frustrated here because they beat the bat so many times. That's a genuine play and a miss here. Really not far away from that outside edge. Surrey think they've taken the outside edge of Yates' bat a couple of times.
Now the inside edge, short boundary, and it reaches it. Gets it fine of Roach, long leg. So another boundary to complete the over. 5 runs from it, 22 for none.
Yeah, Roach is quite deep, quite wide down there.
After we've seen the boundary here, we've got a... No, we won't. We'll hold off.
We'll hold off.
A little package.
Yeah, a little package.
Sharky next door, cutting the packages.
He's great, is Sharky.
Terrific.
He gave us a package of leaves in the last game. I mean, that's when you know you've made it. When we're not even showing you fours, we're showing you leaves. By which I mean not leaves that come off trees. I mean Rory Burns and his brilliant leaves. My word, he leaves well, that boy. Sharp.
Yeah, put away through mid-wicket. There to be hit. Leg stump line, more or less a half volley. Makes the most of it. Yates up to 18. 16 of those in fours.
Been a good aggressive start, this.
So he's up over 400 runs in the season now, Yates.
Right.
With that shot.
I mean, look, they've ridden their luck, let's put it that way, but they've always looked to score when they can. But it's been a very entertaining first 25 minutes.
He's a good prospect, Rob Yates, when you consider that, well, A, he's young, B, he's tall, C, he's left-handed, and D, he bowls quite useful off-spin.
Yeah.
So they're using him this week as their primary spinner. He's picked up a 4-for and a 3-for in the last couple of weeks. Took 7 in a match earlier in the campaign as well.
Wickets to spin have been a feature of this start to the county championship, haven't they?
Made a magnificent match-winning 100. It would have been 3 seasons ago, Rob Yates, early in the year. It was one of those days when there was no international cricket on. The last game going was Warwickshire's. And we were all still in lockdown. That's straight to the man at mid-off. Timed well again by Yates. Just for 2, so already into the 20s. Make that 3. So a run a ball so far for him. And it was when we were still unable to go to the cricket in early 2021. You might remember the first 4 rounds were behind closed doors. So naturally, watching the streams, all plugged in. And on the final day, Warwickshire against Essex had to haul down plenty. I think they needed 300 odd? No, 256 ended on the final day. Yates got 120 of those, which was significant as a young man to beat the side that won the championship the previous year in Essex, or won the Bob Willis Trophy, I should say. Oh, again.
Goodness.
Roach's turn to beat the edge of Davies. Super stuff from the West Indies international. But what was more interesting, even more interesting than that, winning late on the final day, impressive fourth innings chase was that he made the very back of the Wisden Cricketers Almanac in 2022. Because as we learnt after the game, he was meant to be writing an essay, had the game finished early that day for university, on the significance of gorilla chest beating.
Gorilla chest beating?
That was in his tertiary studies. Not sure what he was. Well steered. Again, this is a productive start for the visitors. Sent in 33 for none. All bar a handful of those runs have been via boundaries. Davies up to 12. We've still got one ball left in the 7th over. So there have been moments where it's looked like Surrey have been well and truly on top here, but the board keeps ticking over.
Well, that was expertly played. Really nicely done. Waited for it. Knew there was a big old gap there. He's not a tall man, isn't Alex Davis? And as a result, he just has to shift the balance or shift the weight onto his back foot and find the gap.
So he was studying English language at Birmingham University at the time, and yes, had an essay that was overdue, and that made it at the
English
back of
language, and he's talking about gorilla chest beating.
Down the leg, collected by folks for a moment. The Cordon were interested in expensive over, 11 runs coming from it, 33 for none after 7, going at near enough 5 and over.
So did you get into a spot of bother here? I mean, or did he just have to pull an all-nighter?
I think the point was after finishing this performance, he had to, and I can't remember which section. It might have been in the rarities and oddities, very last page. They snuck it in. They got it in. So,
what is the significance of gorilla chest beating? I suppose it must. If you know, let us know.
You can. I haven't got. There it is. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com.
Everything's
you can
the
talk
wrong way
with me,
around.
Adam Collins, him, Daniel Norcross, the rest of our commentary team. I saw Cam Ponsonby floating around a moment ago. Worrell starts his new over. Yas Rana is going to be leading a lot of the commentary over the next 4 days. Charlie Reynolds is joining us on Saturday. Katya Witney's with us. Matty Roller, the heavy roller himself.
No Phil Walker, no Phil the Power Walker for this game.
He's busy writing.
I'm
not sure if you can say what he's writing. I think you're in trouble if you reveal what he's writing.
No, we're not going to say what he's writing, but what he's writing is arduous and lengthy, and it has to be done in a very short space of time.
Yes.
It's actually a piece on the significance of gorilla chest beating.
It's overdue. Shut again. Yates, top of the bounce. Short boundary, makes no mistake. 25 from 24, let the good times roll. Warwickshire, 37 for none.
Again, great shot, chopping down on it. Surrey have got an aggressive field looking for early wickets, and there are gaps. It wasn't a bad ball. It's only a little bit of width, but plays it nicely compactly. He's been a little bit wafty on occasion today. He's diced with death, as Rob Yates today. Played some loose shots, but that might have been his shot of the day, perhaps.
Prompts a change in field, so the short boundary will have some protection. Deep backward point. Wouldn't have expected that inside the first 30 minutes today.
No, very Pat Cummins move, though.
Oh, that's
my
better.
word. That was not far from the off stump.
Late leave again from Yates. Second time we've seen him in a position where he was looking to leave and then wanting to play, then pulling out at the last.
Needs to be a little careful here because he's the potential candidate for the drag back on there. Say drag back on, so deflect back on. If he gets an under edge on that cannons back onto the stumps. That's why I rather like the Rory Burns leave. Gets the bat and the hands a long way from the ball. That's more so like close. It. That's the leave I'm after.
But 2 balls in a row that weren't far away from the off stump as well. Something to think about for Yates. Great response after being taken out to the rope earlier in the set. Got to be careful saying set. Now, set's quite commonly used in Australia, but now if I use it over here, because of the 100, it gets in trouble.
It's very confusing.
Scrap that word.
Although officially, set's not supposed to mean anything in the 100 either. It just ends up getting used.
That's more your domain, Daniel.
Well, yes.
So there is a wideish mid offset.
It's a curious shot again. He's almost looking to play like the onside, and he gets a bit of a leading edge on that. There's movement out there. I've got to say, I mean, he often looks slightly Roman, does Dan Worrell, but today more than ever, he really does look like a Roman. senator.
I'm going to cue you up for a conversation with Yas Rana, who'll jump in after me. Dan Worrell, who said after his 5-wicket bag against Hampshire that he is available if selected for England when he becomes eligible next year. That is quite an interesting...
It's a lip-smacking prospect.
You guys can thrash that out. Oh, thick edge. 4 runs. It's a busy old start this. No ball as well. Is that what I'm seeing signal? No, I'm not. He just had the arm out when recording the boundary of the umpire. 9 runs from the over. 42 for none. Half an hour gone after Warwickshire was sent in. 26 of those for Yates. 16 of them for Davies, who we'll see here having a real crack at the last ball of the over. Never getting dragged down. Ollie Pope was great in there to Worrell last week, or last time they were here, but that was not at a catchable height. Daniel, further thoughts from you? Yas Rana for the first time today after that.
Well, in another half an hour, Surrey would have had both openers back in the pavilion. They thought they had Yates a couple of times, but umpire O'Shaughnessy disagreed. Davis has played and missed 3 or 4 times, a couple of times very close to the edge, but in between that, we've seen some really terrific batting from these two. It's been a very entertaining morning. And that... nice firm push for a single. So Yas Rana has joined me. Dan Worrell for England. I mean, you're basically not allowed to say that Jimmy Anderson might one day stop playing cricket, because he just gets infuriated. You know, if you say, well, one day you're going to be in your 70s, he says, well, why would I stop? But assuming that at some point he finally decides he no longer wants the trials and tribulations of international cricket, and if that were to happen within a couple of years, let's say, Dan Worrell would be an interesting, kind of slightly faster swing bowling replacement.
100%. I mean, he's been one of the standout bowlers in the country for a few years now. There's that stat that we read out in the last game that in the 21st century, only Morne Morkel of Surrey bowlers to take 100 first-class wickets.
More cheaply.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's quite extraordinary, isn't it?
And I think he's been a huge part of Surrey's success over the last 2 years in particular. I think he's a very similar type of bowler to Chris Wokes. Out of all the current England bowlers, he's probably the one I'd compare him to most.
That is high praise indeed, because he has got an extraordinary record for England at home as Chris Wokes. And also, congratulations, I believe, are in order, because you and your chat with Ollie Pope keeps popping up on my timeline, and not just via Wisden, it seems to me. I seem to be hearing about it all over the place. Well done.
Thank you. I think we're going to hear it on the stream
as well
at some point during this.
About
this
time.
Game. Yeah, I think
about time.
Tomorrow lunch.
It's spiritual home.
Yeah.
Oh, that was uppish. This is what I mean. It's been a very, very fun morning, insofar as frustrating if you're a Surrey fan, because you're thinking, how have they not got a wicket? How has this happened? Yet at the same time, the aggressive intent of Warwickshire has got them some runs along the way. It's been really good fun to watch.
No, I really like this from Warwickshire. They're disrupting Surrey.
Yeah.
Surrey always do this. They always bowl first. We were talking earlier. It's the 8th time in a row they've won the toss.
9th, could you call it?
9th.
Yeah.
Time in a row they've won the toss and chosen to bowl at home.
Deep thirds in place now. I hadn't had one of those to start with, unsurprisingly. But there's been a fair few runs have gone behind square. But in fairness, Yates has hit some nice straight drives as well through a vacant mid-off.
I think too often when Surrey opt to bowl first, there's another pitch with a tinge of green on it. There's a fair bit of movement in the first 20 overs. Opposition sides have only looked to defend. They've looked to just survive, and that's rarely worked. So here, Warwickshire doing something different.
What I would also say is, though, that Surrey have quite frequently picked up just maybe 1 wicket in the first 10 overs, and then we've had a little pre-lunch clatter, haven't we, as that ball's just started to change identity into the 9th 45 without loss. So yeah, Warwickshire not out of the woods, but Surrey will be getting a little frustrated having put them in and seeing these boundaries rack up.
Also, 2 extraordinarily deep batting lineups. Looking at Warwickshire's Ahmed Jamal, who's got a Test match 82, likely to come in at number 9.
Cam Steele for Surrey at 9. Yeah, Wickets might be hard to come by, but you never know. We've seen some very entertaining cricket at the Oval. Even the game against Somerset, which was destined to end in a draw, was probably the rain did for it in the end, wasn't it? Despite the Kookaburra ball and the relative ease of playing that ball, Surrey very nearly manufactured a win. You know, had they had an extra half an hour or an extra hour, they would almost certainly have made it over the line. So, you know, games do tend to move along here.
We have the first wicket of the day.
First wicket of the day.
Mir Hamza has Tom Haynes, LBW for 19, Sussex 29 for 1.
Oh, and Worcestershire have lost a wicket as well. Oh, that looks close. Well, that's been Surrey's morning, really, in a nutshell. A really good appeal, turned down. Take a look at this on the replay. Well, it's pitched in line. Not quite sure what that's not done. Maybe touch of inside edge. Looked pretty close to me.
I think there are enough questions around exactly where it pitched and also height. Look at where it pitched.
In your back leg there. But yes, I know what you mean. I think either way, Surrey can say they've been a little unfortunate. On another day, they might have had a couple of wickets at this stage.
But I think that's part and parcel of Warwickshire's approach. When you're aggressive, there are always going to be moments where it looks like you've got away with it, but actually when you play your shots, that's just going to happen more often than when you're solely looking to survive.
This is true. This is very true.
It's almost baked in that you're going to have those moments, and part of getting through these situations is putting those moments behind you straight away, which both of the Warwickshire opening pair have managed to do.
Now, we should urge people to get down here today because it is an absolutely glorious day at the Kia Oval. We're going to quite a decent looking crowd in, plenty in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, but quite a few dotted around the stands. A lot of people basking in the sun, and it is a lovely sun today. It's not too hot, it's just about right. For the first time I can see bare legs, mercifully not too much in the way of torsos. It's the perfect day for it, and tomorrow promises to be splendid as well. If you're not playing cricket tomorrow, in which case you do, you know, that's fine. We understand that. You've got to play your cricket. You playing cricket tomorrow?
I am.
Well, exactly. No, that's fine. That's fine. But if you're not playing cricket, if you're injured or you can't be bothered anymore or whatever, here is the place to be, because it's going to be another glorious day. I think it might peak at 25 at some point over the weekends. Oh, there'll be something. It'll be hotter than Lisbon or something. It'll be something of that nature.
Bit of width again, and that's put away by Davies. Warwickshire looking to take the Surrey bowlers on. They move to 50 without a loss after 10 overs.
Got quite a bottom handy side, hasn't he? And just at the right time for me to leave. It's a man who's come in dressed as an American long-distance lorry driver. I'm going to get out of the way.
And that boundary from Alex Davies takes the score to 50 and also prompts the first bowling change of the morning as Jordan Clark comes on to bowl to replace Kemar Roach from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. Morning, Cam. It's been a very punchy start from Warwickshire. They're disrupting Surrey, forcing them to do things differently. Surrey don't often, when they choose to bowl first, come across a team that takes them on in the way that Warwickshire have so far this morning.
It has been wonderfully entertaining, and I've had a fantastic view of it. Just sat a few boxes along to our right behind the bowler's arm, but just high enough to be out of the way. Being able to see the ball jag around, and Warwickshire combat it so well.
Davies looks to drive again. 21 off 30 deliveries now, Davies, but arguably actually of the two Warwickshire batters, he's the one who's looked to take the Surrey bowlers on more.
No, I agree. It surprised me just a number of overs ago. We saw Davies was striking around 50. But his intent was far higher than that. He's obviously had such a wonderful start to the season. Double century against Durham, another century against Hampshire. The duck in his last game was against Nottingham, but you can't win them all.
Yeah, the highest run score in Division 1 before this round of games, but he hadn't actually scored a run in a few weeks because Warwickshire had a week off and he got a duck in his only innings against Notts a couple of weeks ago.
An average of 100.4 for the season. That's wonderful. It's got to be, I don't know how you feel if you're averaging 100. I'd be so scared to lose that landmark.
Yeah, both Warwickshire openers averaging 100 so far in the county championship this summer. Robbie Yates having an excellent start to the season as well. Interesting player, Robbie Yates, because he's someone who was extremely highly rated a few years ago. He scored 500s in the year that Warwickshire won the championship in 2021. Won a spot on the Lions tour to Australia that winter. Oh, Clark beats Davies this time. Probing line from Clark. Beats the bat. So we have had a few moments this morning. They've come very close to picking up that first wicket, but it still eludes them. Yeah, slightly fuller from Clark. Drawing Davies forward. Forcing him to motion to defend, but it just beats his outside edge. Clark finishes his first over. He's posed a few awkward questions to Alex Davies in his first over, but Davies survives. 51 for none after 11 overs.
No, from the first impressions, from the first 45 minutes of play, it feels like, at least for the first day, perhaps first 2 days, we're going to see a very lively, quick-paced match. Yes, Warwickshire are scoring quickly at the moment, but there have been chances. The ball has been moving around a lot. It's quite rare, I find, that you can really see pace in the wicket. We've got that today. We also have a new pace bowler on from the Vauxhall end. Sean Abbott returns to the club for another season. Arrived in the past week or so. Straight into the 11, as would be expected. Real favourite down here at the Oval.
Starts with a no ball. Have to bowl that one again. Sean Abbott, his first bowl of the season for Surrey.
His T20 batting record is one of my favourite statistical quirks in all of cricket. 160 matches, 93 innings, an average of 12, with 1 century and 0 50s, and that century was, of course, came here at the Oval in record time. I can't remember how many balls it was off the top of my head, but it began with a 3 as opposed to a 4. And he equalled the record of Andrew Simons, I remember this, who had struck, I want to say it's a 38 ball century, and I long to be corrected if I'm wrong, and it equalled the record. And Simons was his hero growing up, and it was one of those great kind of moments of kind of historical symmetry coming to replicate itself as the Aussie all-rounders over in the UK.
Almost the most astonishing part of that is that he averages 12.
Exactly. And it was 11 at the time, maybe even 10. 34 ball century, I've done him a disservice. It was a quite stunning display of hitting. I remember I was working on a show called the Friday Night Blast. That was kind of the Soccer Saturday of T20 cricket on the Friday evenings. You'd have all the matches going on at the same time. I was doing some production work behind the scene. Surrey was struggling, and Sean Abbott walks in at 6, and you think, oh, okay, well, his average is 10. About 45 minutes later, he'd lifted that to the heady heights of 11.
Another play and miss from Davies. This one wide enough to cut, but Davies, fortunately for Warwickshire, doesn't get any bat on it. I think a big part of Surrey's success actually is unlocking traits that players have but haven't really shown that much of before. I mean, Cam Steele's the most obvious example this season with his leg spin. There are a few excellent pieces written about him in the last couple of weeks, and only a couple of years ago teams were viewing him predominantly as a batter. It was Surrey that saw the potential of his leg spin. Jamie Overton's another. Jamie Overton, I spoke to him before the start of the season, and he was saying that one of the reasons why he wanted to come down to Surrey was because he wasn't getting enough opportunities with the bat at Somerset. So he'd basically never batted in the top 7 in T20 cricket, and ever since he moved to Surrey, he pretty much always bats in the top 7. And it's his batting as much as bowling that's won him opportunities overseas on the franchise circuit. And Sean Abbott, another example, Australia international with an average of 12 in T20 cricket, batting 6, rewarding that faith with 100 last season.
I guess you can add Tom Curran's batting to that list as well. I know it's not quite the same scenario where Curran grew up playing here or joined here as a teenager, but he's had that vast improvement with the bat as well, and he was batting kind of in the top order over in the Big Bash for the Sixers. I think it's remarkable. I don't think there'll be too many bowlers in the country who view a move to Surrey, as Jamie Overton did, as a way to improve their batting, to get up the order. There's a bit of a stacked order at play here.
Oh, Abbott beats Davies again. Surrey have come really close to getting that first wicket several times this morning, but still hasn't quite come for them.
It continues to be a really enjoyable morning's play. It's something I've been having to get my head around a little bit. In county cricket in particular, pitches can actually get kind of duller, and rather than getting harder to bat on, as we associate with Test cricket, as you get into the depths of day 4 and day 5 in the international game, the heavy roller comes into play in county cricket, and so the life comes out of it a little bit. And you see, now I've been looking out for it, you see coaches and you see bowlers talk about how difficult it can be to take wickets on day 4 because of how much life has literally been squeezed out of the pitch. But here we have a fresh pitch, a green pitch, on a sunny morning in South London, and we're being treated to a wonderful morning's play.
No, it's a really good point. You know, a couple of years ago people were talking about how ball was dominating bat too much, but if you look at Division 2, this is the second season in a row where most teams are finding wins really hard to come by. There are 3 counties in Division 2 who between them have 1 win in their last 55 matches, going back to the start of last season. I think that's
not good.
Gloucestershire, Derbyshire and Glamorgan, I think.
I've got some statistics for you on draws in the county championship that I can give to you very shortly.
I can't wait. Fuller from Clark, and that's driven into the offside by Yates, who moves on to 32.
So we have a real statistical quirk this year, and obviously the sample size here isn't big enough to really draw too much for it, but at the moment, as of when I got these statistics a couple of days ago, so there have been some results since over the weekend. 73% of matches in the county championship this year had been drawn. We've obviously had a lot of bad weather, but you compare that to Test cricket this year, where we've not had a single draw. There have been 17 Test matches in 2024, and all 17 have seen results. But just to continue that train of thought, it's something I found quite interesting into what you were talking about earlier, that there was an period of time where ball seemed to dominate bat in county cricket, and the problem we were confronting was groundspeople were making kind of shootout wickets and were having 2-day games, 3-day games. But you look over the past 5 years of county cricket, and over a third of matches every single year are drawn. So is that a symptom of weather? What is kind of the contributing factor there?
Davies motions to leave that one, but ends up getting backed on it, and the ball runs away to the deep third boundary, and he picks up 4. Slightly fortuitous. We saw Ollie Pope getting in a bit of trouble with a leave in the previous round against Hampshire, leaving a ball, and the ball probably bounced a little bit more than he expected, and it ricocheted off his glove into the stumps. Bowled him! Davies looks to leave that one, and it comes in from Clark, who knocks over the Warwickshire opening batters off stump, and Surrey have their first wicket of the morning.
I think that is about time for Surrey, who'll be very pleased with their morning's work, but Davies had been batting wonderfully well alongside Rob Yates. I think this is the tempo of the game we're going to be seeing. It's difficult for batters out there with that movement off the pitch, with that pace in the pitch. We'll just see Davies here looking to leave, and more than looking to leave, successfully leaving, but successfully getting bowled as well.
Yeah, Clark bowling from slightly wider at the crease. The ball didn't necessarily seam or swing in, but that angle, the ball went on with the arm, and it really did cannon into that off stump as we look at the side on replay. Davies didn't have to look back to know what happened. He motioned with his hands there as if he suggested it came in, but looking at that replay, I don't think it came in that much.
I think it was an exaggeration of your point. That it's the angle Clark's bowling, then it continues going inwards. That movement, seam movement inwards from the angle is going to feel increased, exaggerated. No, more evidence that the ball is nipping around out there, and I think Warwickshire have gone about this the right way. They have really taken the attack to Surrey. We'll see the replay from behind here. Clark angling the ball in, and I think Yas Rana is being very cruel by saying that did not seam in. I think from that angle, I think it seemed in quite a lot. A wonderfully aesthetic bowled dismissal there. Just the one stump out of the ground, the one stump hit, both bells flying up in the air. It's been a good change from the county championship this year, moving to pink bells from green bells last year. Green bells was very confusing. Green bells with the background of grass, quite difficult to pick up and have the moment of bold glory if you are the bowler.
Will Rose, a new man at the crease, the former Warwickshire captain, is another informed player for Warwickshire. He averages 89 so far this season. It's a lot of runs from Warwickshire this year, and that's without Sam Hain getting a bat yet. We'll see him later today, I'm sure.
Warwickshire have had a slightly bizarre season. They've had 4 draws, and aside from one fixture, I need to get it up again. They haven't quite looked like getting close to a result either.
Rhodes leaves that one alone safely this time, and that's the end of Jordan Clark's second over. He so often does, making a breakthrough early on in his spell. Warwickshire 59 for 1.
Now, aside from the run fest against Durham, where Warwickshire racked up 698 for 3, including Rob Yates 191, Alex Davies 256, Will Rhodes 178 not out. Just the one run for Ed Barnard, which is particularly cruel, and another half century for Dan Mousley. That match against Durham, where they were trying to force a victory, having been forced to the follow-on after Durham replied with 517, which feels absurd. There's been no real threat of a result. That will change this fixture.
Big appeal for LBW, and the finger goes up. 2 wickets in 2 overs for Surrey. Sean Abbott strikes with his second over, just like Jordan Clark did. Suddenly, Warwickshire, after a solid start, 59 for 2.
I think Warwickshire knew this was the game. This was always going to be the risk on this wicket, and after this first hour's play, that things would happen quickly, and Surrey would have been aware of that as well. Abbott's pretty much employing almost the identical plan, but in mirror image to the left-hander. He's just coming quite central on the crease still, angling that ball in. And Abbott was very happy with the appeal. He did not even bother to turn around to ask the umpire. He was off in celebration. He eventually turned around. But I think that's one of the easier decisions you'll get.
That is out. Yeah, almost one of those where you wouldn't be surprised if the batter walked off without looking at the umpire raise his finger.
I don't know if that was Yates slightly pointed towards the leg side of his bat there. I don't know if that was meant to kind of subconsciously change the umpire's mind, but unsuccessfully so.
I think you're right on the pitch. It's noticeably quicker, I think, than most pitches you see in the county game, and that's played into the quick run scoring we've seen so far this morning. 59 runs in the first 13 overs, but also Surrey they've taken 2 wickets in that first hour. They've also created several other opportunities, or come very close to picking up more wickets.
I think we're repeating a positive thing here, but I think we're in for a very exciting day's cricket, and I couldn't tell you whether that looks like Warwickshire being 150 all out, or I couldn't tell you if that's Warwickshire finishing the day 320 for 6. There's going to be a lot of action in a short period of time, and if you are, it's free after tea, as always, I believe.
You can come earlier as well.
You can come earlier. You just pay a bit of money, and what value for entertainment?
Sam Hain comes to the crease for his first bat in the 2024 County Championship. It's his first appearance of the season, but he's got runs behind him. 200s for the Warwickshire 2s against Sussex 2s in his most recent outing. And Abbott greets Hain's entrance to the crease with a bouncer that Hain ducks underneath with ease. I feel Sean Abbott taking a wicket in his second over is very Surrey, in that he's coming into the side for an international player in Gus Aktinson. He himself is an international player, and I think Surrey's super strength of the bowling unit is just how effective the change bowlers are. There is no let up. There's no change in quality from the opening bowlers to the ones that replace them. Jordan Clark, we know what he does, and Sean Abbott making his first appearance of the summer, who, by the way, has an excellent first-class record for Surrey, averages 24-25 with the ball.
No, you're absolutely correct. I think when I hear the phrase it's like super strength, I think of marginal gains. I don't think bringing in Sean Abbott's a marginal gain. I think it's just it's just a gain. It's a luxury of riches where you go, you know what, we'll play Sean this week. Very simple game plan for Surrey at the moment. You'll see on the leg side, they have 3 fielders in that ring. They have a square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, fine leg, bowling to a 5-4 field. In effect, because you get that movement off the seam, Surrey are bowling quick, they're bowling straight. They're trying to have as many dismissals in play as possible. We'll really rarely see Abbott straying wide of off stump to his right-hander. There's a huge gap at cover for Sam Hain. Implore him to get on that front foot and drive. Nice wide one outside off stump.
They've tested Hain with a couple of short deliveries straight away. 2 of his first 4 deliveries at the crease have been short deliveries.
I'd appreciate if Abbott finished the over with a straight one here. just to back up the point that the evidence in front of my eyes presents me with. There we go.
Happy with that, Cam?
I'm relieved. Thank goodness. End of the 14th over. End of the 13th over. 14 overs gone. The score is 59 for 2. Both batters on 0. Rhodes facing just a single delivery. Hain having faced 5. The game kind of resets as we go into the second hour of the morning. Yas Rana is departing. Adam Collins is joining. Like magic.
Morning, Cam.
Good morning, Adam.
Yas got the action. Bang, bang, Surrey.
Absolutely.
So after getting through that original that initial, rather, interrogation from Worrell and Roach, who were so threatening against Warwickshire in both games last year. It was the change bowlers, both in their second overs, and Clark again from the pavilion end. Now, I come to you, Cam, with some really exciting news for anyone that comes to the Kia Oval regularly.
Goodness me.
You be one of those?
Yes.
Even when you're not working?
Even when I'm not working.
Even when you're a Surrey boy?
Yeah.
You're playing the Surrey comp.
Absolutely.
I was going to say some other things there. I won't. I'll keep my bat and pad close together. Anyway, I have been a long-term critic of the scoreboard here at the Kia Oval.
I am well aware of that.
I banged on about the scoreboards here for some time. One of my problems with the big screens here, maybe we can cue it up with the camera, we'll see how we go, is that next to the bowler's name, it doesn't have the bowler's figures. And to me, it's always felt like a bit of low-hanging fruit. So in this case, we've got Clark and Abbott in operation. And Clark and Abbott, you would have to try and... You could not know what their bowling figures were. Yeah, there you go. There we go. And since the last time we were here, look at that. Clark 2.2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 6. It is game-changing for anyone here at the Oval. I'm sure a lot of people will feel the same way. There are other tweaks we can make, but that is the start of something.
It's wonderful to be feeling the joy radiating off you and understand. And I agree, it is a great improvement. I don't know if I could put you on the spot and see what other improvements you want to make. I don't think you can improve that any further. What wonderful scoreboards from the Kia Oval we have here.
I think the other thing was that you've got bowler, so beneath the analysis of the two people bowling at the moment, shot. Nice compact drive to get off the mark for Rhodes. That moves them off the dreaded 59, the score where they lost both of their openers, Davies then Yates, in the space of 3 deliveries. Rhodes has been productive this season, averaging 90 in the championship. Gets a couple. So that box beneath the bowler's analysis, it's got bowler number and it's got how many overs they've sent down. I think that's an easy win as well. You could have their figures just in short form.
Yeah,
Next to how many overs they've bowled, with the overs in brackets. Down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. At the moment, there's two. You see, you got there 5.0, 5.0. You can scrap the 0.0. You put the 5 in brackets, and next to it, you tell us that the bowler in question, Kemar Roach, has got none for 27, brackets 5. That's again a small improvement that would go a long way. But I'm buoyed. The bowlers who are bowling, we know what's going on. Go you, good thing. Well played to whoever's idea that was. Probably ours on commentary last year when we were complaining all the time.
I'll give you the credit, Adam. Why not? Feels an easy win for me.
Pulling inside the line just there, Rhodes, who said before he's had a really good start to the year. He the over complete. He does 2 runs for him, 61 for 2. Rhodes, who led them to championship glory in 2021. So 4 years in charge, said that he was ready to just focus on his batting. 29 years of age, he should be the most productive part of his career. Made 178 not out against Durham in that run first, 81 and 25 against Hampshire, 65 against Worcestershire. Missed out last week, but you look at it in totality, he's got 359 runs at 90. Good going.
Before Yates and Davies were dismissed, both openers are averaging north of 100 this season, with number 3 averaging 90, so correlates with success.
And bringing in their best player last year, the only player in the Warwickshire top 6 who had a campaign they'd be happy with, Sam Hayne, who made 700 plus runs at 47, 3 centuries.
It's a wonderfully watchable team, this Warwickshire batting unit. We can get on to their bowlers later. But to have Alex Davies, he plays that kind of forehand top spin cut shot, which we're now being deprived of seeing, having him being bowled by Jordan Clark. But further down the order, Dan Mousley, Jacob Bethel, 2 extremely exciting young talents.
Plays and misses, that wasn't far away, and folks thought about pinning the stumps down as well after collecting it. We'll see it back here. I mean, of course, down that line from Abbott, you've got to play. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty.
Me and Yas were discussing just the amount of pace that's in this pitch before you came onto commentary. It's been really noticeable, and I'm often very bad at noticing the kind of differences in kind of different wickets and how the ball is playing, but this one you can really tell today the ball is flying through to Ben Folkes. A lot of movement off that pitch as well.
Shout from the bowler, less enthusiasm from the cordon. Knows the answer.
Felt a little bit high, that shout. Sean Abbott both still celebrated as if it was a certainty, but you could almost hear from the echoes from the cordon that it wasn't quite to be. I'll have a look at the replay here.
Umpire O'Shaughnessy at our end, and above the flat back leg. I mean, it's one of those where if we had the DRS at our disposal, it might have been hitting the bail, but
I'm a bit perplexed, to be honest, Adam.
I think this often when it's hitting on the back thigh pad, even with the knee bent, it just gives the impression to the umpire that it's going over, doesn't it? But I agree, that first replay did look a better shot than it did when we saw it live.
Live, I went, that's too high. And then upon replay, I'm shocked that the Surrey slip cordon didn't fancy it as much as they could have. I don't know if we'll get a chance to watch a replay again, but I would
Sibley
be
liked
it out.
Sibley liked it, Pope not quite so much at second, for what it's worth. I mean, Abbott loved it, but you tend to when you're a bowler.
Absolutely.
Got the catching man round the corner as well. Short boundary. Sway out the way, so 11 dot balls for Hayne to start. He's played a game in the twos to prepare himself for his return to the Warwickshire first team.
Here we have the replay once again. Sam Hayne not getting too far forward. I'm changing my mind more and more, Adam, towards Sam Hayne has been fortunate with that one. He just had a little shuffle down the crease, so yes, you could argue it's a bit high. Yes, it's hit above his pad on his back leg, but that leg does get bent. I'd give everyone out though, so that's the facts of life.
And it was a ball after he was done. As Abbott pulls out by a beauty that missed the off stump and the edge, both by about a centimetre. So good over this from Abbott, all dots so far. Also his first game of the season. He was immense last year in that Surrey bowling lineup where all of them just made their mark week after week, especially at home. Well played, off the mark with a drive out through the covers. Longer boundary, so they'll have time to turn for three. Hayne will retain the strike. 64 for 2 the score. Let's take a look at the 2 wickets to fall so far this morning. So Clark on the angle, you love that. Shouldering arms, back off the seam. Clark likes to bowl on that angle, gets it spot on there, and Abbott, just 3 balls later, Cam, his second over. The decision goes his way, and he loved it. Yates, who looked dangerous for 32 from 39.
I thought, upon the first replay, I thought Yates was pointing his bat off to the leg side to kind of indicate it was heading off down one way. I think he was just saying no run to his partner, but unfortunately for him, the umpire was also giving him out at the same time.
Yeah, the only thing that he might have had going his way was impact outside the line, but yeah, that was a little bit far-fetched. So Clark here to Hayne. He picked him up in both innings here at the Kia Oval when they played in September. Didn't get beyond 22 in his 4 innings against Surrey last year.
Just having a bit of a delay in play. Looks like everyone's ready now.
Forward before leaving. Sam Hayne, who at long last got that chance to represent England last year, Cam. That ridiculous list A record that he boasts, 3,000 runs at 58 and 50 over cricket, 10 centuries, and got the opportunity for England, made 89. Highest score at that level, so you'd think he's going to get more opportunities. Now the England 50 over team, and you're more in touch with that than I am, certainly. Close. Inside part of the bat gets off strike with a single. You would think that with the 50 over team having nowhere near as much cricket in the next little while as they did leading up to the World Cup, that there'll be opportunities to see whether Hayne is going to be a long-term prospect as they work towards the next World Cup cycle.
He was the one kind of surprise omission from the white ball squad that went to the West Indies in December, and because as you say, he boasted this incredible record. And I remember he spoke after he made his debut, and I was at that covering that match for Cricinfo. He'd made peace with the fact that the chance may never come, and then once it did arrive, to kind of grasp it was such a kind of rewarding factor for him. Because it did seem for a while he was kind of destined to be one of those players that you go, oh, who are the best players to never play for England? And you kind of list off people, where it would be James Hildreth or like Sam Northeast, and then it looked like it was going to be Sam Hayne. And he was kind of, well, blessed is the wrong word, because he earned his opportunity, and then he took it. The only difference for Hayne was mainly it wasn't a question of how many, but how he scored his runs.
Beaten. Just fishing at one there, Rhodes, early on.
And Warwickshire had this kind of flip 180 a couple of years ago of their T20 side, where they started striking an unbelievable kind of strike around 160, and there was quite a lot of them at the top of the order. Ed Pollock was one of those guys who was doing that role, and Hayne was at 4, which is a very difficult role in the Birmingham Bears side. He eventually just had the moment of realisation that the risk, it was a greater risk to not take risks for his career. If he was protecting his wicket, that wasn't getting him in anywhere. That wasn't impressing the England selectors to average X at a strike rate of 130. It had to be a case of, I need to be risking my wicket to increase my strike rate, and that will add to my chances of eventual international selection.
Yeah, it is kind of bizarre that someone with a strike rate in 50 over cricket of 87 is considered stodgy. You know,
Absolutely.
Every team has international team that has an anchor though, and maybe that's the role he could end up playing, an anchor at 87 strike rate. That again says a lot about the modern game. 2 runs off 66 for 2. Yeah, 10 centuries in 62 hits. His first class record's very strong as well. 17 centuries. Made twin tons in the second team week before last when working back into this, and played a little bit of T20 stuff over the winter. He was in the IL T20. So one of those players who is busy when not representing his county or country.
Well, I think we've accidentally touched on the point there that we're talking about Hayne in the context of getting into the ODI team. I've exclusively spoken about his T20 record, and as a player who's been in the 100, I've just got the stats up here, in his last 4 years, I think it was, he played 5 List A matches. That was all he did in that period of time, despite that kind of record, because he'd done so well in it, but then by doing so well in it, he kind of lost the opportunity to play in that format.
Yes, with the 100 clashing with the Metro Bank. Gives the strike back to Hayne. They're 4 apiece after losing 2 wickets with the score 59 at the end of the first hour here. Warwickshire were sent in, and they're going very nicely for the first 12 overs, but then Davies and Yates fell in the space of 3 balls. If you're just joining our broadcast, Adam Collins and Cam Ponsonby with you. It is a funny one where you can reach a level of proficiency in one format, which just by definition means you're going to play a lot less of the others. And if you want to be a 3 format player, you almost need to make it in all 3 teams quite early. Otherwise, you lose the chance to make your case. There's a pretty obvious example in Australian cricket of that. I had reason to be going back through some of Glenn Maxwell numbers this week, and he made a 278 for the Victorian state team in 4-day cricket in a Shield game against New South Wales in 2017. So it was the November of 2017. He was in the test squad for the Brisbane test against England. He was omitted. He was, the 12th man, and thus they sent him to state cricket. Makes 278 the next day. That's what, 7 years ago? He's only played 9 first-class games since then.
That's remarkable. And you get similar lowly statistics with Mitchell Marsh. But another Australian player that threatened to fall into that bracket of potentially going in the direction of one format is Ollie Davies from New South Wales. And he's kind of been tipped as this hotshot for a number of years now. But it was only this year in the Red Bull, in the Sheffield Shield, where he really kind of kicked on, and he gave an interview afterwards where he was like, I was kind of thinking of kind of letting the red ball stuff go and just focusing on white ball cricket. And you're going, he's 23 years old. This kind of his whole career is in front of him, but people do make those fork in the road decisions so early now. They can do.
Well worked. I suppose my point is, when it's not really the player's choice, if you're on a central contract and you're playing international cricket in the white ball forms, there's just fewer and fewer opportunities to take the field in red ball cricket. I guess that's more an Australian problem, because often there's a bilateral series clashing with the Shield, which is at the shoulder of the season, a bit like the County Championship. The Sheffield Shield's played in 2 blocks, one at the very start, one at the very end. And if you're busy playing a T20 series in India, which often they are, usually they are, then there's your window to play Shield cricket gone. So if you want to make a case for Test selection, well, how do you do it? Where's the opportunity? And in Maxwell's case, he got one crack last year to play first-class cricket, and it was for Warwickshire in a game down in Canterbury, and they picked him, and when he was out playing with the Birmingham Bears in the T20, and he made an 80-something from 50-something, which we were on commentary, Daniel and I, here doing the Surrey game whilst very much watching the Warwickshire game at the same time, and that was that. He was playing as I think he was batting at 7 and the main spinner in that game for Warwickshire. Yeah, such is the scarcity of opportunity for him. Players like that. Leaving alone here to finish, 68 for 2. And your point there about, in an England context, from a domestic cricket perspective, Sam Hain, you're right. Like, if he keeps getting picked in the 100, and why wouldn't he? His chances to play 50 over cricket, I mean, it's not as though there's another domestic 50 over tournament to play around the world. That's only T20 stuff, and that's fine. But if you rule out the Metro Bank, he'll play for England, or he won't play at all.
I think that's what we had. I'm actually going back over my piece from his Ireland debut, and I'm quite relieved to see it's quite readable, actually, Adam. I do recommend if anyone wants to have a look at it. Give it a where was it? Who were you writing? It was on Cricinfo. Only the best.
That's a proper website.
Absolutely.
There you go. Matt Roller's here too with us from Cricinfo. He's jumping on commentary after you.
But Hain spoke about how you almost forget how much time you had. He was one off 11 on his debut innings and got dropped. And that was the kind of one of the great learnings from the failed World Cup. And I tell you what, this is a great segue if we start talking about the failed World Cup and then we get Matt Roller into the commentary. It's almost like we planned it. That one of the great takeaways was how different the 20 over and 50 over format was, and that was after kind of 2 decades of the general kind of party line being that these two formats are coming closer and closer together. And actually it was a case of, blimey, like, you've got to go at 6s for 30 overs without taking a risk. And that is a skill.
Not far away from Clark again. He's found the inside part of Hain's bat a couple of times for 2 singles. Yeah, that is a 50 over international now, just an elongated 20 over game. You can build the case either way, I suppose, and I'm probably not the right person to do it. Matt Roller is who writes about T20 for a living, but I mean, my instinct is watching the 50 over World Cup closely last year and covering it as we did, that it's more subtle than that, it's more nuanced than that. If you're just trying to bat in T20 mode for 50 overs, it can come off sometimes, but balance of probability it won't.
I always found it very interesting asking players that. Do you see them as the same format? Do you see it as the same skill set? Or how transferable is the skill set? And almost to a T, the answer the player gave was the one that would be in their interest as a player, for the one to be believed, basically, or the one they kind of needed to believe. They hadn't played a 50 over game in 4 years, and they go, oh no, it's fine, yeah, very similar. Whereas the people who did play a lot of ODI cricket would go, no, very different.
Good point. And thus the sadness of the World Cup Super League ending, if we want to extrapolate, the lack of 50 over cricket. There was an organising structure between 2019 and 2023 where there were 13 teams and you were mandated to play 8 bilateral series, and that meant that there was a minimum of 24 one-day internationals played in the cycle. And sure, that it wasn't perfect, but it did mean that there was going to be quite a bit of it. Now, over the next 4 years, there's a dramatic decrease. So it's going to be more and more about how quickly you can go from being a T20 player to a tournament 50 over player without a lot of practice in between.
I was just speaking to someone and they were talking about one player in particular who's kind of wasn't given kind of 4-day opportunities, first-class opportunities in their early stages of their career, and then has had a breakthrough in the white ball game and the franchise game still wants to play 4-day cricket, but it's swapped from. We're talking about the kind of the possibilities to get experience. He said before he wasn't given the chance, and now he doesn't have the time. And there's all those sliding doors moments of when people can play.
Oh, shout on the angle. Sense is that it would have been just trending over the top or maybe outside the line on impact as well. That's the end of our chat with Cam Ponsonby. He'll be back in the middle session today, I assume. Yes, he will. See a replay between overs here. So Clark likes to go quite wide of the crease to left-handers. Did come back on the angle. Gee, I tell you what, not a bad shout. My impression was wrong. That was certainly hitting in line with the stumps, possibly over the top of leg. Matt Roller, Cricinfo, welcome.
Thanks, Colin. It's a beautiful day in South London, isn't it? Where else would you want to be other than the Kia Oval on a day like today?
Well said. Lots of people in. Finds the edge. Through the cordon for a couple. Yeah, there was a day last home game against Hampshire where there weren't many people here after a long rain delay. It was freezing cold and you totally got it. Today, no excuse. 23 degrees, perfect cricket watching weather. Yeah, bring your sunscreen, of course, but you probably don't need to bring a jacket.
I'll be busy this weekend, I'd have thought, as well.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Friday to Monday schedule, pretty perfect. People lining up. I don't know, maybe people are lining up post-tea today. Can you finish at 4 on a Friday? Work from home, work from the Oval?
Up-ish. Squeeze through for one again. Hayne just trying to find some rhythm here. Yeah, free after tea. I know a number of people from my podcast land work from home at the Oval during county games. You know, we all kind of work from home now, don't we? Not everyone, but like in certain industries where the pandemic changed what it was to work. Well, you know, pulling your laptop out and having the cricket in front of you. If you're still working, come on, do it.
It's the dream, and you get to watch Sean Abbott, who's looked pretty bright on his return to Surrey.
He was so good last year. Genuine all-rounder at this level too. Oh, there's that movement. So we've seen Abbott bring it back towards Rhodes now, across him on the angle, keeping both edges in play. Yeah, last year Abbott, he made 456 runs at 46 in the championship and a century in the Blast in 50 balls and 37 wickets at 25, and that's in a pretty competitive bowling lineup where they're all cashing in week after week. Away from us with 3 slips, also a deep third on the short boundary rope. Message in from Graham, quite relieved that Abbott hasn't been diminished by the loss of his Samson-esque mullet. That's one change from last year. Thank you, Graham. surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Yeah, I suppose he's been a great example of Surrey's recruitment and overseas recruitment under Alex Stewart as Director of Cricket, and I think there were a few counties for sure who were a bit reluctant this year to pick players that they thought might have been in the mix for T20 World Cup squads, and I think Abbott wouldn't have been too far away. You'd probably know better than me, but Surrey wanted them back, and with good reason.
Oh, off the seam again. Yeah, you're not wrong. He has played quite a bit of T20 international cricket. We'd expect that Nathan Ellis got the last spot in that 15.
Yeah, I guess they could have gone a 5th seamer, but obviously it being in the Caribbean, Ashton Agar got the nod in the end, and he is the spin bowling all-rounder, which probably made sense. But yeah, I suppose the two, arguably the next 2 seamers in for Australia, are both going to be playing here in the T20 Blast in Sean Abbott and Spencer Johnson.
Great signing for Surrey during the week, that Spencer Johnson. He's quick. Hand off the bat, another single. They're just trying to rebuild here a bit after those 2 wickets and doing a decent job of it. 4 runs from the over, 73 for 2 after 20. Both wickets falling on 59. Davies for 25, Yates for 32 to Clark and Abbott respectively. So your impression of the T20 squads that have been named for the World Cup that starts on the 1st of June, anything that caught your eye particularly?
I think it's...
Or a theme, perhaps a theme of what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it's quite open. I don't see a standout squad among them. I think there's a lot of strong squads. And I think it's interesting as well looking at the teams that are sort of prioritising power and thinking that the scores we're seeing in the IPL are likely to continue, and then the teams who are maybe going about it a slightly different way. So Australia have obviously gone with the tried and tested, as they have every right to, I think, having obviously had the success that they've had across formats. It's quite a settled squad, really. Much as I think there would have been a huge temptation to get someone like Fraser McGurk in off the back of his IPL performances, you can also see why they'd go with the tried and tested in David Warner.
Yeah, it certainly created headlines in Australia that he didn't get picked, Fraser McGurk. Having made all those runs in the IPL and done it so quickly, in the sense that he's on the cusp of something pretty special, but yeah, they've seen fit, and I get that too. You're right. They went to the World Cup, the 50 over World Cup last year. Australia picking, I think every player in the squad had a 3 in front of their age.
And you guys talking just there about sort of T20 cricket and how much it has or hasn't converged from other formats. I mean, that 50 over squad was actually dominated by Test players and multi-format players too.
Oh, good ball again on that angle when he gets straightened up off the seam. Really difficult to leave those alone, knowing that if it holds its line, then the off stump and indeed the middle stump are in play. We've already seen Davies out leaving a ball out wide today, and so it looks like a ball he can leave comfortably, but it's trickier than that for the left-handed Rhodes in that channel. Played, but no run. In there at mid-wicket, Abbott, excellent fielder, as you need to be these days when you're a 3-format player. Bit of a speculative question for you here, Matt. Do you reckon there's a possibility they'll change the playing conditions of this World Cup to bring in the impacts up? Do you think there's a chance at the last minute that India will just say, we want it, and it'll happen, or is it too late for anything like that?
I think it's too late. I did notice that there's been some, the BCCI secretary, Jay Shah, has been in the press this morning.
To be clear, the BCCI secretary, who essentially runs world cricket, so it is the most important. I'm not being flippant. That's just the truth of it. So if he says something, it's worth reading.
But he was talking about the impact player and said it had been a trial, and said that sort of left open the possibility that it will be scrapped after this season. Be very, very interested to see what happens with India at the World Cup. Obviously, there's a lot of chat about whether it's damaging their production of all-rounders. If Hardik Pandya's not fit to bowl, I think he's likely to be, but if he's not, then suddenly their balance has major issues again. And I think it will come to a head whereby you can see how the BCCI would push for that to be introduced at international level, and you can also see the whole thing being scrapped.
Interesting times ahead. You can pick it up with Yas, who's going to take over from me and move us through to lunch. 74 for 2. It was far busier when Yas was on commentary before, so let that be a sign of things ahead, perhaps, with Hayne on 9 and Rhodes on 6.
But yeah, I think it's been a sort of a TV executive's dream, that impact player rule at the IPL, but I'm not sure whether maybe the too many cricket lovers have enjoyed what it's done to the game. I don't know what your thoughts are, Yas, as Abbott comes in.
Edge, but the ball falls short of Ollie Pope at second slip. Do I like the impact player rule? Not really, to be honest. I think these really, really high scoring games, they're entertaining when they don't happen that often. 260 is an exciting score if that is the first time that's happened, or it's a once in a season phenomenon.
Yeah, I think that there is such a thing as too much of a good thing, isn't there?
And maybe it's not just the impact player rule this year. You've got really good pitches, small boundaries, especially those older Indian grounds. I just don't think are big enough for how big the players are now. That T20 hitters are just physically so much bigger than they were even 10 years ago. So that is a question that I think T20 leagues worldwide will have to grapple with over the years to come.
Yeah, how do you make a 50-year-old ground bigger?
Yeah,
it's quite a big challenge, that. No such issues here at the Kia Oval.
Oh, Abbott beats Rhodes. A couple of false strokes in this over already. Bromwell Road.
Yeah, he hasn't looked particularly comfortable, I wouldn't say, in his first 30 balls at the crease. He started the season very well with a big 100 against Durham at Edgbaston and a huge partnership with Al Davis, but going to find some form after a week off.
So really put the brakes on Warwickshire. Warwickshire raced to 50 for naught after 10 overs. .25 for 2 in the last 11.4 overs. Abbott and Clark both striking in their second overs into the attack.
It does look a very strong Surrey team this week, and when you consider the players that are unavailable, Jamie Overton's still missing with that back niggle. I think Tom Knowles has a heel issue, and Gus Aktinson being rested this week. Ryan Patel on the drinks as well, having been in the squad. It's a very, very strong side, isn't it?
Oh, another false stroke. Abbott squares Hayne up, who outside edges it to the man at third slip.
It's great to see Sam Hayne back, actually. He missed the start of the season for personal reasons. Mark Robinson saying before this game that he had a few things to work through off the field, but he's been playing second team cricket, got a couple of hundreds in their last seconds game, and back in the side today. He's a pretty popular player on the circuit. Be nice to see him score some runs.
Defended well by Hayne. That's the end of the 22nd over. Warwickshire are 75 for 2.
What do you make of Surrey's decision to bowl first on this pitch?
Before that, Xbox Power Players is back for a second year. So for a chance to win a custom Xbox console, predict who you think will have the best individual bowling and batting figures during Surrey's home group games in the Vitality Blast. For example, Will Jacks hitting 75 or Spencer Johnson taking 4 for 25. Last year's winners were Sean Abbott's 110 not out against Kent and Chris Jordan's 4 for 21 against Glamorgan. You can enter by scanning the QR code on the screen or Googling Xbox Power Players, or go to the Surrey CCC website article and fill in the form with your predictions. Entries close on Sunday the 2nd of June at midday. As Roach comes back into the attack from the pavilion end. Now, there's a excellent Twitter account called News from the Twos. I don't know if you follow this. So it solely tells you what is happening in the second 11 championship, and I think a mark of Surrey's depth is that there are players who people might not be that aware of actually, who dominate in the second 11. Someone like Josh Blake, who's played a bit for Surrey in the One Day Cup, for example, he's got an excellent second 11 record. Ben Geddes, who last season went on loan to Kent in Division 1, again he's someone who actually he's an excellent first class record, but he's got an excellent second 11 record as well.
He's straight in for a follow, Yas. Tommy Elam's been in the wickets this week, 7 for against Kent. Young off spinner. I think he got some chances last year in the Metro Bank Cup. Yeah, I'm a little intrigued, just given the overhead conditions. Hardly a cloud in the sky. Low 20s degrees by Surrey choosing to bowl first, but it is a formula that's worked really well for them for a number of years at this ground.
I think there's a sense that it gets better to bat on day 2 and 3. That's the best time to bat. So if you do the business with the ball early on, you really can make hay. It's also, I think, an example of a ground that it's got such a historic reputation for being a ground that's amazing for batting. And don't get me wrong, the pitches here are excellent, but it is not as high scoring as it used to be. There used to be a period where you got a lot of draws here in the county championship. But actually, I think in 2022, I'm not sure there was a single score of 400 against Surrey, and I'm not sure how many times Surrey themselves got 400 in the year that the first of their back-to-back titles.
I think I'm right to say there weren't very many individual hundreds here as well, compared to what you might expect for a ground with that reputation. I agree.
Something to keep an eye on. Got a leg slip. Dan Lawrence is stationed at leg slip, so that ball angled in from Roach towards Sam Haynes' hip. Very much a deliberate ploy. 2 slips in play now, as well as the man at leg slip. Driven nicely from Hayne, but it's well covered by Rory Burns at mid-off. The end of another over, just 1 run from it. Warwickshire 76 for 2. Here's a T20 question for you, Matt.
My favourite type of question.
Your favourite type of question. How would Surrey do, full strength Surrey do in the IPL? Where would they finish?
Wow, that's a great question. Full strength Surrey.
So no one's away at the T20 World Cup. No international call-ups. 2 overseas players. They get Narayan. KKR lose him.
Well, surely they're going to have Sean Abbott and Spencer Johnson this year. Well, I'll tell you what, they'd probably have a deeper bowling attack than pretty much anyone else in terms of seamers, at least. If you think what Topley, Sam Curran and Jordan are all the way at the T20 World Cup, and they're still going to be deep seam stocks here. But that said, Surrey famously haven't won the T20 Cup or the T20 Blast since its inaugural year.
Worrell returns the attack from the Vauxhall end.
I think they would be competitive for sure. I think perhaps what would be the sort of missing piece is maybe a quality spinner. But I'm looking forward to watching Surrey in the Blast this year, because I remember Gareth Batty's sort of been making some noises about they're going to do something different this year, but he's not quite able to tell anyone exactly what it is. So watch this space, I think.
Dan Worrell back into the attack. I find him a very interesting T20 player, right? Because he's someone who whose game was almost suited to the hundreds regulations, where the bowlers can bowl 20 of the 25 deliveries in the power play. He's such an effective new ball bowler, and he almost made a name for himself as a T20 bowler more in the 100 than the Blast, which is a wrong way round from a competition point of view. Swung in from Worrell to the left-handed Rhodes. He gets it away for a couple, but not necessarily convincingly. He moved to 10.
Yeah, and Worrell also played in the SA20 for Sunrisers Eastern Cape, who were the champions this year, and was pretty successful. I think he was the 3rd highest or 4th highest wicket taker in the comp. He does have a decent track record in T20. Played a few seasons at the Big Bash for the Strikers over there in Australia. But you're right, he's definitely thrived in the last year or so.
Started Fuller. There's a bit of bat on that, but Worrell briefly interested.
Yeah, sounded woody to me. But yeah, and Dan Worrell also obviously been making some noises about England qualification. I think it's next April that he's going to be eligible to play for England in international cricket. It seems unlikely to me. He'd be 33 by then, but you never know.
He's 9 years younger than the man who currently opens bowling. So I hope that his age wouldn't preclude him from selection. Experience of bowling with a Kookaburra down under.
Yeah, it's a curious one, that, isn't it? Because I suppose part of the reason that he's been so good here is that he's been bowling with the Dukes rather than the Kookaburra. But yeah, it strikes me as unlikely, but certainly not impossible.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier when I was on with Dan, but I think there's so much of Chris Wokes in our World Bowls. Like, actually nowadays, as Rose defends to complete the 24th over, actually there aren't that many swing bowlers in red ball cricket anymore. I think more and more you're seeing bowlers, so Pat Cummins is the ultimate example. Cummins targets that off stump, fourth stump line. He doesn't really try to swing it, he looks to nip it off the seam. Whereas Worrell, there's not as much subtlety with Worrell, but that, even though the batters know what he's trying to do, they can't always combat that. Dan Lawrence moves to more of a leg gully than a leg slip.
Yeah, it looks like Roach is going to bowl pretty straight ahead. I would imagine you've got Camp still, and as a sort of not quite. Well, I suppose maybe he is a catching mid-wicket. That seems to be the plan. Yeah, Surrey have, as he said not long ago, definitely dried Warwickshire up. Opening bowlers back for second spells now in Roach and Worrell.
It really is a glorious day, by the way, folks, so if you fancy it, definitely get into the ground. Hope I'm not throwing my flatmate under the bus, but he's one of several people I know who operates a WFO Friday strategy, work from the Oval.
Nice. If you can do it, you'd be silly not to.
We're doing it.
Absolutely.
Question, during us forward a couple of months to the England-West Indies series, I was just trying to work out what is the West Indies attack going to be for that tour. You're seeing, obviously, got Kemar Roach here, and one of West Indies' leading wicket takers in Test cricket. You're seeing Jaden Seals, the leading wicket taker in Division 2. You've got Kemar Joseph, he's the main man. Alzari Joseph, often vice captain for the side. You've got Jason Holder. They can't all play.
Yeah, it's a very good question.
It's one of those things where different players have been unavailable. So on that historic tour of Australia, Jason Holder wasn't there. He opted to play in the ILT20 instead. Jaden Seals was absent through injury. That's what presented Kemar Joseph the opportunity that he so spectacularly took.
I remember actually, I spoke to Johnny Grave, the West Indies chief executive, shortly before that tour when Holder made himself unavailable. And I remember him saying exactly that to me. Holder's absence will create an opportunity for someone else. And I thought this is a very kind perspective that Johnny Grave is offering here by saying that the absence of a key all-rounder could be somehow a good thing. And he was proven spectacularly right by Kemar Joseph. And I think West Indies have had a similar situation. I think when Kyle Mayers hit that famous double hundred against Bangladesh, that was because there were a lot of absentees as well. So it does show that there is talent out there if given an opportunity.
Kemar Joseph, as Hayne knocks that into leg side for a single. Warwickshire 79 for 2 after 25 overs. Kemar Joseph has been selected in the West Indies T20 World Cup squad despite never having taken a wicket in professional T20 cricket. He's played 3 games, most recently for LSG in the IPL. He went wicketless there. And he played 2 games, I think, in the Caribbean Premier League last year, but to be fair, when you're taking 7 for 68 against Australia at the Gabba, why not?
But no, you're right. It will be a very interesting selection, and obviously they might want to get a spinner in. Whether that's, I think Kevin Sinclair played on the tour of Australia. Holder's been over here playing for Worcestershire. He's taken 8 wickets in his first 4 games. Done okay, but maybe not a sort of unanswerable claim to selection. Roach maybe a little quieter start to the season than some of his spells with Surrey, but obviously has a lot of experience, and it's certainly depth. I'm not sure I'd have a sort of strong opinion on which of those should be left out, but one of them is going to have to be at least.
And I always find how West Indies pick their spinner fascinating, because they all average about 12 in first class cricket. Who was it? Yeah, Nikita Miller played one test match, 50 ODIs, fair enough, but one test match despite having a first class record of 538 wickets at 16.
Wow.
An economy rate of 1.99 and over. He's only 41, so this isn't a guy from the 1930s.
Yeah, I think briefly we were going to see a collision there, but just about made it through intact. Yeah, I think West Indies went through a long period of playing on some pretty slow and spin-friendly pitches at home. They actually sort of, I think I'm right in saying they sort of artificially intervened a little bit like Rob Keys tried to do with the Kookaburra ball, in that they gave extra bonus points for wickets taken by seamers.
Interesting.
Don't know how that would be received in the county championship if you flipped it around and gave extra bonus wickets for bonus points for wickets by spinners.
To be fair, I'm not sure the powers that be. This one races away over the practice pitches. Aim picks up 2. Yeah, to be fair, I'm not sure the powers that be at the moment care too much for how ideas are received, so that might not necessarily deter them.
That might be true. I think something I've always been curious about is how much the county championship table would or wouldn't change if you completely scrap bonus points and change to a football style 3 for a win, 1 for a draw.
Yeah, a bugbear of mine at the moment is that you can get 16 points for a game you never look like winning, and you get 19 points for winning a game. That to me is absurd.
I also feel like bonus points can really punish a team for something that's slightly out of their control. For example, Essex, I think, took 3 points from that game at Taunton the other week, which was, it's not really their fault that it's been played on that Somerset have rolled out a green mamba. And it's probably not Somerset's fault either, because I think there was a lot of rain in the build up to that, and obviously there is big pressure on pitches, and I don't think anyone would suggest that, you know, it's particularly purposefully underprepared or anything like that. I think it's just a case of, it does feel slightly harsh to effectively punish a team for what a home team decides to do with the surface.
It also, there's a competitive reason for them to have a pitch that suits seamers like that, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
They beat arguably the form team in the country aside from Surrey so far this season. You know, I like seeing teams make the most of home advantage. That's fair enough. And also, I thought that game was a really interesting case study in a way, because it was a total antithesis of what happened in the first 2 rounds, in that it was extremely entertaining. I watched a lot of that game. I found it fascinating seeing how different players tried to counteract the movement. A lot of players like properly got themselves outside off stump to try and negate the LBW. But Rob Key would say it didn't at all mimic the challenges of Test cricket.
And I suppose the counter argument to that is that occasionally in Test cricket you do actually have a real spicy green one. You know, if you think of those pitches that England played on in the 21-22 Ashes, that pitch at the MCG where Boland took 6 for 7 was probably much closer to what was rolled out at Taunton last week than, you know, the pitch that we saw at Lords, for example, in the first week of the season.
Warwickshire consolidating nicely here. Been a while since that second wicket fell, and with a score on 59. We're 10 or so minutes away, just under 10 minutes away from the lunch interval. Don't go anywhere, folks, because we've got Phil Walker in conversation with Scott Oliver, author of the Wisden Book of the Year, Sticky Dogs and Stardust, when the legends played in the leagues. That'll take you through the lunch break before we resume for session 2.
Lots of great stories in there. Highly recommended.
Oh, flicked away nicely from Sam Hain. Roach, a little bit fuller this time, persevering with that straight middle and midland leg line. And Hain flicks that through the vacant mid-wicket region and picks up 4 and moves on to 17.
Lovely shot from Hain. It's obviously slightly over pitch from Roach, bit of a layful toss, long half volley, but he's a very stylish player, not too much movement, just a little flourish, a flick of the wrists. Yeah, good to see him back involved. I know he's been spoken about a little bit by Adam and Cam when he came in, but I think he was unfortunate really to miss out on England's ODI squad that went to the Caribbean in December. He didn't really have a great winter overseas. He was playing for Hobart in the Big Bash, didn't do too well there, and went okay at the ILT20 for Abu Dhabi Night Riders, but has had a long break, missed a few games for personal reasons, but great to see him back.
And defend to complete the 27th over. Warwickshire 88 for 2. Yeah, I think he suffers from his role is that of Joe Root in ODI cricket, and Joe Root, I think people have been quick to forget, averaged 50 at number 3 for the best part of a decade, and was a key cog in why that side was one of the greatest 50 over sides that we've ever seen.
Yeah, famously England's leading run scorer in 2019 at that World Cup.
And even in Test cricket as well, he's been one of the most consistent run scorers in the country, but he bats 4. That's where Root bats.
Yeah, I suppose it's sort of the... Well, he won't quite be talked of in the same conversation as James Hildreth, because he has won an England cap, but he was sort of in that position where, when you look across a career at someone with the numbers that he has, with the consistency that he has, the sheer number of hundreds as much as anything else, you think, how has he never had the chance? But then it's actually quite hard to pinpoint the time when he really should have had an opportunity.
You know, similar example there is Sam Northeast. Sam Northeast bats 4 and is a year older than Joe Root. You know.
Unfortunate time. Did you see those skills by Dan Morrell, by the way? It's the ball comes back down to him. One keepy uppy, second keepy uppy, flicks it to Rory Burns wandering around from mid off. All extremely casual, yet very skillful.
Big appeal. It's beaten Rhodes and flown through to Ben Folkes behind the wicket. Not a totally convincing appeal from Surrey.
Well, sort of almost as though they felt it had to be one thing or the other. Well, it probably wasn't quite either.
Tell you what, that's a reasonable LBW shout.
Yeah, possibly pitched outside leg stump, maybe height, I don't know.
Whether or not that was out, I'm surprised by the lack of appeal from Surrey. Maybe that the ball went through to Ben Folkes, put them off. But Worrell causing troubles with his natural in-swing to the left-hander, challenging Rhodes' inside edge. Rhodes, who has been at the crease now for 48 deliveries, hasn't really got going, still on 12. Yet to hit a boundary, just one boundary in this stand. They've been together now for 14 and a half overs. Sorry, done a really good job of drawing up the runs here. Cam Ponsonby was with me earlier, and he was saying this game is going to be fast. And he was right for the first hour, but the second hour has not yet matched the pace of the first one. Warwickshire, of course, with extraordinary batting depth this week.
Yeah, it looks a long batting lineup, doesn't it? If you think Hassan Ali might have played as well, but for his Pakistan T20 call-up. It's a curious one, Will Rhodes. I was a little bit surprised when he gave up the captaincy last winter. I think he's 29. He obviously was quite a young captain when he led Warwickshire so well in 2021. They won the county championship, and then he had a big 100 in the Bob Willis Trophy that followed at Lords, a sort of end of season Community Shield style fixture. But now he's 29. He's given up the captaincy. He's not really a T20 player. What sort of? I'd be interested. Is he? It feels like he's away off England conversation, but.
I always thought that when he opened the batting with Sibley at Warwickshire, those two had very similar careers, right? They both were the next big thing. I think they actually played England under-19s at the same time as each other. They were both the next big thing at a really big county, made an early impact there, but it didn't quite work out, and they sort of rebuilt their careers very successfully together at the top of that order. And obviously led them to that success in 2021.
So, if we extend that logic, are you suggesting Will Rhodes to Yorkshire, back to his hometown club at the end of his contract? Who knows?
I hadn't quite got there, I must admit.
That June the 1st deadline, when players start speaking to other clubs, it creeps up on you.
Ooh. Hayne leaves this one alone, but that was perilously close to Sam Hayne's off stump, and I think Hayne knows it as well.
Kemar Roach definitely knows it, so it's doubled over in frustration.
Really sharp movement into Hayne, who actually did well to sort of cover the off stump with his body, but so late was the movement that it very much beat his front pad and very nearly cannon in to Hayne's off stump. We've already seen one dismissal this morning in that manner. Digs that one in short. There's 2 deliveries left of the morning session. Yeah, county transfers are... I find it interesting how in football, for example, I think everyone sort of knows how it works. Because in cricket, I think the average county cricket fan probably isn't as aware of the mechanics of the county transfer in the same way as transfers in other sports.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, and I think it's also, there is that difference of the fact that so much is going on during a season. I know there are definitely directors of cricket out there who would much rather that June the 1st date was pushed back by a month or two, because it can be quite unsettling. You're at a point now where clubs are speaking to players, trying to get them to extend contracts if they're out of contract at the end of the year, and if they can't agree a deal in the next 2-3 weeks, then all of a sudden they're sort of a free agent. And often we've seen increasingly common, I think, is players joining on loan for the end of a season.
Roach has got him. Hayne wasn't moving. Massive appeal from Surrey, and with the final delivery of the morning session, Kemar Roach strikes, and it's the massive wicket of Sam Hayne, the most dependable man in that Warwickshire middle order. He goes for 17. The resistance from Rhodes and Hayne ends. Surrey have a 3rd wicket. Matt, what a way to end the morning session for Surrey.
Yeah, Hayne doesn't like it. He was going nowhere. He's dragging himself off, looking disconsolately at the umpires. Let's have a look. bat definitely hits the pad. Does it hit the ball as well? Roach liked it immediately. The slips liked it. Folks a little more delayed.
Angles in from Roach. Brilliant delivery.
Not sure.
You can see why Hayne shakes his head immediately, even
And
before,
doubles over, doesn't he?
even before the umpire raises his finger. It's a massive moment, though. Massive moment in the end of this first session. Hayne and Rose have performed an excellent rebuilding job. We had a very fast first session in the morning. Warwickshire got off to a flyer, 50 for none after the first 10 overs. Jordan Clark and Sean Abbott then struck in quick succession, removing the Warwickshire openers in the space of 3 deliveries. Rhodes and Hayne rebuilt securely for Warwickshire, but that wicket of Hayne, the last delivery of the session, will really hurt Warwickshire, who enter the lunch break on 88 for 3. A quick look around the grounds. At the lunch break, Hampshire are 85 for 1, having opted to bat first at home against Durham. Worcestershire are 93 for 1 at Canterbury. Lancashire 83 for 1 against Notts at Trent Bridge and in Division 2. Sussex are going well at Cardiff, they're 93 for 2, and Gloucestershire are also going well, 80 for 1. I'm going to hand over to Phil Walker and Scott Oliver. Scott, the recent recipient of the Wisden Book of the Year award for his book Sticky Dogs and Stardust, When the Legends Played in the Leagues. Over to you, Phil and Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Yas. What a finish to that session as well. Sam Hayne, I don't think his lunch is going to taste too tasty after that particular decision, but the scoreboard tells us that Surrey in the ascendancy, 88 for 3. Compelling stuff as ever. Real buzz out there as well as I was walking around the ground just now. There's a real sense of occasion here. It's a beautiful setting, of course, and as ever the turnout is excellent here at the Kia Oval. And talking of which, we have the esteemed Scott Oliver with us now. Scott Oliver is a friend of mine from a number of years now. He's been working for the various magazines and publications that I'm involved with, and he's put together something really quite special. We're going to come to this and discuss the genesis of this book, Sticky Dogs and Stardust, When the Legends Played in the Leagues, in just a moment. But Scott, who's seated here, he's one of a kind, really. He's a writer of great skill and heart with a dash of gonzo spirit, I think it's fair to say. Would you go with that?
I would do, yeah.
And he churns out words, trust me, he churns out words like no one else I know in this industry. He's like a words machine. He's a factory of words, and they keep on coming year after year after year. He's the author, of course, of the iconic Twitter thread, Footy Managers on the Sesh, which was later made into a book, I believe.
It was.
Yeah.
It was a limited print run.
Yeah, but still, a stunning cultish piece of work. But this is the family show, folks, so I'm just going to leave that there. And of course, the only man that I'm aware of to date to commit 11,000 words on Marxist symbolism embedded in football shirts and get it published. It was my career highlight to sub-edit that one. Again, we move on swiftly. But I first came across Scott's writing many years ago when he sent me something. Well, in fact, a friend of mine sent me something excavated from the depths of the internet. The piece was a wildly funny 1,000-word treatise on the hidden cricket messages in The Big Lebowski, the Coen brothers' Big Lebowski, one of the great films, of course, of 20-odd years back. And Scott had decided that, in fact, it's really a story about cricket. It was sent to me by a friend. I read it, I published it, I loved it, and it spawned a series of bonkers articles ecstatically written by Scott for the magazine that I was working on at the time. And he later, of course, became the curator of Wisden Cricket Monthly's Club Cricket Hall of Fame, and that's still running now. We've now done 80-odd,
83.
83. Sometimes he doubles up, you see. 83 club cricket legends, and you're talking about these monuments of the Shires, players who have done extraordinary things for their clubs over the years, but who aren't necessarily household names. And he really teases out the stories that are so rich in colour and valour as well, out there in the wrecks and the village greens and so on of club cricket life. And it's from there, I guess, where we ended up coming up with the germ of the idea that eventually resulted in this book, because through your conversations with these monoliths of club cricket, of course, a lot of them will tell you, well, of course, I hooked Imran off my nose for 6, or I bowled Viv through the gate, or whatever it may have been, because one of the unique elements of club cricket is that every now and then you get these giants of the game, giants of the world game, suddenly rocking up round the corner from where you live and opening the batting with a solicitor or a blacksmith or whatever it may be. And of course, English cricket in particular has a rich strain of this, of course, going back to the days of Leary Constantine in the Lancashire leagues, and through Sir Garfield and Viv and Imran, and even up to recent times, A.B. de Villiers and Imran Tahir, who we'll come to in a moment because you played with him yourself.
I did.
And so this book is beautifully told and exhaustively told as well. And it's fair to say multi-award winning, Scott. Is that a fair, an accurate description now?
I would think so, and quite unlucky not to win a couple more, I would say as well.
Never satisfied. You never get enough, do you, on a Saturday afternoon?
Let's hope Book 2 can go beyond.
So yeah, Book 2, we'll come to that in a moment, but Sticky Dogs and Stardust won the Wisden Almanac Book of the Year. Highly commended as well, the MCC Cricket Society Book of the Year as well. It won a couple of other awards, the Wombwell
Cricket Lovers Society.
There you go.
Yep.
So it's a beautiful piece of work, and full disclosure, I was involved a little bit in proofing it and subbing it, but trust me, it's a stunning piece of work. And I want to ask you, really, first up, why? What motivated you to write this thing in the first place?
Well, I mean, they were individual chapters that coalesced into a book. Why? Fundamentally, as you said in your preamble, I just think there are hundreds and hundreds of great stories in club cricket, and by that I mean the hard-bitten competitive league cricket that I know, not so much the vicar on the village green, half a cider, isn't it? You know, that kind of quaint, dare I say it, twee slightly. I think there's a lot been written about that, almost caricature of cricket, and I think there's this level of the game where you do get the overseas superstars, you get these brilliant characters that do feature in the Club Cricket Hall of Fame, and they go toe to toe with the pros, and they do get the better of them sometimes, and these are great memories for their life, really. So yeah, I was looking for a vehicle that would allow me to tell as many of those stories. It's a bit chicken and egg actually on the Hall of Fame thing. I do remember how that started though, and I accidentally came across a chap called Brian Knowles, who will feature in the second book, who 3 or 4 months after Michael Holding's very famous over where he roasted a 40-year-old boycott in Barbados, and I mean roasted, like the crowd absolutely delirious. 3 months later, he's bowling at Brian Knowles in Lancashire, and Brian Knowles spends his Saturday mornings going to Ormskirk Market to sell household textiles, right? And then in the afternoon, he made 70 out of 115 all out, and then 2 weeks later, because the fixture lists are all a bit weird up there, he made 96 and popped Michael Holding back over his head for a 1-bounce 4. Now, I don't have the stats on this, but I would say that puts him in a pretty small club in world history of cricket. So there we go. There's people like, multiply that by a couple of hundred, maybe 1,000, and you've got all these characters somewhere in England with all these stories to tell. So yeah, trying to get some of that out, which is like just the magic of this type of story, which was compelling to me because I had some experience of it. And yeah, doing the Club Cricket Hall of Fame, I'd say some of the bigger characters are right at the start, often Lancashire, because they get the most opportunities to go up against the big names. But I was thinking back to the first few in the Hall of Fame, and there's a chap called Keith Roscoe who plays against Viv. So it's 1987. He would have been fairly young then, in his early 30s.
And this is in the Lancashire Leagues. This is for Rishton that Viv played for, right?
Viv played for Rishton, and Keith played initially for Bacup and then for Rottenstall. You have to say everything with a roar. Like
sure.
That.
Sure.
So Keith broke the all-time Lancashire League record for wickets in 2022 as a 62-year-old.
Wow.
But when I was looking for people to chat to about Viv, I thought, right, who's got Viv out cheaply? Who got him out twice? And there were 3 people who'd got him out twice. Keith was one. And he said to me, actually, I got him out 3 times in 2 games because he was caught and stumped off the same ball. So Keith, like these days he's the bassist in a punk band called Riflemen of War. Steve Waugh played in the league that year, another story from the book, and like a classic head-to-head, 2 legends, and if you were in either team that day, that's a pretty good watch. Keith impressed Steve Waugh and got a trial at Somerset on the back of it. Bowled really well. It was either Gloucestershire or Somerset, but Waugh fixed him up. His figures, I don't know, something like 2 for 65 or 40 overs. Good quality left arm spinner. And they offered him a deal, but he was running the family racing pigeon accessory firm.
There you go.
And he'd booked a 2-week holiday in a static caravan in Poulton Le Fylde and didn't want to forego all that. So that's Keith Roscoe, but did nick off the great Viv Richards. Got him out twice, so yeah.
I'm just going to run through some of the people that you've featured here, and it's worth pointing out you haven't spoken to the legends themselves. You've spoken to the people around these clubs when they were there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have kicks off with Adam Gilchrist at Richmond, which is north of the river, but Londonish, I suppose.
South of the river, actually.
Actually, no, technically, of course, yeah, technically, but I always associate it with Middlesex. But anyway. Greenwich and Marshall at Leyland CC, Viv at Rishton, as we said. Jacques Callis at Old Edwardian CC. Mohammed Azharuddin also at Rishton. They must have had a few pennies.
Yeah.
Gary Sobers, of course, at Norton CC in the early 60s, I believe. Early 60s, yeah. Before, of course, players were playing in county cricket as overseas players. Sobers would have been the first in 68.
Yeah.
And then more contemporary names. Andre Russell at Barnard's Green. I imagine he enjoyed the track there. Shane Warne at Nelson CC. Now Accrington rather, sorry. Yeah. Shane Warne at Accrington CC. David Lloyd, Bumble's club. And he would have been a young kid, enjoying himself, enjoying the trappings of English life as well, I think. And what was it like to get really into the weeds of these kinds of stories? And did you feel like, if you like, any stories remained untold because they were almost too cheeky, too scurrilous, or did you find that the people who were associated with these people were all too ready to go?
With Shane Warne,
with Shane in particular,
there were definitely some stories withheld. Comrades who still, when Shane came to England, he would meet up with them, with his old teammates, 3 or 4 of them. Actually, one of them's Keith Barker's uncle, the swing bowler. So Andy Barker was his captain, and I mean, how risque can we be here? I think potentially Shane Warne may have sired the odd child.
Careful.
in Lancashire.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. He certainly
had enjoyed himself.
He certainly explored the nightlife of Accrington and the surrounding towns. With a sort of coterie of Aussie pros that were up there at the time. He drove down to Bristol to get on the lash with his old mates from Imperial, where he'd been in 1989 as well. Enjoyed himself, put on quite a lot of timber, had to deal with some catcalls from the Accrington hardcore, who'd made up their mind, I think, 2 weeks into the season that he was not particularly good. I think he got a couple of twofers, ran himself out in the first game and got a golden duck in the second, and by that stage they were like foghorn in, go home, pro.
Another presence in the Lancashire Leagues as well, another Australian legend, was Matthew Hayden, who played alongside Gary Neville, of course, famously played alongside Gary Neville. And one of the beauties of this book is that you've managed to find photos from the era. And so you mentioned Warney having clearly enjoyed himself that summer, but there's the famous photo of Hayden and Gary Neville together, having both made hundreds for Greenmount in the Lancashire Leagues. And if we can just show you here, there's the photo of Gary Neville and Matthew Hayden, and again it's this exquisite sort of dichotomy of different worlds colliding, isn't it?
So there's one thing I found out about that actually, and that is that somebody very well known bowled half the overs in that game at Gary Neville. So if you were wondering like how good the standard was, Ian Harvey of Gloucestershire, legendary slow ball man, bowled half the overs, 70 odd caps for Australia. So Gary Neville, could play the game.
And of course his brother Phil was considered to be the best player in the country as a teenager.
And he was 15 and had 3 or 4 games opening the batting with Haydos that season. Yeah, and the dad Neville, of course, legendary big hitter of the leagues up there. Yeah. So
the people that we've mentioned so far have tended to gravitate to the north, with the exception of 1 or 2, of course, Richmond and so on, where Gilchrist played. But there aren't too many names who have played in the Surrey League. So explain to me why. This is not northern bias, dare I ask, Scott, is it?
No, because league cricket came pretty late to the south. Surrey was the first league in 1968.
Yeah, so explain that then. Explain the cultural differences between, if you like, as you would say, hard-bitten professional and semi-professional cricket in the north, in the Lancashire Leagues, and the more amateur ethos in the south.
Pushing me onto sociological terrain that I'm not prepared for.
You're always prepared for that, Scott.
Yeah, no, I mean, basically is amateur cricket in the south with extensive fixture lists, timed matches and so on. And in the late 60s, early 70s, as the leagues formed down here, there was quite a lot of resistance to it. People, for instance, you mentioned Richmond, they could have hopped just over the river and played, or let's say Teddington just over the river would play East Molesey, 2 of the best clubs in their respective counties, not too far apart. And suddenly they wanted that the league structure would split all that up, and the guys who that's what they knew didn't want it, but players in the south who had experience from the north kind of pushed for competitive cricket. And I think that's how it started. Then once the dominoes started to fall, they fell quickly. So probably between 68 and 73, pretty much everywhere had a league. In the north, it was always like that because it was a way to channel that old Victorian ethos, channel the energies of your local population, but also an entertainment vehicle. They were getting, in the 20s, 30s, you're getting 10,000 people watching these matches. And there's a lot of parochial passion and pride, results being whitewashed on walls on the border between Accrington and Church, brass bands greeting winning teams back into the town, proper, open top horse and cart parades and stuff like that. So yeah, it was ultra competitive up there. Down south, not so much, but they will blanch if you call them friendlies, So yeah, the need for a professional was never there.
Now, of course, it's a different landscape, and there are some powerhouses down in the south. Have you scavenged around for any stories for book 2?
I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of the Richie Richardson story.
Where did he play?
Thames Ditton.
Oh,
CC.
right. Yeah.
Surrey Championship, Division 5, and
he was playing in Division 5.
Yeah. So. I don't know a lot about the Surrey Championship lower echelons, but I believe Thames Ditton's ground is surrounded by a road, and the pavilion's on the other side of the road. And he did get a golden duck in one of the games, LBW. So just imagining how I would feel having got a golden duck, LBW, and having to wait for traffic before I could go to the dressing room and throw my kit everywhere. So yeah,
magnificent.
Yeah.
someone that you played with, so Scott, he's too modest to say, but he's a very fine club cricketer. You don't play so much anymore.
Not at all.
Not at all anymore. But was a first team skipper, and you skippered for a number of years, or Imran Tahir, who of course played here in 2019, part of Surrey's T20 squad back then, and was a well-travelled itinerant cricketer. Really played for a number of different counties, of course, as well as all around the world. And you captained him for which club?
Modishall. Now these days, Modishall and Alton.
Okay, yet another merger, of course, such is the nature of club cricket. The chapter on Imran Tahir, written almost first-person style by Scott,
They told me to put this here, by the way.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. There you go. Right there.
That's the book there.
It's a beautiful chapter, the Imran Tahir story, from some of the reasons why we've outlined, but because primarily his warmth and generosity of spirit really comes through. And just tell me what it was like to manage somebody who by that point was an international cricketer and was earning good money around the world. Certainly was making his way towards that.
Yeah.
And yet gave his all for Modishall.
Yeah, he'd played for Pakistan A.
Right.
And whilst he was with us, he made the decision to take the South African route. He played for another club in our division for 2 years before we signed him, and we won all 4 of those games, and he took 7 wickets. I had no clue how to play his googly because I kicked 2 on the trot, 2 balls on the trot, both googlies. Massive LBW appeal, not out, and then next over I've done the same thing, and it's cleared off stump by like that much. I turned around to the keeper and said, see, the umpire knows exactly what
I guess you touched on something though, the value for a young player, not that you were Scott at that time, but the value of a young player coming through and seeing Imran Tahir in the nets on a Thursday night.
Yeah, absolutely.
And how do you bowl a Google? Well, you ask one of the best cricketers in the world to show you.
Yeah, and sometimes they bring a lot of their mates along as well. There were times when we'd have 5-6 quality Pakistani pros from around the area. The tough net, you'd come out of it feeling in fairly poor form by at the end of it. So yeah.
So there was an entourage. There was a Tahir entourage. Was it?
I'm just going to go in the middle net tonight, lads.
Yes.
Okay. Don't fancy looking like a total duffer.
But from a captain's point of view, how did you find managing a burgeoning superstar with a couple of lads who worked down the local chippy?
I mean, he was easy. There was only one moment we had a bit of a contretemps. Which was I asked him to bowl into a howling gale the day we played Tino Best, and they smashed us from ball 1. We didn't have a great bowling attack the third year, although we did quite well without spoiling the ending. So he bowled a couple of shin-high full tosses at their number 3, who was a county cricketer, and he snatched his jumper off. The umpire said, "I'm not a bleep league bowler, Scott." So I blanked him for the next half an hour. I came on to bowl, and I'm absolutely terrible. And I got the guy out, by the way, caught and bowled. So
Nicely done.
But
deceptively slow, right? Came out of the hand just a little bit slower than he thought.
I had like attitude, but no pace or quality. So I said to Imi eventually, whilst you're with us, mate, you are a league bowler, so I need you to be a leader. And honestly, he was a diamond, and he got signed by Hampshire. The thing was, the beauty of that story, which I think is the best one in the book, and that's because the underlying narrative is a good one, and I'm potentially the hero of that story as well.
There you go.
Let's ask Mike Brearley about that one.
Yeah.
So he gets signed by Hampshire, and he, instead of waving goodbye, he gets the fixture list out and says, look, I can play at least half the games, and then starts coming up to Stoke-on-Trent from Southampton. Even when there's a game finishing on a 4-day game finishing on a Saturday, at lunch on Thursday, if it looks like it's not going to go to the 4th day, he's on the phone to us saying, I can make it back. So that's why that story is special to me. Yeah, he didn't leave us behind on the battlefield. He, saw the job through. Yeah.
What's it like now? If you were to scout around the leagues, do you have a sense of the presence of overseas players now? Obviously not to the calibre of the book itself, when the captain of the West Indies is rocking up in the Lancashire leagues, but nonetheless, is there still that connection, do you think, or is that slowly separating now, do you think?
It's slowly separating. Any player of any top level player, if they do have that experience now, it will be at the start of their career, or they will be non-T20 specialists, because you just wouldn't get them now. You wouldn't try to sign them. Although Jermaine Blackwood is playing somewhere this year, I can't remember where. Carlos Brathwaite. But I've been sort of looking at the stories for the second and third book, and the Kiwi first choice Kiwi team from the World Cup just gone, about 6 or 7 of them have substantial league cricket performances. So Daryl Mitchell, Devon Conway, Matt Henry and so forth. Those are good players. Keshav Maharaj played in the Lancashire League. So there are a few around, but they're young when they do it.
You mentioned Tino Best, which I'd forgotten that he features in the story, and I almost faced Tino Best once and dodged that particular bullet, and I had a sleepless night. And this is a theme as well, of course, right? That fear and intimidation lurks in a lot of these stories. If you have Imran Khan running up at you, it doesn't matter how good a player you are, in the pre-helmet days, you've got to be on your mettle. Tino Best was due to open the bowling against the team that I was playing for, and I was due to open the batting. And he was called up to play for Lashings on the morning of the game for significant money. And so he chose to play over there instead of this league game. And I remember having had a restless night, being pretty relieved when I turned up at the game and he wasn't there. That is part of the psychology of this, right, for clubbies in particular. And did you get a sense that there were elements to the stories as well along those lines, or in fact was it even the opposite, that if you've got a bit of metal about you, then you want to face these quicks, you want to say, I stuck Curtly Ambrose over extra cover, as you say. Brian Knowles punches Mikey Holding for 1 bounce forward down the ground. What was the feeling on those lines through your interviews?
I mean, everybody who played in the pre-helmet era will let you know that it was a different game, and absolutely massive respect to those guys. Club wickets are slow generally, but there's this code of ethics with quick bowlers. Some of them did pitch it up. Wes Hall famously, Michael Holding largely, but there's guys like Sylvester Clarke, Surrey legend, before he came here and terrorised professional batsmen for 10 years. He did it for fun with Social Circle in the Bolton League.
And that's in the book?
Second book. Yeah, so, I mean, my favourite stories in the book really are those. You've got Curtly Ambrose, Wasim Akram, Alan Donald. That's a World 11 bowling attack of the last 40 years, right? So Ambrose, there's the one guy who gets 100, a chap called John Davis for Ormskirk, comes in, and there's an ambulance on the outfield carrying off the previous batsman, who has made the mistake of whispering to the Chester captain, "Oh, he's not so quick, mate." And Ambrose hears it, bounces him, puts him in hospital. I think the phrase they used was his head burst like an orange. But he didn't bowl any bouncers for the rest of the game until one of the Ormskirk players returned from a sports shop with 2 helmets. And he puts one on. And then in the return game, he'd remembered this, and Ambrose, I think he took 7 or 8. John Davis was out for 1, but managed to break his finger in that 1. And the number 11 flatly refused to bat, so they had to declare at 72 for 9.
Have you heard of a bowler called John the Dentist Maynard?
Yes, he's in a couple, yeah.
Right, yeah. So he played in the Essex Leagues where I grew up, and he was a mythic figure. And it was before my time, so it didn't really cross over to my time. But these players, these names, they ring out, don't they, across the whole of the county wherever they're playing, and you circle or perhaps put a big black line through that particular fixture when you know that they're coming round the corner.
I think John the Dentist Maynard is a self-designation of a name.
Yeah.
He plays against VVS Laxman, who took great pleasure in spanking him all around the ground, apparently. Yeah.
VVS is another one in the chapter in the book as well, of course. KP, Kevin Peterson, once of course of this parish, had an up and down, an ambivalent time of it at Cannock CC in Ireland.
In Staffordshire.
In Staffordshire?
Yeah, A.B. de Villiers is Ireland. Yeah.
Sorry, A.B. de Villiers is Ireland, yeah. So in Staffordshire, right. So this is your neck of the woods, by the way. So this is...
Yeah, but a different league. That was Birmingham League, which was a really strong league. Probably the strongest in the country at the time. Yeah.
So, before you go on, the book is generally... it's a feel-good book.
Yeah.
But not all the stories are stories of great daring do and success and these cricketers embedding themselves gloriously in the culture. Not all of them are like that, and perhaps Peterson's is one such example.
Yeah, I mean, some people might say there's no smoke without fire, and certain patterns of behaviour were there. Look, he was hard work for the captain to manage, and the captain had played 13 seasons of first-class cricket. Laurie Potter, he knew what he was doing, and they had Potter and a Staffordshire's first-choice spinner. So Kev thought he was an off-spinner.
And came as an off-spinner, right?
Yeah, so he came as an off-spinner, and he was the third-choice bowler for his club. So it wasn't a great signing on that score, and you can imagine that KP wasn't particularly magnanimous about things and he wasn't getting many overs to start with, and then Potter stopped bowling himself to give KP some overs, and KP didn't do a great job with the ball. So there was a game, a chap called David Pipe played a bit for Worcestershire, got 140, and Peterson's bowling to a 2-7 offside field and kept getting whacked off the back foot through cover, and Potter's like, how do you think it's going, Kev? And he said, well, I think I need another man over. And he meant from the offside to the leg side. He said, I'm going to bowl even more at the leg stump. I said, well, I think you better come off then. So, yeah.
Did he get any runs?
He did. He got a rage 100 against Harborne when he was angry about his bowling situation. And he used to socialise with Harborne as well. His pal from Natal, Wade Wingfield, played there. So... yeah, lots of precursors of things that happened, spooky precursors actually, fraternising with a friendly opponent whilst he was feeling alienated from his own dressing room, Headingley 2012, and so forth. And, you know, they didn't hate him, but they just found him hard work and high maintenance and full of himself and not very tactful and so on and so forth. Yeah, but, I mean...
Tell me about the writing process. So how did you go about this?
I mean, you have to find the stories. You have to find the bare bones, a list, right? Where are the stories? So certain ways you can are like one-stop shop, and you can find them. Others you just come across. Some of them I went through, you know. But I'm kind of unweaving the rainbow here, Phil. But go to Wikipedia.
It's all glamour.
Go to Wikipedia, the most capped players each country.
Yeah.
And then search them one by one on Cricket Archive, which isn't a foolproof method, by the way, because obviously certain leagues aren't covered. Yeah, I think fundamentally there's 3 stages to the story. There's information gathering. Some of the leagues, it's all there for you online. Some of the newspaper sources are all there online. Others, you're phoning regional libraries asking overworked staff to, can you just check if there's any cricket coverage in this league for this year, and so on. So information gathering, and that's what tells you what type of story there is, whether there's an inherently dramatic narrative arc there.
So you have to be quite dogged then.
Absolutely, yeah.
But this suits you, of course. As I say, 11,000 words on Marxism and football shirts. This kind of gig suits you down to the ground, Scott.
I don't know. I think it's neurodiversity, possibly. But once you get into something, it's kind of, you just kind of keep scratching away. Yeah.
So, could I ask you as well about your personal relationship with the game? Because you write about the professional game, and as I say, you've been writing brilliantly for a number of years for various different publications out there, but I don't think I've known anybody in this industry with quite as keen an eye for the recreational game. And I guess my question is, do you feel like it's a benefit when you are writing about the professional game to have played it to a good standard, or do you think it's nothing more than a coincidence?
A non-professional cricketer writing about professional cricket?
Yeah, but having played it to a good standard and been immersed in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it. Yes, I think you need to understand. I don't think you need to have directly experienced it, but you definitely need to understand what's at stake in the process of playing, physically, psychologically. I think for me, the people who speak the best about cricket are those that tap into to those challenges. I couldn't really tell you about bowling, to be honest, so I steer clear of that. But yeah, I mean, I think if you face Tino Best, you get an idea of fear, and you know, if you face Imran and quality spinners, but I don't think it's essential. I mean, yeah, to go back to the question about the writing process, but I think I'm a better writer than I'm a cricketer, you know what I mean? And that's where the stories, you know, you're basically trying to make the stories different rather than just famous player playing in this club. So, and what really brings it to life are the interviewees. If you get somebody with a colourful turn of phrase and a good memory, a Keith Roscoe or so forth, and you just let them go. The guy in the Courtney Walsh chapter was brilliant, Gary Cant.
So where did Courtney play?
He played at Tynedale with Ian Bishop. He played same club as Ian Bishop played a few years later. Bishop didn't do that well. Walsh just blew everyone away. They won almost everything they entered. That's Hexham. Tynedale is just west of Newcastle.
Yep.
And they're now in the North East Premier League, I believe. So yeah, decent standard of cricket. It's quite random how he ended up there, and it's not that Northumberland, not a hotbed. Durham is a hotbed. Yeah, so it's, you know, information, interviews, and then writing, and then that's the slow part. So I mean, you're saying in your intro that I was prolific and all this. I'm a guy who took 10 years to do a PhD, right?
I bet it was long though.
It was long, yeah.
Okay, look, we could talk all afternoon. Scott Oliver, thanks ever so much for joining us. It really is one of your own, is Scott. And just one last time, Sticky Dogs and Stardust, when the legends played in the leagues,
and
Volume 1.
And yeah, I think you can get it from the Night Watchman website.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think there's a discount as well, Sticky 10, if you go there too.
That's it. So nightwatchman.net, and the code, as Scott says, is Sticky 10. You can go via the wisden.com website as well. It's available. If you just type in, it's obviously available elsewhere as well. Multi-award winning, and the first of many. As we're here, and the players are just wandering out now, the umpires are pretty much out in the middle, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. So do drop us a line with any of your own stories, your war stories, if you like, when you've come up against some legends or seen some legends play down at your local club. The more of that, the better, please, folks. Do join in and tell us these tales of daring do from the past. Scott Oliver, what a start. Thank you ever so much. The players are almost back out. The game is beautifully poised. Surrey will be feeling pretty chipper about life after that decision, that adjudication on the final delivery of the morning session. And ever sprightly Daniel Norcross is ready to get going. Katya Witney is going to be in the seat alongside him. Over to you, Daniel.
Oh, thank you for all the power. You get back to your work. I know it's hush-hush. You go and do what you got to do. It's God's work, we know. Hopefully we'll have him back for, I don't know, maybe next week. Back next week? We don't know. Possibly June probably. And obviously the T20s. He's the face and the voice of Surrey live stream T20s. But the voice of Surrey live stream and the face of Surrey live stream for this session, or at least first half hour of it, it's going to be me, Daniel Norcross, and Katya Witney, with Surrey pleased, I would say, with that wicket off the last ball before lunch, but frustrated in a way. In that first half an hour, they beat the bat so many times. They had a couple of extremely good caught behind appeals, a very good LBW appeal, all turned down. It's going to be Sean Abbott who's going to start up first over after lunch, and the new batter Dan Mousley is at non-striker's end because the wicket fell off literally the last ball before lunch. They didn't have to go in for lunch because a wicket fell in the over. I like it. It's kind of neat for me, Katya. I don't like hanging balls.
Loose ends.
That's it, loose ends. That's what I meant. Yes, you're right. Loose ends. No one likes a loose end. Let us know what you don't like on surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and as long as it's complimentary to us, we'll read it out. 3 slips in place, a bit wayward. Oh, and a wide. Rare, lesser spotted wide. So, Katya, what did you make of that first session?
Well, it started off obviously with that opening partnership that looked so solid. And it's been a theme of Surrey putting opposition into bat, going slightly well and then collapsing. And I was hoping that Warwickshire were going to be the ones to break the mould, having scored so many runs already this season. But that capitulation, those 2 wickets in space, not very long space of time, kind of doused any hopes of that. Warwickshire do have a really strong middle order though.
Yeah, they bat frighteningly deep. Now, I need to tell you about something that we will hopefully get cleared up shortly. The scoreboards at the ground here at Kia Oval are suggesting that Dan Mousley is about to be on strike. Your screen is suggesting it's Ed Barnard, but we'll get confirmation either way in good enough time. The left-handed nature of the batter might be a key clue as to who it may be. We've got the 3 slips in place. There's a deep backward point. It's a small boundary down towards the groundsman's hut. Today, as we've moved the pitches, we're playing on the pitches that are further over to the Archbishop Tennyson School side. Nice carry for Abbott through to the keeper. Yeah,
that is Mosley down there.
That is Mosley.
Yeah.
And it's Mosley. Mosley, as in Oswald, I suppose, but, or East. No,
Max.
That's Molesey. Or Max. That's a much better example.
Is it?
I think it's better than Oswald. But of course it's spelt differently. It's spelt Mousley, but it's pronounced Mosley.
He's a good young player, Dan Mosley.
He's a very good young player, isn't he?
Very good.
I had the great pleasure of commentating on a virtual Dan Mosley. And along with Dan Douthwaite of Glamorgan, they were both stars of what was called the Coronavirus Cup, which was a series. It's a video game, cricket video game that was played by some county cricketers that we got in. And then they sent us the footage, and Colo and I and Ali Mitchell voiced commentaries. These are the things that we did during COVID.
Dark days.
Anything for 50 quid.
So were you controlling a virtual Dan Mosley?
No, that's the thing. I can't remember if this is right, because I think Tim Mills may have played. So we were. What effectively happened is that real people, let's say for example Tim Mills, were playing a video game, and then the footage of the video game got sent to us in a giant file. And then we would add commentary for it, and Mosley and Douthwaite scored heavily and took wickets, incidentally. I don't think it actually goes on their official figures though, which will be a disappointment for them.
Kind of like souped up stick cricket. Have you ever played stick cricket?
I have, yeah, very much like that. End of the first over after lunch, 90 for 3. So then Sam Hain came in and looked in pretty good working order for his first class game of the summer, and then was given out off the last ball before lunch, and it was a controversial decision. Surrey were absolutely convinced they got their man. Sam Hain looked a little disappointed, and it might be this we're going to see here right now. So it seemed from that angle that it didn't quite get the bat, but Surrey were absolutely convinced, and the umpire put his finger up. And it was, I suppose, it maybe been a little bit of luck for Surrey, but they were fairly luckless in other parts of the day when they had some good LBW shouts.
It's a very tight one early on.
Yeah, wasn't there? Very tight. This is that wicket again from front on, and I suppose the noise could have been a little brush of bottom of the bat on the shin there.
There looked a little bit of daylight between ball and bat, sorry.
They did, but we must also be mindful that it could be in the gap between the frames where it touches the bat. Oh my word, so close to dragging on Mosley, but he's off the mark with a streaky boundary. A loose shot slightly away from his body, and that will not have missed the stumps by far. There's a key passage of play here. This next half an hour to an hour. We see that again, so close to dragging it back onto his stumps. Key passage because, in effect, you've got two batters at the crease who are starting their innings again. Some refreshed Surrey bowlers and a couple of early wickets in this session would put the champions well on top. Similarly, though, it hasn't been, has it? Would you say, Katya, it hasn't been a particularly lively wicket? It's also, but it's had something in it.
No, there's just enough spice in it for the bowlers to keep interested. And it's not. You look out today and it's so sunny. It's a beautiful day, and you'd expect it to be a batting paradise. I came in this morning and was wondering who won the toss when Warwickshire were batting.
You should know by now, though.
Yeah. But you look at the wicket and there is enough green on it.
Yep, enough grass been left there to make a good contest between bat and ball. But, you know, you bat well, you'll score runs.
Yeah, and you look at the Warwickshire middle order we were talking about in their last game against Notts. They were 3 wickets down inside the first 10 overs of their innings and still ended up posting well over 300. So, like you were saying, this does feel like a very key passage of play, and if Surrey can break that back of the middle order, then they'll be well on their way. But Warwickshire are by no means out of a big score at the minute.
Yeah, they're the sort of side that you just have to keep on plugging away, a little bit like Surrey. Both sides bat very deep. But it is a gorgeous day. This is sort of the kind of perfect day. I don't know if you could probably see there the flags above the pavilion. They're just flapping slightly, so there's enough of a cooling breeze, but not enough for it to be that irksome wind that we've had to endure for much of this ersatz summer. And now it's about as perfect as it can get. Warm enough to warm the bones and recharge the batteries. Now this might make it all the way. No, that's a really great piece of committed fielding out there on the boundary by the Romanesque fast bowler Dan Worrell, who's had plenty of work to do already today.
I think they call that the Superman belly flop in training.
Is that what it is?
Yes, technical term for you.
Thank you. You'd wind yourself, wouldn't you? Well, I would. Because he saved a run there, 10 off the over. So a productive one. Albeit 4 of those runs were very streakily slashed past leg stump down to the fine leg boundary. But yes, it's a sort of day when you feel this is what being a member of a county cricket club is all about. You rock up around about 11:30, 11:45, take in the sunshine, go for a little meander on the outfield, munch away at your picnic.
I was listening to Yas earlier say the work from the Oval policy on Fridays. That sounds like a very, very good policy.
Work from the Oval policy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a very different sort of thing, isn't it? If your offices are at a cricket ground, it's basically sort of Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Those are the days you'd think of taking off.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you not find it difficult, though, in your office? You're sitting there trying to concentrate.
Well, given that we write about cricket and cricket's on outside the window, not particularly.
Oh, I see. So there's research.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, we are very privileged where our offices are, and we have such a great view and a balcony, and it's so lovely. So I would never, ever moan about having offices at the Oval.
Quite right. A feature of this Warwickshire side is they have plenty of left-handers, which can slightly discombobulate bowlers. Bowlers tend to prefer bowling to one hand or the other. And I'm intrigued that it's Abbott who started up after lunch. Wondered if they might try and squeeze another little spell out of Dan Worrell, but he's having a bit of a blow. A relatively rare bouncer today, which is very well evaded by Will Rhodes. Now, around the country today, you would have noticed, was it everybody apart from Glamorgan decided to bat? And Surrey, of course. So let me give you an update. I don't know if if we had a pre-lunch update. In Division 2, table-topping Sussex have just lost a third wicket. Tom Alsop the man to go, 96 for 3. Chadeshwar Pujara is still there. Nicely played, but hit straight to Rory Burns.
He has 2 more matches, doesn't he? This one, the next one, 2 more, 3 more?
Pujara?
Yeah,
is that right?
Sussex, I think, yeah.
Well, they want to make the most out of him. Staying in the second division, Northants, who've got the highest average of runs per lot of wicket so far this season. They're bowling at Gloucestershire at 87 for 2. These are the 2 second division matches. First division, Hampshire against Durham. Hampshire, of course, the last side to play Surrey. Defeated here by an innings. That shouldn't make it to the boundary. Burns in pursuit should keep them to 2. Hampshire are 96 for 1, and Ali Orr is still there, and we got to see a little bit of him last time. His innings cut short. The first innings by a frustratingly lax shot. She just clipped a short mid-wicket, didn't he? But he looked a very interesting player. He's got 59 not out. Nick Gubbins at the other end, 15 off 55. Worcestershire going well against Kent, who are buoyed by having come off a rare victory against Lancashire. That was at Old Trafford, wasn't it?
I think so, yes.
It's a place where it's very hard to come by results as a general rule.
But Lancashire have had a really difficult start to the season.
Haven't they?
Yeah.
Did you expect that?
No, not at all. They were my pick of the ones that could challenge, and I'm sure they were a lot of people's picks, the ones who could challenge Surrey for the title, but they've really, really struggled. Batting in particular has been a real issue.
Yeah, that has been the problem, isn't it?
Just looking at that Kent-Worcestershire scorecard, there's 10 no balls already.
Oh, that explains. 101 for 1 halfway through the 33rd over. Roderick and Kashif Ali are at the wicket, but Worcestershire are putting up a good show in the first division this year. End of the over, 103 for 3. Lancashire are having a bit of a better time with the bat today. 92 for 2. The men to go, Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon. George Balderson and Keaton Jennings are still there, 91 for 2 halfway through the 31st over.
Saqib Mahmood back in for Lancashire today after almost a year. It's very good to see.
That is great news, isn't it?
Very good.
Had problems with his back.
Yeah, he's not been able to get a consistent run out since really 2022. Played a few games last year before he was ruled out for the rest of the year. And it's almost exactly a year since the last championship game he played for them.
Oh my word. Have you noticed his strange facial resemblance to Stephen Finn?
Now you've pointed it out to me, yes.
Separated at birth, those two, I tell you. A very handy commentator. We've had him in the TMS box a few times.
Mahmood.
Yeah. Yeah, speaks very well on the game. I was lucky enough to be there when our producer Charlotte Swift, who's from Yorkshire, was very excited because Lancashire had lost the final of the T20 finals day. It's a long old day. Dear old Saqib was commentating with us that day. Oh, now then, he's got something on that. Roach loves it. Not out, says umpire O'Shaughnessy. I don't think the slips were quite as enthusiastic as Roach. It may have brushed a little bit of pad. It went a long way to Folkes' right. He took it comfortably. Nimble feet. The slip's not as excited, you'd have to say, as Roach or Folkes. So he survives, does Dan Mosley. Oh, thick edge, but there is cover for him down at deep backward point, so it'll just be the one. So yes, Lancashire were in the final. It was quite a controversial one, if you recall, because there was the no ball of the last ball.
Yes.
That was absolutely mayhemic.
Carnage.
And Charlotte is a very proud Yorkshire woman, and if Yorkshire can't win, which they couldn't because they weren't at finals day, the next thing that must happen in her mind is that Lancashire don't win. And she was bouncing up and down, going, yes, 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 yes. Outside the lift of the media centre. And generally gloating at Lancashire's disappointment as the lift opened and Saki walked out. Which was a great sight to behold. He took it in good spirits, did Saki.
Everyone's got a team who they have to hope they lose.
Yeah, Yorkshire for me.
Yorkshire for you.
Yeah, Surrey. I think Surrey fans, we set our sights on Yorkshire.
Mm.
That's nicely tucked away for another single. I think it's looking fairly good working order for Dan Mosley. End of the over, 106 for 3 off 33. It ought to be more difficult for me because my mother's from Yorkshire.
Oh dear.
Yes, half my family are from Yorkshire.
That's an awkward lunch.
I've nailed my colours to a mast and I stick to it. So, you know, that's how it is. I'm a self-hating half Yorkshireman. What about you? What's your team?
Well, I hope lose.
Yes.
It's Nottinghamshire, but I can't tell you why.
Nottinghamshire?
I have there's no reason why.
You're not from Leicester?
No, I'm from Hampshire, Surrey border.
Nottinghamshire?
Yeah, I cannot tell you why.
I wonder what that's all about. Now, I think I've just been said to know that Sam Hain was Kemar Roach's 400th first-class victim. Oh, sorry, Ben Folkes's. Ben Folkes is going to say. The Ben Folkes catch, which did for Sam Hain, was his 400th in first-class cricket. Got a way to go to catch up with Bob Taylor. I think that's over 1,600 dismissals. Another bouncer from Abbott. I've not seen too many bouncers today. It's not really a tactic that Surrey tend to employ much if Overton and Atkinson aren't playing, because all their bowlers tend to be sort of looking for swing and movement, tend to push it up a little bit further. Jordan Clark might unleash the occasional bouncer. But it's great to have Sean Abbott back in Surrey's side. Missed him for the first 4 games of the season. Things make it a little bit thorny around. I mean, I'm looking ahead now, quite a long way, but a rather significant clash is against Essex. That takes place here on the 30th of June. At which point I think Surrey will be shorn of Kemar Roach. Don't know if Sean Abbott's still around then. If Gus Aktinson is in England's test squad, I don't know whether he'd be available. Now one might say, what on earth are you doing looking forward to the 30th of June? It's only the 10th of May. But we do those things. The thick inside edge will squirt down to long leg where Kemar Roach is stationed.
Well, given Atkinson isn't in England's T20 World Cup squad, that might give Surrey a slight boost for having him available for longer potentially, but we don't know what the ECB's plans are for managing Atkinson and his workload going into potentially a heavy test summer.
Yes, I half thought he might play this game, miss the next, and then play the one after, because there's been a gap between games here, but I don't know whether England would be happy with him playing back-to-back county championship games. So it feels like there's a strong chance we might see him in an England test shirt. What do you think this summer?
Potentially. It depends on what they decide to go with, but you know, I think the interesting one will be what they do with Chris Wakes, because obviously he's not featured across the winter, and he made it pretty clear at the end of last summer that he didn't think he was going to feature across the winter. Given how good he was last summer, do they then bring him back despite not having featured across the winter? They possibly will. Will Jofra Archer be back? Oh no, they've said he's going to focus on white ball stuff this year and it'll be next summer, hopefully.
Mark Wood, unlikely to want him to play all 6. Oh, what a fantastic take. And, well, folks thought there was a bit of bat on that, but this time umpire Rob Bailey says no. So there have been a number of absolutely concerted appeals from Surrey, both in the morning session and a couple of times now this afternoon. And only once, really, they managed to get the benefit of the doubt. I think that's probably brushed a bit of thigh. It's a marvellous diving take. You don't often necessarily see folks having to dive because his footwork is so good, but on this occasion the deflection was so strong that he had to bring out the dive, and a rather disappointed, disgruntled Sean Abbott and Surrey once again turned down.
Sometimes the catch is so good it's almost a shame that it didn't get any better.
Yeah, well, you know, because if it gets given, it gets put out on Twitter.
Exactly.
Time and time again. Yeah, so I suppose what England are looking at will be Jimmy Anderson to play. I mean, obviously he's in their plans because he's not playing for Lancashire and he's having his workload managed. But you'd be surprised, wouldn't you, if he played all 6? Oh my word, that's a very airy fairy shot from Mosley, I should say, flashing in a wide one. But I suppose what you can do is, because there's a bit of a gap between the 2 series, your Premier bowlers, like say Anderson and Wood, you might think to play them first and third in each series. What do you think?
I think how England manage their team is going to be the most fascinating aspect of the Test summer. They've got real 2 ways they can go about it, and there's genuinely so many bowlers around the country that could be playing a Test match for England this summer. You think of Sam Cook at Essex, for example, if you're thinking Gus Aktinson.
That's a fine shot. It's a long old boundary out towards deep extra cover, and 2 fielders are converging. It's keeping them very interested, and they will get back for 3. As the skipper Rory Burns went all the way out to deep extra cover. It's a very long distance out there because the rope's not been brought in by a great deal, and the wicket is quite distinctly over towards one side here. Not massively over. As I said earlier, it's about 3 pitches or so in, I would say, from the Test pitch. Maybe 4. So you're looking at a kind of a stable, if you will. I don't know why we always think of them as horses. Of Anderson, Wood, Wokes. Are those your sort of Premier 3, with Stokes you're hoping can bowl so that you can pick a spinner? That way you can finally get that balance you want with Stokes as one of the seamers.
Yeah, you would think so, but then you've also got so many others that could rotate through or play a 4th seamer role if they decide to. We've seen Ben Stokes decide to go without the spinner in England before. I'm not sure he'll be doing that this summer, but we have seen him do that. And there's just such a kind of barracks, if we're not using stable, of fast bowlers that could rotate through that side. You've still got Josh Tongue, for example, around the scene. Matt Potts, Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson? What? Yes. How did I manage to forget Ollie Robinson?
Yeah. And then Sam Cook and Gus Aktinson as well. So there's so many that you feel could get their chance this summer. And it could be a real developmental summer for what England's pace attack will be moving forward without Stuart Broad and in a few years' time with, well, however long's time without James Anderson.
Oh my goodness me. Another play and a miss. There have been a number of those. Warwickshire have been very aggressive and intentful throughout this innings, but the result has been that they have ridden their luck somewhat. There's been quite a few off that sort of a length as well, and each time it's just missed the outside edge.
That's one of those ones you pray you don't feel a scratch when you're playing it.
Isn't it? But a pretty steady start on the whole for Warwickshire since lunch. 6 overs have ticked by. No wicket has yet to go down. So that half an hour we were talking about is nearly up. Rhodes and Mosley will be feeling that bit more comfortable. Sun on their back, ball getting a bit older. Because it ought to be a lovely day for batting, oughtn't it? Sort of the first time. Well, we had a day. Summer arrived for a day. Do you remember? It was a Saturday, and the second home game here, or the first? It might be the first home game.
I think it was the first home game
That's
here.
right. This was the second home game here. Was unremittingly freezing, wasn't it?
Yes. If you want some pessimism, it's going to rain next week.
Oh right. Marvellous.
Or was it a couple of weeks ago when it rained all of day 3, and then got on in the evening for an hour, a cursed hour.
Yes, that was a chilly old day. But we're lucky to get as much cricket as we do here at the Oval. Ground staff are excellent. I mean, they're excellent around the country, but some of the grounds don't drain as well. I mean, poor old Derbyshire. Have lost a number of days to rain this year, the whole of their first game, as did Durham.
New Road's been underwater this week, I believe.
Again. It's starting to become unsustainable, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I chatted to their head of sustainability about 12 months ago now, and he said that the flooding was such a challenge in putting in basic measures that he wanted to put in. And it basically rendered him powerless to do anything to improve the ground in a sustainability sense.
So what is it? Is it comes up from below, yes? It's not like from the river just flooding over the banks, is it?
I think it potentially is.
Right.
The river is so close to the ground there, and whenever I've been there, the water level is always pretty high. And it doesn't take much to kind of tip it over. But it's also kind of, I think, the ground, maybe there's an element of both, but I've seen images of like the Worcester High Street underwater and things like that.
It strikes me they might need different flood defences.
I'm sure they haven't thought of that.
just throwing it out there. That must be a worry. It's a beautiful ground. I mean, we certainly don't want to lose that ground to first-class cricket.
I was there for Charlotte Edwards Cup Finals Day last year, and it absolutely poured it down halfway through there, or a quarter of the way through the final, and immediately there were these great big puddles on the outground. Then we had to come back the next day to finish the game, but it was impressive just how quickly the ground became so saturated and water just formed on the top that just didn't shift.
It must have a very high water table, I suppose, below the surface.
God, that was a miserable day.
Well, speaking of women's cricket, end of the Oval, 112 for 3, 36 gone. South East Stars are doing pretty well. They had a really tight run chase that they didn't quite get over the line of their last game, but they looked in fairly good nick. I'm going to leave you to ruminate on that thought, because Yas Rana is going to come in. It's the first time today. Third? Oh, were you on the? Oh yes, you were. Yeah, you were on the first half as well. First session. Where was I? Oh yes. Good grief! I'm having a senior moment, Katya. I better get out of here.
It's been slow and steady progress for Will Rhodes. 67 deliveries at the crease now for 17 runs. Done his best to blunt the Surrey attack. Really healthy crowd in for 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. A lot of people enjoying the sun. Rhodes picks up another single and moves on to 18. I've always been a big fan of Dan Mosley. He was in the England under-19 squad a couple of years ago, well 4 years ago now, back in 2020. And what was noticeable that tournament, there were a lot of spinners who did really well, and a lot of young batters really struggled against the higher quality spin. And he was one of the better players of spin, and comfortably England's best player of spin in that tournament. Been around now for a few years, yet to get first class 100. Driven nicely into the offside, really leant on it well, and the man at deep point won't get round to cover it off. He picks up 4, moves on the 21, moving swiftly. Just 27 deliveries at the crease so far.
Was that the under-19 World Cup you went out to?
Yeah, 2020 in South Africa. Amazing final actually. Bangladesh beat India in Potchefstroom, which is about an hour and a half southwest of Joburg, and it was a full house full of Bangladesh fans. Cut away into the offside, but the man at deep point will cover that up, because that was Bangladesh's first ever global victory of any sort of World Cup, men's, women's, junior.
Wow.
And in a final against an India side that was stacked, they had Yashasvi Jaiswal, Ravi Bishnoi, Dhruv Jurel. So already 4 years on, 3 of those guys have maybe not all become India regulars, but have all played for India. Oh, Roach beats Rose on this occasion.
Wherever they are in the world, Bangladesh games are so well attended. I remember the T20s against Ireland at Chelmsford last year, and there were so many Bangladesh fans.
It's a real shame that Bangladesh haven't toured England to play England in a bilateral series for so long, given the diaspora in London in particular.
Yeah, and the atmosphere looked great, even in the rain delays kind of thing.
Tucked away into the leg side by Rhodes. He picks up 4 more. Productive over for Warwickshire. 10 runs off it. They move to 122 for 3. That was Will Rhodes' first boundary at the crease. Took 70 deliveries to get there.
Yeah, they're just playing different roles at the minute. You can see Moseley quite eager to get a bat on ball and to push the score rate on, whereas Rose at the other end is making sure he stays there. You mentioned Moseley has yet to get a first class 100. He opened the season with back-to-back half centuries against Worcester and then against Durham. The one against Durham in particular was quick, and was after that massive 1, 2, 3 centuries stands, and he just got them up past kind of towards 700. I was saying this Warwickshire middle order is really, really strong. So despite the kind of quick wickets from Surrey early on in the day, you don't feel like Warwickshire necessarily out of reach of posting a big score here.
Field change. Man has moved into a catching short mid wicket. Ooh. Gets something on it, and that will race away to the boundary for 4. Umpire signals leg bys. Ball just evaded Ben Folkes, a diving Ben Folkes behind the stumps.
Yeah, we saw him dive and take that one down the leg side a couple of overs ago. Really, really good take. Couldn't quite get there this time.
But yeah, you know, Moseley's still young. He's still in his early 20s. 22 years old. He's played England Lions stuff. He's had a deal in the ILT20 at least once, maybe twice.
Yeah, I don't know. I always thought he'd been around longer than he actually has.
I think he was one of those players who started playing first team cricket at a particularly young age. I think he was maybe not a regular, but was playing a lot of cricket for Warwickshire when he was as young as 18.
Yeah. Yeah, it surprised me when I saw he was only 22.
Oh, Abbott beats Mosley. Had a couple of plays and misses in the last few overs, but Surrey still searching for that 4th wicket.
Yeah, we had that one earlier where the ball took the inside edge and so came so close to chopping onto the stumps. So there has been an element of luck, particularly for Mosley in the last kind of half an hour, 40 minutes or so.
See Jordan Clark going through his warm-up routine at mid-on. And as we so often see here as well, the ball obviously is doing slightly less now as we move into the second session, and we've got overhead conditions that we've just not yet seen this year. It's sunny, it's warm, and even though Surrey have spin options of Cam Steele and Dan Lawrence in their attack, their primary mode of operation tends to be rotating those seamers. And Rhodes in particular feels very comfortable in just batting time and putting miles into the legs of those Surrey seamers. It'll be a more difficult day for them to keep coming at Warwickshire than previous days this season, just because of the conditions, much warmer than it has been in the opening few rounds. Jordan Clark returns the attack from the pavilion end. You know, just looking around the country, it seems like a pretty good day to bat. Hampshire just 1 down against Durham, Worcester just 1 down against Kent, Lancashire just 2 down against Notts. Similar story in Division 2, Gloucestershire 117 for 2 against Northants. Oh, big appeal. Clark likes it. The umpire does not raise his finger on this occasion. It's a hearty appeal from Clark. Bowling from around the wicket to Will Rhodes. What do you think was wrong with that one?
I couldn't quite see on that replay.
Clark, as he so often does, causing problems straight away. Picked up wicket his second over of his first spell. Strikes Rhodes, who gets it away unconvincingly. It's another leg by, but gets him off strike. Another look at that LBW shout.
It's hitting slightly outside the line, maybe.
Possibly, and also there's a question of height as well. Hit him on the back leg. See, we've seen Surrey bowl very straight today, and they've got the feel for that again for Clark.
They've had so many LBW shouts early in the morning session and through to now.
And it's quite interesting, they actually, 2 left-handers at the crease, but different fields for the 2 of them. So when Mosley's on strike, you've got a man at catching short mid-wicket. When Rhodes is on strike, that man moves to backward point. So maybe a slightly more conventional off-stump line for Will Rhodes, a bit straighter to his partner. Straighter from Clark, and Rhodes picks up a single. Oh, another appeal.
Yeah.
And the finger goes up. Clark strikes this time. Struck in his second over of his first spell, strikes in the first over of his second. He traps Moseley. LBW for 25. Surrey have their 4th wicket.
Yeah, that looked a lot straighter, a lot tighter. Almost a foregone conclusion from the moment it hit the pad. The umpire's finger was going to go up. That looked a very, very good shout.
We were talking about it just before the dismissal, how Surrey were telegraphing their plan with the field, very straight. You have a look at the replay again.
Yeah,
pitching on off stump, just outside off stump, carries on with the angle, traps Moseley straight. Warwickshire lose their 4th wicket. Surrey had a short mid-wicket in for Moseley. They were bowling stump to stump, very, very straight. The plan was to hit him on the pads, and the plan worked. Clark, as he so often does, gets the breakthrough for Surrey. 2 for 14 from 6.5 overs. Warwickshire 131 for 4.
Yeah, I think you have to say Moseley never looked completely comfortable. A lot of plays and misses, a couple of streaky outside inside edges. He had a feeling it was coming. He was there for a good time, not necessarily a long time.
Got the real sense with him that he was trying to move the game forward.
Yeah.
He's played a lot more, probably the Warwickshire player to really take Surrey on since Surrey got those early 2 wickets, dismissing both openers in the space of 3 deliveries. Ed Bernard comes to the crease. We've been talking about the strength of this Warwickshire middle order and lower middle order, and now we'll really see them tested now. Still got Jacob Bethel, Michael Burgess and Ahmed Jamal to come. Jamal batting potentially as low as number 9 with a test match 82 to his name already. Three slips in for the new man. And he defends it into the leg side, and that ends a successful first over back into the attack for Jordan Clark. He picks up the important wicket of Dan Moseley. Warwickshire 131 for 4 as Katya Witney takes a break. And I'm now joined by Adam Collins.
Did feel like that was coming, didn't it? Just that sort of change in energy with Clark, who, as you pointed out before, he attacks the stumps, he uses the crease well. You see with most bowlers, their standard approach is to bowl from close to the stumps. Well, he's the opposite. He starts from wide of the crease. Occasionally when bowling to left-handers, it feels like he's going to break the side crease with his back foot, but yeah, on that occasion, the second time today, the stumps have been in play for him, and the second time that he's been able to pick up a wicket accordingly. And Moseley, you know, a man with of some talent as well, a player in this Warwickshire lineup of some pedigree. And yes, gone in the 20s, and they need to start again. 131 for 4.
Short again, and Rhodes takes it on. It falls short of Kemar Roach at final leg. You're right to pick out the wide release point. Both wickets today that Jordan Clark's picked up. The first one bowling Alex Davies, who left, I say a straight one, but one that really came in with the angle. Again from a wide release point, and then there again picking up his second breakthrough from around the wicket, wide of the crease, moving in, coming on with the arm.
Looking forward to seeing Ed Barnard bat out here today. Took a fifer against Surrey in this corresponding fixture last September. 100 this year. He started with 100, didn't he? Getting the... Oh no, sorry, my apologies. 89 he made against Worcester in the first round of 2024, and a half century last week at Notts, made 69 there, so already up above 200 runs. I say last week, they didn't play last weekend, but in April, averaging in the 40s. You know, 28 years of age, he should be coming into his prime as an all-rounder.
He's done really well to establish himself in this Warwickshire side. It's a difficult batting lineup to establish yourself in. You know, neither of them have first-class centuries yet, but a lot of people rate both Mosley and Jacob Bethel very, very highly. Really excited to see Bethel in action today.
Was it a couple of years ago where he rattled off 3 or 4 hundreds in a row in the 50-over comp and still at Worcester? Remembering that correctly?
Yes.
He had a bumper campaign in 50-over cricket to kind of take his career to the next step. That might have been back around 21, 22, something like that.
Tucked into the leg side, slightly fuller from Worrell, and Bernard will pick up a couple to take him off the mark. Yeah, I mean, just looking at his list day numbers, average of nearly 40, strike rate of 95, those are excellent 50-over numbers. You know, we were talking about Sam Hain earlier. I do sort of feel sorry for players for whom 50-over cricket might be their best format. Because if you're up at the top echelons of English domestic cricket, you don't get to play much of it.
Yeah, we were talking earlier today about that conundrum, Cam and I, around if you're a half decent white ball player in England right now, maybe a bit better than half decent, but you're getting a deal in the 100, which precludes you from playing in the 50-over domestic comp, now the Metro Bank Cup. So, I mean, where are the opportunities to prove yourself as a 50-over cricketer? Few and far between. It's not as though you can go offshore and play 50-over cricket somewhere else. I suppose you could if you're super resourceful, but most countries aren't that interested in overseas players in domestic cricket. England the exception there.
Really good carry from Worrell.
Yeah.
Length ball that Ben Folkes takes up at shoulder height. That completes the 40th over, Warwickshire 134 for 4.
It does mean if you're a 50-over cricketer at the level above, at international level, you need to get up for tournaments, and other than that, you're using 20-over cricket and perhaps some first-class / test cricket to prepare yourself for 50-over fair. It'll make next year's Champions Trophy quite interesting. Early next year in Pakistan, I saw that the provisional schedule has been agreed to. I think that was not released. It was just a story that someone got in the Pakistan press. The interesting part of that was that India are scheduled to play in Pakistan. I don't think that's going to be happening. But between the World Cup that finished in late November last year and the Champions Trophy in early next year, there will be sod all 50-over cricket played around the world at international level. There'll be a handful of 3-game series, no World Cup Super League to organise that cricket at bilateral level anymore. So it'll be difficult for teams to prepare for that.
And even those series, you wonder, with so much other cricket, you've got T20 World Cup just round the corner. Even when sides are scheduled to play 50-over cricket, how often are they going to be at anywhere near full strength? And taking it to examples like with Sam Hain or Ed Bernard, I wonder how much players even worry about 50-over cricket now, given the uncertainty of the format's future at international level. If you don't know what it's going to look like in 5 years' time, why would you put your eggs in that basket?
It's a fair point. I mean, it really has flipped, where it used to be a T20 international would invariably be tacked on the end of a one-day series. As recently as, say, 2015, the Ashes series over here, it was followed by Australia's men playing 5 one-days against England and then 1 T20 at the end. And that T20 international, they actually flew, Cameron Boyce flew out to play just one game. Bowled 1 over, got 17 runs taken, Mo and Ali got hold of him, which is okay. That's all part of the T20 life as a spinner. It works some days, it doesn't on others. But I suppose the wider point is that T20 international cricket was the form of the game that was concentrated around the major tournaments, with the World T20 every other year, and domestic T20 cricket and the Blast, the Big Bash, the IPL, etc., was seen as sufficient, and maybe the teams would get together just before the World Cup. Good delivery there. Nice leave by Barnard early on. To gel in like maybe a 3-game series or a warm-up comp or something like that. It's the other way around now, where we're seeing more and more T20I series being played over sort of 3, 4, 5 games, and it's one-day cricket that's the afterthought.
Yeah, no, 100%. No, you're right to point out that it's really not that long ago when countries would announce white ball squads that were basically identical from 50 over cricket to T20 cricket. And that's punched nicely into the offside by Ed Bernard, and that races away over the practice pitches for 4. That's his first boundary, moves on to 6. Really nice shot, not a lot of width.
Yeah, don't need to overhit it in that direction. Aided by both the short rope and, as you say, the practice pitches.
It's a gentle push, really.
Yeah.
It really races away. It almost picks up speed on those practice pitches.
Falling into one of the great oval commentator cliches there, Yas. The square goes all the way across here at the oval. Value for your shots and all that.
But it really is exaggerated by how short that boundary is. So as a percentage of the outfield on that side of the ground, the practice pitches actually take up a reasonable chunk of them. Warwickshire 139 for 4 now after 41 overs.
So they've had 3 relatively productive partnerships that stand for 59 at the start between Davies and Yates after being sent in. It was eventful. There was huge appeals behind the wicket for decisions that went the way of the openers. There were lots of boundaries, especially from the blade of Yates, but that was the score, 59, where both openers fell. Then 29 for the third wicket, broken right on the stroke of lunch.
Oh, Worrell beats the outside edge.
From around the wicket too, hard to do. And Haynes' decision, that could have gone either way, it's reasonable to say. And then, yes, after lunch, a stand of 43, and then Mosley falling. So that was better than a run a minute before Mosley was dismissed, and seeing this back here, that's a gem.
Beautiful delivery, just holding its line. Really interesting threat from Worrell from around the wicket. Previously he was bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, sort of using his natural shape that goes away from right-handers and into left-handers, really challenging the pads. Challenge the pads again there as Rhodes gets off strike. Really interesting challenge, I think, for Surrey today if Warwickshire are able to build another substantial partnership here, because we haven't really had conditions like that, like this season. There have been friendly conditions for rotating your seams. It's not been particularly taxing on the body, relatively speaking.
It felt like each game we did here last year, Surrey were bowling first in conditions that suited cloud cover, etc. Duke's ball, different kind of challenge today. Last year against, and that's another ball where Barnard's leaving on the 4th stump line, not far away, and Worrell knows it, but well bowled and well played all told. It was day 1 where Surrey were sent in by Warwickshire, because of course when Surrey win the toss they always bowl, and Ben Folkes drummed a lovely 100 to set the game up, and they had runs on the board and were able to enforce the follow on and win by an innings. But yeah, that's the only day I really remember last year, it being warm on morning 1.
Slightly fuller from Worrell, and Bernard just gets a crucial bit of bat down in time. Picks up 2. If memory serves me correctly, that 100 was around the time he was dropped from England. I remember the reception from the Surrey faithful was particularly stirring.
Yeah, it was just after the Ashes, and it was after the slab of games that sit in the middle of the year in the 100, so folks hadn't been seen for a little bit. And yes, he hit 125. First game of that September block.
Yeah. Oh, driven nicely from Bernard. That's a glorious shot. Through extra cover, that'll run away to the long boundary on the offside. He moves on to 12.
Yeah, it's attractive. Trusting his swing.
And also,
having left well earlier in the over, gets the chance to capitalise here. Just a tad over pitched if you want it to be critical, but barely. It's still a good ball in terms of making sure that he had to play a good shot, and so he did.
That's barely any different to the balls that he's been letting go. Really good battle though between the two of them. Slightly shorter and left alone this time, but interestingly, Folkes takes that by his ankles. Slight variance in the carry that we're seeing at the moment.
Speaking of the way the games are blocked in, Alex Bowden, King Cricket blogger, I think the best of the cricket bloggers. Don't get angry if you write a cricket blog, and But anyway, he's been going for a long time. I've been subscribing to it for many, many years. He's broken up the county season this year into 8 separate mini chunks, ranging from when everyone's playing through to the last 2 weeks, this week and last week, where I think it was 5 games over the bank holiday weekend, 6 games this weekend. We have a couple more rounds, then we have the layoff when the blast starts. Then we have a couple of games squeezed in, maybe 3 rounds, right, in July?
I think everyone plays twice, so it might be over 3 rounds.
Right.
But yeah, everyone plays twice in that.
Yeah, that's right. That little
during the blast,
and then we come back for the race to the finish line in September, which I think is quite good. I mean, I know that there's often a debate around when the best time to play county cricket is, but there's a lot of attention on the championship in September, like as there should be once the international cricket's finished. That I know that it's tougher to bat, and the numbers reflect that, but spin plays more of a role in September, of course, on used pitches. I don't mind the 10:30 start either, selfishly.
Jordan Clark again around the wicket. Very similar delivery to the one that dismissed Mosley a couple of overs ago.
I still can't believe that all championship cricket doesn't start at 10:30. Just seems like a no-brainer to me.
What is the reason for the 11 o'clock start?
Convention. Well, Test cricket started at 11:30 until 30 odd years ago.
Because given the threat of bad light.
Well, I know with Test cricket that it's to do with off-peak rail tickets, isn't it? At least that's something that's cited, that if you start a Test match day at 11 a.m, you're more likely to be able to reach the venue from somewhere further than the place where it's being played that day. But I suppose that's to keep it in line with Test cricket. But when we lose time, I find it bizarre that we're adding it on with an 11 o'clock start, that we're adding it on after the scheduled close for the extra 8 overs the next day, because that's when bad light does. Even in this time of year when the night is longer. I mean, bad light stopped play a couple of weeks ago against Hampshire, didn't it?
There's also subtly a slight difference in the balance of this Surrey team to how they often go about things. Cam Steele's excellent form of the ball. I mean, they've actually only got 4 seamers today. Nicely down the ground. There's an appeal for a run out. Jordan Clark's asked the question.
I'll tell you what, had it been 2 weeks ago with Ali Orr here, he probably would have been out.
Looking at the replay again now. 2 questions. Does Clark get anything on it, and is the bat grounded? The bat is grounded. So
you know what? He's been saved by some pretty bad backing up there. Watching the first replay, he was barely a foot out of his crease by the time the ball reached the striker's end. Even again, just watching it live from our angle, that's not the way you would expect a non-striker to be backing up. It reflects the pressure, I suppose, that they're under here, needing to build a partnership, that they're not even thinking about the quick singles that might be on offer. I mean, in limited overs cricket, you see the way Kohli has revolutionised backing up, and rightly so. Like, Kohli gets down low, crouching like an Olympic sprinter, watching the ball out of the hand and then taking off accordingly. None of this walking in with the bowler nonsense. Like, he is ready to pounce to make the most of any marginal gain that might be there for him. And you see so many players now have just copied the Kohli technique, and that takes out of the... You really can't be run out by the bowler if you're watching it in that way. By run out by the bowler, I mean man-catted. I don't mean hit back the way it was before. But if you're... I mean, it's probably not being explained that well when I'm doing this with Crouch in the commentary box. But if you're down low and you're watching until the ball's released and you pounce out, well, you know, the bowler's not running you out.
It's much more purposeful movement.
Yeah, that's it. More athletic.
Whereas the way you were taught as a kid in England, at least, is basically to just have a stroll.
Yeah. Inadvertently, that's why they had to change the running out the non-striker law. Actually, there's some background to that. So in the famous England win of 10-11 in Australia, a bloke called Alistair Cook had a pretty good series, made 766 runs, which meant that, and that was the first series when they were checking for the front foot no ball retrospectively after a wicket, when they were using the technology in that way. And for many of the wickets that were checked after the fact, Cook was down the non-striker's end, because of course he batted for hour after hour. And invariably what you would see is Cook walking in with the bowler about 3 feet out of his crease, and had the bowler been savvy, could have theoretically ran him out. Of course it didn't happen.
Oh, it's a play and miss from Bernard. 2 deliveries in a row from Worrell that's really swung away late.
This one as well, just pitching it up a little bit more.
It's a really inviting length.
Asking him to drive as he did the previous over. And
that's moved.
Miles. That's the Dukes, right?
Yeah.
But yes, there was a decision made by the ICC that we need to get this in check. So they made they tilted the scales a bit more in favour of the bowler in a scenario like that. And then the MCC followed suit 6 years later when they updated the laws of the game in 2017, which has changed, I think, the conversation around it. And always interesting when it happens.
See the same shape from Worrell leaving Bernard. I can't remember. There's someone on Twitter who calls players man candidates.
That's Dave Tickner, the man candidate watcher. Hello Tickers, if you're watching, probably is.
I believe Dom Sibley was widely regarded as a man candidate.
Yeah, he was. But I think most of them now realise that, it might happen. It probably won't happen in your career, but it might. It might happen once or twice. Do you want to take that risk on by walking in with the bowler and doing it in such a way that you kind of lose control?
Or bouncer from Worrell, and Bernard doesn't get out the way of it. He's frustrated with himself. I think he wanted to play that shot with more conviction. Sort of caught in 2 minds there. It very, very nearly led to his downfall.
Yep, sharper than you think, Worrell. We make such a big deal of his outswing and precision placement, but he has got that club in the bag as well to bang it in a bit quicker.
It's a very sharp bouncer, and also with the success he's having with the fuller balls, I know he sort of telegraphed it with moving a man out there a couple of deliveries ago, but shows that he can get you in various different ways. And there he is, back in his usual length, probing around that off-stump line. Bernard survives the over. It's a maiden. Warwickshire 146 for 4, as I will take a break, and Dan Norcross will come and replace me.
Thanks, Yas. That was fun. I'll catch you in, well, I guess it'll be about 40-odd minutes, given we're in the middle session. Daniel making it clear to Yas, no, it will be in half an hour. You will return and replace me in 30 minutes. Hello, Daniel.
Well, hello. I've got an errand to do.
Oh, right, yes.
An errand. I've got to leave the Oval and come back. I never like doing that during the day. It never feels quite right, do you know what I mean? Then I'm going to have to catch the highlights when I get back in. Jordan Clark. Now then, it's been a really good day's cricket so far. And a feature of it has been the aggressive intent of Warwickshire, which has been lovely to see and refreshing. And the number of times the ball has beaten the bat. How Worrell doesn't have a wicket, I do not know. There have been whelped appeals. It's been great stuff. 146 for 4. Surrey chipping away constantly. Will Rhodes has been the one man really who has denied himself today. Everyone else has kind of looked to get on with it a bit, but Rhodes is just playing a more traditional knock here. Now I have been sent a splendid email, a lengthy one, so I'm gonna get through it, hopefully by getting rid of this very annoying message which is on my screen.
One thing at a time.
Yes. That's a lovely shot, beautifully clipped away, but a really good effort from Worrell, who's bowled 11 overs today. Pulled off one splendid, I think it was called the Superman belly flop by Katya. And he's nearly managed to do another one there, but that is crisply played by Rhodes. He's timed this absolutely perfectly. It was a bit leg-sidey, but that's a fabulous shot. brings up the 150. Jerry has been in touch, and he says, "Hi there, colleagues and all of us. I thoroughly enjoyed Scott Oliver's stories during the lunch break. I can give you 2 concerning Collis King, who played at Blackpool Cricket Club. I was sat on the pavilion one Saturday afternoon, about 2 p.m, after a 1 p.m. start. A tap on the shoulder turned me round to discover Collis stood there." I'm not going to attempt the accent.
Yeah, sure, don't do that. That gets you in trouble.
I'm not going to do that.
No, good. When people do, it ends poorly.
It really does.
Some of our colleagues really, really like to do the accent.
And they should know better. "Hi, man. Hello, man. Sorry, I am late." I replied, "Fancy seeing you here, Collis. But this is the second team game. The first team are at Kendal, 50 miles away." "Oh," said Collis. "Could you take me up there?" 50 miles away. That's what happens in these leagues up here. I replied, "If you want to ride on my crossbar, I'd gone to the game on my bike, no problem." I'm loving where this is going. To cut a long story short, I arranged for a car to take Collis up to Kendal, end of the over, sorry, 150 for 4, 45 gone. I arranged for a car to take Collis up to Kendal, and he went in at number 7. Strikes me as about 4 places lower than he might normally be. The second story concerns a double-header weekend. On the Saturday, we were playing local rivals Fleetwood, and Collis, as he did, opened the innings. Yeah, makes sense. First ball, he played a lazy pull straight to mid-wicket and had to depart with a good crowd on the ground to see him. Back at the pavilion, the committee chastened him for playing so loosely early on, and Collis was not happy. I am picturing that scene. That's a lovely shot. Good, full face of the bat, straight back past the bowler. It might just hold up as Rory Burns once again has to chase back to retrieve.
Surprised that's not gone.
Well, actually, he's not throwing the ball in. What's he? They've just settled for 3, and I think that is going to be the... Yeah, that will be it. It's actually been a little bit sluggish, the outfield at this end. We've seen that a couple of times today. And a lot of rain, of course, over the last month. But a really good effort from Rory Burns, hauling it in just inside the boundary. So, back in the pavilion, the committee, don't forget, have chastened Collis King. And Collis is an unhappy bunny at this point, as one can well imagine. The following day was a cup tie against a lower league side. Oh, thick edge. Through where third slip might have been. Good tumbling stop. They will keep it to 1. Collis opened once more, and after 10 overs he had proved his point to the committee, still big at the crease and playing so carefully, that he was around 10 not out in a 45 over contest. You can imagine the atmosphere around the ground, particularly in the committee room. Having proved his point that he could bat responsibly, he then thrashed a further 165 in the remaining overs and finished not out. Jerry Woolston home in Blackpool. Well, maybe, yeah. Maybe the committee had a point. I don't know. It always. I think it's. You've got to be careful if you're on a committee, and you're telling a superstar like Collis King how to play cricket. I fancy he's going to know better than you.
You don't want to annoy someone with that ability, do you?
I don't think so. No.
There's that wonderful piece in the Wisden Cricketers Almanac from, I remember going back a long time now, maybe 15 years ago, written by the great Christian Ryan. And the title of the piece is Jeff Thompson is Angry. It talks about a grade game where he takes someone's teeth out and, you know, various other horrible things when he was annoyed. Actually, it might have been called that. Jeff Thompson is annoyed. Either way, you get where I'm going with this.
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I always think it's unwise to wind up a very good fast bowler. That said, it's not a very good idea to wind up a very good batter as well. I don't know if you saw a piece doing the rounds from Rob Moody again on Brian Lara against Danish Canaria. Danish Canaria gave Brian Lara a bit of chirp and then went 6-4, 6-6.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. He did just move across his stumps a little bit there. It was that one from Worrell that just comes back at the batter. Ball after ball is taking the ball away from the right-hander.
High skill level. I mean, that's genuine in-swing. It wasn't so much seam as it was going the other way, and to be able to control his outswing and in-swing as well as he does, Worrell. You were talking earlier today, I set you up for it really, the conversation around whether there might be an opportunity for him to play Test cricket. I mean, it seems most unlikely. As Phil Walker pointed out last week, England have got plenty of bowlers who swing it around at 80 mile an hour. However,
he's a bit quicker, I'd say. Oh my goodness.
And he can do that hour after hour with the Duke's ball. I mean, that is a
46 overall ball.
Yeah, what are your options here, right? I mean, this ball from that angle, you have to play at it, and it's broken. It's broken so far away from the bat and in the air as well. He's so highly skilled with the Duke's ball, and the criticism might be that, well, to what extent? Yeah, there's plenty of players who can do that with a ball that helps you do that. Well, you know, England play 40% of their Test matches in England.
Yes. Well, yeah. I don't quite know what the problem is there. I don't quite know why England can't play to their strengths. You know, I don't think
in the country where they when they're at home, right? Horses for courses. Chris Wokes has said on the record that, you know, they may as well confiscate his passport. He's never travelling again for Test cricket, at least.
Similarly, you know, no one has a problem unless they're particularly one-eyed with India preparing pitches at spin. That's I say another little poke and a miss. You know, these things happen. Australian pitches, slightly less so now, but they used to favour big, broad-shouldered fast bowlers as opposed to sort of Anderson-style swingers, and that's fine. That's the test in Test cricket, isn't it? Every place you go to is a bit different. Seems to be the biggest test still remains Pakistan, because I don't think anyone wants to bowl there.
No. Made that series that I did there a couple of years ago all the more fascinating. That I think the Australian camp called it the 15-day Test match.
Yeah, well, didn't he say? Didn't Pat come and say it's 45 sessions or something?
Yeah, they built it around this idea. I've got it in my head that there were 13 sessions in that 3-test series, where the two batters who were not out at the start of the session were still not out at the end of the session.
Wow.
So, you know, that says a little bit about how difficult wickets were to come by. But, and it's a big but, there were a number of times in the series where wickets would fall dramatically and in a hurry. And the Australians kind of gamed it and were mature enough to realise that they needed to just play the mind game with that. They needed to know that when things were running their way, they had to make the most of it. And it was the reverse swinging ball that did it in the end. Experienced bowlers like Cummins and Stark who were able to make the most of that at Lahore, and, you know, they get the series win. But so much of that series was defined by, you know, batters going at 3.5 runs and over and giving the bowlers nothing on concrete slabs.
Yeah, England's approach was slightly different. It was to try to put so much scoreboard pressure on so quickly that they had that many more overs to bowl. And watching Stokes sort of play around with his bowlers was an object lesson, wasn't it? It was absolutely fascinating. A number of different plans. But yeah, Australia took a slightly more attritional approach, and they came out 1-0 winners. But I think we forget that in that clean sweep of Pakistan, the first two Test matches could easily have gone the other way. It was through very aggressive captaincy and, I mean, mad declarations, really. Completely crazy.
So exciting to watch.
I
mean, it was. I was with the Australia won a Test match in Perth the night of the first declaration. I don't remember what they said in Pakistan, but whatever it was,
it was 345
with lots of overs, right? Wasn't it? It was like 120 overs to win the game or to draw it.
Seemed crazy.
Yeah, and
on a flat deck, in which they scored 506. Oh, now then, that was very fortunate for Barnard. That was top edgy, and it was floating off his bat to the left of Sean Abbott at mid-wicket, and it nearly made it to Kemar Roach. Very occasionally, the short ball has actually slightly discombobulated Ed Barnard. He's been done a couple of times, firstly by Dan Worrell, and then this time by Jordan Clark. It's just hurried onto him, and it's almost like he's playing the shot instinctively.
Here we go. Well, here we go. Yeah, this is the Xbox competition which is running at the moment. I'm going to need to pull up my notes here because you got the screen at your side, Daniel, which is all a bit
Yes.
all a bit disorganised.
I've got Collis King all over my screen.
That's okay. We can do this. You saw the ad flash up a moment ago.
I'm very excited
The
by it.
Xbox Power players, they're back for a second year. For a chance to win your custom Xbox console, which I'm going to hold up to the camera in a moment, predict who you think will have the best individual. Here it is.
Oh,
look at that.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Look at the...
Oh, isn't it beautiful?
Surrey branded. They've got the Surrey Wisden in the shop there. You can get the Surrey Xbox.
Oh.
How good's that? Tippity top. For a chance to win it, predict who you think will have the best individual bowling and batting figures during Surrey's home games in the Vitality Blast.
Okay.
For example, Will Jacks hitting 75 or Spencer Johnson taking 4 for 25. And I'll tell you now, Spencer Johnson will take 4 wicket bags for Surrey in the Blast because he is an outstanding cricketer. Last year, the winners were Sean Abbott's 110 not out versus Kent and Chris Jordan's 4 for 21 versus Glamorgan. They were the winning performances.
Do you
How
have
to enter?
to predict the performance or just the person? Is it the person?
You'll have to predict who you think will have the best.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Okay.
How to enter? Scan the QR code that was on the screen a moment ago. That's helpful. I had to flash it up a third time. Sorry, guys.
Oh, again, not playing the short ball well at all, Will Rhodes, this time. Let's get a bit of glove.
Here it is. Get that QR code going. Or, if you haven't got your phone with you right now, Google Xbox Power Players or go to the Surrey website article and fill in the form with your predictions. Entries close on the 2nd of June, which is a Sunday, at midday, just before Surrey's Blast campaign gets underway. There you go, the custom Xbox Power Play competition.
And Ben Folkes comes with it free. Now this is interesting. We've seen the short ball, the surprise short ball, just causing a bit of a problem at the moment.
Ooh, hoop.
Massive hoop for a ball that's 47.4 overs old. They're looking after it well, aren't they? I mean, it's a very lush outfield, it has to be said. I was out on Tusimet Common and Wandsworth Common this week, and we've still got puddles. We've got lakes. The water table is high. The grass is green and verdant.
This won't be the right time to have this conversation because I'm not on commentary for much longer, but flagging it for another time for you and me. I spent a lot of time the other day talking about the Tiflex balls.
Oh, yes.
And how different they are to the Dukes. But another time. Remind me. I only say that because Worrell's got the Dukes going a beauty at the moment.
Tiflex just doesn't sound like a name for a ball. It just feels plasticky to me. You know,
the way it was pronounced to me by the person that works there is Tyflex.
Tyflex.
Oh, hang on. You mean the Tiflex? The Tyflex, but you can use Tiflex if you want.
Tyflex.
I didn't realise that it had been used in the championship as recently as like the middle of last decade.
Oh, I didn't realise it was.
It had a little 3-year run. Maybe in the last 20 years, but of course when you were a kid growing up, it was the test ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Tiflex.
Well, another luckless over from Worrell. 156 for 4, 48 gone.
Can I ask you one more daft question? I might get Jake to zoom out here and give us a shot of the ground. See, here we go.
Yeah.
I want to learn more about the way they cut the grass.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you can see the blocks there, right? Which is done by... But wouldn't they all... I mean...
They must go up and...
There must be a method to make the coloured look different. I don't quite understand how that would be, because ultimately the grass would be cut to the same length, would it not?
You'd think, wouldn't you?
So how does it have such a different hue from one block to the next? There's probably a very easy answer to this. But
help us, Lee Fortis.
Drop us a line. I understand that they're being mown in different directions and at different times, and that helps create the effect, but the bit I'm missing is, doesn't it ultimately still get cut to the same length at roughly the same time? Or am I just being daft and missing something crucial to this, Daniel?
No, I don't think you're being daft. You're asking a perfectly reasonable question here, because what you're talking about is there's essentially 4 different shades of green out there.
That's right.
And 2 I could get my head round. Oh! It's jagged back. Yeah, do you know what I mean?
I agree. If it would be like, it's going that way and that way, right?
Yeah, right.
But it's the patchwork quilt thing going on. Look at that.
Just a bit too high, isn't it? But that's nicely held its line. It tells you there's still enough in this wicket, you know? There's enough grass left on. It's a challenge to bat, but good batters will thrive.
Cam Ponsonby's in to belatedly replace me.
He is. Well, I'm supposed to have a guest, you know.
I thought so as well.
Yeah, I actually went to talk to the guest out on the balcony and said, I'll see you at 10 to 3.
Well, I didn't expect to be here for the last 11 minutes.
No, but we've had fun, haven't we?
It's been fun. We might learn about why the grass has different colours to it. We wouldn't have had a chance to have talked about the Xbox. We wouldn't have had a chance to seed the conversation about the Tiflex ball.
No.
We're getting there, Daniel.
We are. I'm just slightly worried for my guest. Because I literally spoke to him on the balcony just before coming in here. I said, I'll see you at 10 to 3. But of course we've got a new security system. So
the code.
He might be stuck.
I reckon that is short price favourite is the code that didn't used to exist until today.
Cameron, would you mind going out of the balcony and asking if there's anybody out there called Julian Abbott?
Cheers, Cam. Cam's not with us tomorrow.
Is he not?
He's playing cricket.
Of course.
I wanted to play cricket tomorrow, and I'm going to be here. That's okay. I love being here, but Cam's cricket of the league variety and thus takes precedence.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yes,
Mine's
it's
of the
cricket. Yours is jazz
hat cricket tomorrow, that I'm missing.
Oh, now then. It's not carried through to folks. Was there a tiny little nick on that? Barnard's living a bit of a charmed life out there at the moment. Adam Collins is taking his leave. And Julian's coming to join us. The breeze actually just picking up a little bit here. And it's quite extraordinary. We're seeing some pretty extravagant movement here from both Clark and from Dan Worrell with a far from new ball. 49 overs gone. 157 for 4, which means I can welcome our guest, Julian Abbott. Hello.
Hello to you, Daniel. Thanks for having me on.
No, it's an absolute delight. Now, the reason we have you on is, well, it's manifold. It's lovely to see you, but you're here as part of a great initiative that Surrey County Cricket Club are doing, in which they invite full-time carers to the cricket for a little bit of respite from what is a pretty arduous duty that you perform, because you're a full-time carer for your wife.
That's right. Yes. Very, very much so. Yes.
Oh, thick inside edge. A number of times we've seen that today. Doesn't drag it onto his leg stump, picks up a single.
Yes, I'm considered a full-time carer for my wife. It's just 24 hours, 7 days a week. My wife suffers from all the known types of arthritis, so she's very much housebound. So I need to tend to all her daily needs, cooking, etc., cleaning. So it is a full-time job, yes.
Oh, and again snakes past the outside edge, and it's unsung basically, isn't it? Because I think I was told today that there are 7 million people across the country in various stages of providing care. Not all of them full-time care, but
sure,
a lot of them providing care.
Yeah.
At a time where we've got a social care crisis.
Yes. That's right, and the role of the unpaid carer is certainly not totally recognised.
Well, no, it clearly isn't.
And it's marvellous to have the opportunity of basically a few hours out of the house, and this is a fantastic initiative of Surrey Cricket Club in association with the Carers Trust. And Teresa Paters here at the Oval as arranged started this last year, and as I understand it, it's very much her initiative, and I think it's a marvellous initiative, and I think I can speak for all the carers who turned up today, and there are several here. In thanking Surrey Cricket for putting this on for us, because it's a day out away from our caring duties, which we wouldn't normally have.
Does it also perhaps help you develop friendships and relationships with other people who are in similar situations? Because it can be, I imagine, quite a lonely, difficult thing to do because, you know, unless you have other friends who are carers as well.
Yeah.
Then not everybody will understand what it is that you're going through.
That's right. I mean, I'm not saying it's a solitary existence, but it's nice to be able to talk about other people, but talk about other people who had a similar experience to you, to realise that you're not the only one. Sometimes you feel that you are the only one, but there's plenty of us out there. So it is nice, as I've done today, to talk to other people in similar situations and what their situation is, and in comparison to yours. So that is a marvellous opportunity which one wouldn't normally get.
Nicely played, just erring a little full there, looking to get the ball to swing as late as he can, but played that very nicely, Barnett. Then thought about a third that wasn't there. They'll pick up a couple. End of the over, 162 for 4. This partnership just slightly irksome for Surrey now. They've put on 31 since that last wicket. Dan Mosey, LBW to Clark for 25.
And certainly being a cricket enthusiast and a Surrey supporter, this is bliss coming out on a day like today to watch the cricket.
Couldn't be more beautiful, could it?
It couldn't be more beautiful. It's a fantastic day.
So you told me earlier that you've been a Surrey man for a good old time, yes. 1960s.
Yes.
You remember seeing Ken Barrington and the like here?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, yes. So those are the days. Mickey Stewart, Stuart Story, Arnold Long, Jeff Arnold, Mike Edwards.
Yeah.
So it's very much going back in time. So we have So we're going back to the days when I was short trousers, and my father used to take us to the Oval, which has very much changed since those days.
Of the carers that are here today, this is an obviously terrific fit for you because you've loved cricket since you were a child.
Yes.
Are there some out there who just the day out?
I think that's right. I think that.
Oh, now then, he's got him. He's got him. Caught at slip, a really good catch from Dom Sibley. It went very low. I think he had to dive ever so slightly forward. That is the breakthrough Surrey so desperately wanted. This partnership was irksome to them, and Will Rhodes, after a lengthy 107-ball vigil, has to go. And it's Jordan Clark's third wicket of the day. And every time Warwickshire looked like they're getting into a slightly stronger position, Surrey pegged them back. It's another batter who can't go beyond the 30s. Rhodes goes for 36, and Warwickshire 162 for 5. I've got Julian Abbott with me, who's here as part of an initiative to help give a little bit of respite to carers so they can find some time to spend, I suppose, at leisure, really. I mean,
yes.
You get the opportunity you can obviously keep the live stream on in the background, but it's not quite the same as being at the ground, is it? And it's such beautiful weather. But I was just asking you before then, for some of the carers who are here today, they may not necessarily have been big cricket fans, but that doesn't really detract, does it, from what this is?
Not at all. No, I mean the purpose of this initiative is to give carers a few hours to themselves. It just happens to be at the Oval Cricket Ground, which is fantastic. But yes, I mean, and you the club have kindly provided officials to explain the game to those who may not know the game too well. So and people are still enjoying the day out, basically, even though they may not be cricket followers.
You can see there from the scorecard, no Warwickshire player has made it beyond that 36 from Rhodes, and yet, well, it's just been one of those days in which the champions have kept chipping away. I'm going to let you go shortly because I'm going to go as well, but before I do, how long have you been a full-time carer?
It probably goes back before lockdown, so one's looking at 5-6 years plus, I would have thought, probably. I mean,
that's a long
fair time,
and it will take its toll, won't it? Because the thing about being a full-time carer is that's another left-hander, by the way. Jacob Bethel come out of the crease. Warwickshire have just got nothing but left-handers, it seems to me. Is that this isn't the 9 to 5, is it? I mean, you are
No.
You are on call.
Yes.
All the time.
Yes, it's very much working from home on a 24-hour basis. Yes.
You won't get much in the way of holidays, going away. I mean, the transportation is obviously difficult.
Yes, it sounds pleading one's case, but I mean, I had a few days off last May, so a year ago was the last time. That was two or 3 days on the coast, basically. So I haven't been away for a year.
So I'll just remind you of that initiative, of this ball. Remind us that it's the carers.
Well, the carers trust in association with Surrey Cricket.
Because we had the young carers came in a couple of matches ago, and is the initiative is it once a season, twice a season, or what's?
It's once a season, and yes, the younger carers given the opportunity to come along to another game. I think they came along in April.
It was quite cold, as I recall.
It probably was, and the more adult carers have been given the opportunity to come along today. So I mean, it's fantastic.
Julian,
really appreciated it.
Thank you so much for coming in. Help yourself to anywhere. I would recommend the sunshine,
right,
and I'd recommend soaking up the rest of this day, because there's another 45 overs to go, and at this rate, well, it's been a pretty exciting day so far, hasn't it?
It has indeed, hasn't it? Yes, very interesting morning, and more to come.
As a Surrey man, you'll be hoping that Warwickshire are bowled down, you get to see a bit of Rory Burns before the end of the day.
So yes.
Julian, thanks ever so much for coming in.
Thanks, Daniel, my pleasure.
We're going to have a change in the commentary box shortly. Oh my word, that's nearly made it all the way down to deep square leg. We're going to have a double change. Cameron Ponsonby is going to come in. I'm going to get out of the way the moment he does, so that we have a microphone manned at all times. And then I'm going to go and do my errand. So I'm leaving you here for. You're going to do a mammoth stint here, yes? Yas Rana's going to do 13 overs. Knowing Ponsonby, he'll pop on for a quarter of an hour, and then he'll go and play a game of five-a-side and a bit of cricket, and then I don't know.
Wonderful. You've literally painted my next 24
go
hours.
For a swim and a massage, whatever it is that Ponsonby does.
You've strayed from the plan.
Anyway, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of two very capable young men.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Good luck in your errand.
Jacob Bethel new to the crease, as Yas Rana is new to the commentary box for today. Well, not today, we were here together earlier. Bethel north of 5, Barnard at the other end, 19 off 36. Scores 163 for 5 after 51.2. And me and Yas are ready to go.
We are indeed. Dan Worrell, 0 for 50 off his 14 overs. I think he's bowled so well today. Find the inside edge again. And from around the wicket, I think he poses quite interesting questions for left-handers, because he gets that shape very much into the left-hander.
It's been one of the treats of having much more central wicket for this fixture, and this is not not looking for any, what's the word, consolation or sympathy here, but in the earlier fixtures we've been watching at a slight diagonal angle, but now when you're right behind Roll, you get much greater appreciation of the shape he gets on each delivery.
Yeah, I think we are 3 strips away from where the test strip normally is. So it is pretty central. You see on your screen there, the light green strip, 3 to the left of where we're playing today, I think is normally where the test strip is. So much more central than the games in the opening rounds.
Well, nearing the end of his 15th over, still wicketless, as Bethel was successfully off the mark earlier this over. He was in the runs in the previous fixture against Nottinghamshire, Jacob Bethel. the latest in the Bayesian production line of talent in county cricket. He spent some of his childhood there alongside, as did Phil Sultan, of course, Jofra Archer and Chris Jordan.
Oh, Worrell unlucky again, beats Bethel's outside edge. We've been talking about how unlucky Worrell has been since lunch in particular, so in between overs we're going to take a look at 4 deliveries where Worrell has come very, very close to taking wicket without quite doing it. It looks like I've lied to you because that's not what you've seen on your screen. As Sean Abbott returns the attack. Bit of news from the Hampshire game. They are playing Durham at home. Ali Orr is the first centurion of the day. The highly rated young left-hander. Punched into the offside behind square for a single. That's Orr's first 100 since moving across the south coast to Hampshire. A lot of people are very excited about that signing, so Hampshire fans will be thrilled to see him get to 3 figures for the first time, averages around about 40 in first class cricket.
He's a very watchable cricketer. I made a slightly hyperbolic comparison. He was reminding me of Jaiswal while we were watching him bat here against Kemar Roach. Anything full as a left hand, he really throws his hand through and is such a powerful player.
I'm sure a lot of people listening, watching the stream now will be in a similar position to me and you, Cam, in that the Surrey Championship starts tomorrow.
Of course, the good stuff.
The good stuff. How do you normally feel at this point on season eve?
I'm still in that nice kind of warm phase of delusion where you feel like it's all going to go very well. I haven't quite remembered my mediocrity yet. I don't know if it shows a lack of professionalism or a commitment to the game that we're both unavailable to work tomorrow. Taking some annual leave to go and represent our respective cricket clubs.
Well, I'm skipping the 2s this year, so I have to play.
A contractual obligation.
No, it's funny how the way I view things has changed since being given this additional responsibility. So one of my teammates is a really good leggy actually. He can't play the first game of the season. He messaged me on Tuesday or Wednesday saying, I can't play, I'm in hospital with pneumonia. And I said, I'm really sorry, I hope you recover well. But I was furious. I was totally furious.
I think that's fair. That's a reasonable response.
And he's obviously not done it on purpose. Go on. Big appeal. Abbott likes it. Not given. Sharp Yorker from Abbott.
Well, Surrey are convinced that this has hit Bethel in the foot first before it's come off the bat. We'll be able to see on the replay. I don't think there's much doubt about the order of the impacts. I tell you what, that could be Abbott's second very strong shout of the day. That has not gone in his favour.
It's very, very straight. The question is, did it flick, pad or boot on the way to striking Bethel's bat? I'm not sure if that replay was totally conclusive. You can see why Abbott was interested.
It sounded like 2 noises through the headphones. I got the impression that it had taken the pad or foot first.
I suppose it could be bat flicking pad and then ball on bat, potentially.
Have a look at the reverse angle in slow motion. To me, that looks like it's flicked his shin first before taking the impact of the bat. But we've had now 3 looks at it, including lifetime. I haven't quite made up our own minds. And in lifetime,
can't do that. If we can't do that,
exactly.
Watching 3 slow-mo replays, I think it's fair enough that the umpire wasn't convinced himself.
I think it's I don't mean to. I would never intend to lie to the viewers, but I was surprised to learn recently, and maybe again this is a failure of myself, to find out that benefit of the doubt isn't actually written into the kind of the laws of the game. It's kind of just a constitutional assumption that we've all kind of lived with.
As Kemar Roach returns to the attack. We've got a question from one of our viewers, Cam. One for you to answer. This is
excellent
from Matt in Melbourne.
Oh goodness.
Is the swing here purely because of the Duke's ball, or do the conditions have some effect as well?
I think as a contributing factor, it's largely a large factor will be because of the Duke's ball, and we know that from kind of decades of anecdotal evidence of cricketers saying that the Duke's ball swings more than the Kookaburra. I think we're also getting additional movement from the pitch, which exaggerates the lateral movement, any lateral movement that happens in the air. Is that we do have a covering of grass. We have been seeing a lively wicket where there is pace on the ball. What we really need here is Dan Norcross or Simon Hughes, who will tell you in depth about the importance of the density of the air in the inch above the surface of the ground. I've heard it several times now, and I've actually fallen asleep before they've ever reached the conclusions. I'm still none the wiser. Still don't understand.
I fear we're the wrong people to talk about this, but how does air become more dense? What does that mean?
You're really that I can't help you with. I really can't.
Yeah, what I'd also say is Worrell gets the ball to swing and looks to swing the ball more than most bowlers on the circuit. And part of that will be the ball. Bit of width, and that's cut away into the offside. They'll think about two, but they'll settle for a single. Worrell he's a very conventional, almost old school swing bowler.
Yes,
he
absolutely.
really looks to swing the ball. We're talking about Pat Cummins earlier, someone arguably the best test match bowler in the world. Cummins isn't really someone who looks to swing the ball necessarily, and that is a trend that's taking place over the last 5-10 years really. The bowlers use the wobble seam more and more. So Worrell, I guess, really stands out as someone who really tries to move the ball through the air. Short from Roach, and Bethel gets underneath it. I think the ball flew past him slightly closer to the body than he anticipated.
So I think in kind of answer to Matt's question, I think there must be a contributing factor of the atmospherics, but I think in large part it is the Duke's ball, and we're just seeing Dan Worrell as a more traditional swing bowler in the new age stand out even more.
Caught at the second attempt, Fuller from Roach, Bethel drives, dropped at first slip, but second slip clings onto it. Kemar Roach gets the wicket, and Surrey pick up their 6th of the day.
Well, we've been talking about swing bowling for the last couple of minutes, and there's another example of it. Kemar Roach, so good against left-handers. It's almost his most famous skill within the sport now, just getting one to leave Jacob Bethel, angling in but swinging away from that left-hander. You'll see here Bethel took a couple of hops down the ground to try and minimise that movement. Ball found the outside edge either way, but as you said, dropped by first but caught by second.
Yeah,
Ollie Pope saving any blushes.
Couple of interesting things there. You're right to point out that Roach has an outstanding record against left-handers bowling away from the wicket. Gets it to swing away from them. Bethel came down the ground there. That's not something that we'd seen him do before that point. Why do you think that Bethel looked to do that?
It leans into exactly what Matt's talking about, the kind of prestigious movement or prodigious movement we've had, more to the point. Today, batters are trying to narrow the distance between them and the bowler to stop the ball from having the time to move laterally. And we have seen on a couple of occasions, I think Sam Hain came down the track on occasion during his innings. It has been a strategy that batters have been going to today. But because of the pace in the wicket, because of how much Surrey have been getting this Duke's ball to move, even with that exaggerated movement, the ball is still having time to move sideways enough to induce the edge, induce the mistake. It's another wicket, 167 for 6. I'm very, very excited to, if Surrey do bowl out Warwickshire today, to see Warwickshire come back with the ball, because I don't think they're a million miles away at the moment. I don't think it's a case of they're way under par.
Oh, Abbott beats Bernard again. No, I think you're completely right. The ball has done something throughout this innings. There's never really been a period where the bowlers haven't been interested. We've talked about how impressive Cam Steele's been this season. He's not been required yet. The overs have been shared relatively evenly between the 4 Surrey seamers. And also, just looking at the scores of the Warwickshire batters, 32, 25, 36, 17, 25, 1. So Bethel's actually the only one who didn't really get a start. Everyone else in that top 5 got a start and then got out. When that happens, that genuinely suggests that it's not, batting conditions aren't particularly easy.
I absolutely agree, and I'd also point towards the strike rates. Yates at 80, Alex Davies at 62, Mousley at 70. Yes, you've got Rhodes and Hayne who really knuckled in and were down around the 30 mark, but on the whole you had batters trying to be very positive on what they knew was a lively wicket. I do want to caveat what I said earlier about not thinking Warwickshire are too far under par. They're at risk of being very under par. But if they're able to get these, if Burgess and Barnard are able to flash another 20 or 30 and contribute towards the bottom of the order, if they can get up towards 250, I think they'll be okay.
Michael Burgess, by the way, coming in at number 8. It's one hell of a number 8 to have. 83 first-class matches, 5 first-class hundreds, an average of 34. It's very, very good going for a wicket-keeper bat.
Well, it's a symptom of Warwickshire have 2 of their... I know Will Rhodes has slightly gone on move further away from bowling, but by having Barnard in the top, 6, bowling such a heavy load of their overs, you are able to extend that batting lineup and kind of bolster yourself in ways that make your lineup look less traditional.
Oh, he plays and misses that one. Back of a length, not a lot of width there to work with. And Bernard fortunate that he didn't get anything on it. And also, regular viewers of Surrey will be used to this, but it is still worth pointing out. It's a very accurate bowling attack. They give very, very little away. Sean Abbott, first game of the season, 12.4 overs, 1 for 23. Jordan Clark, 13 overs, 3 for 25. Both those guys going less than 2 runs and over. Roach and Worrell slightly more expensive, but Davies and Yates early on really did try and take the attack to Surrey. And watching other games in the early parts of the season, you really can take that for granted. Not all bowling attacks are this relentless. And also complement each other. I was going to ask you actually on Kemar Roach, what is it about him that makes him such a good bowler to left-handers?
I think his natural shape is into the right-hander. He gets a natural in-swing to the right-hander, and obviously if you inverse that, you go to the left-hander, it leaves the left-hander late.
And that completes another maiden from Sean Abbott, his 3rd of the day. Warwickshire 167 for 6 after 55 overs.
But it also speaks to kind of a realisation in cricket, which was traditionally bowlers tried to swing the ball, and whether it was right arm over to right hand, and you tried to nick people off, you tried to get them caught in the slips. And there was this general appreciation that everyone misses it. And so if you miss it and it's straight, they're out, LBW and bowled. And so you had this big shift from bowlers bowling right arm over the wicket to left-handers to coming round the wicket. And by targeting those stumps, Roach, with his natural movement away from the left-hander, had every dismissal in play. You've got bowled, LBW, and you had caught behind the wicket in play. And that was that kind of big shift. You saw with Roach and Broad are the 2 kind of most famous users of the tactic.
And I think it's playing to your strengths as well. So actually both Roach and Broad are 2 bowlers who stand out as being extremely successful in Test cricket, yet actually not possessing what for most other bowlers is the stop ball, almost one that goes away. Stuart Broad famously made quite a big deal about rediscovering the away swinger. You know, this is a ball that most bowlers use.
The stock delivery that you grow up and you kind of swing the ball away, kind of nice and loopy.
But they've actually, both of them, both Broad and Roach, really lent in to what they naturally do.
Yeah.
I think a problem with young bowlers in particular is that they almost have an image of what a bowler, a seamer should be and should do, and they don't actually listen to what their natural attributes are. You know, if you're a bowler who, like Roach, who naturally gets the ball to angle in to the right-hander, away to the left-hander, bowling around the wicket makes complete sense. Driven firmly to short cover, but no run. Burgess yet to get off the mark.
I think it's one of the great crimes of cricket when a left-arm seamer bowls over the wicket and doesn't bring the ball back into the right-hander. A waste of everyone's time. What we do, especially at the club level, you're relying on someone to nick it and it to be caught. You're relying on too many moments of failure or potential success. We mentioned the Surrey Championship earlier, where Michael Burgess was a long-time player for Reigate Priory, so in years gone by he'd been the same as us, preparing for the year.
Full, and this one comes in again from Roach. Big appeal, but turned down from the umpire. I don't know if we'll see a replay of that, but that's a really good example of how Roach's stock shape is into the right-hander.
That also swung incredibly late.
Yeah.
We'll hopefully get an idea of this on the replay. It just kind of holds its shape in the air, and then at the last moment it keeps going,
sort of boomerangs in
and dips viciously.
Probably doing too much. That's probably why.
Absolutely, it's going down the leg side. You see Burgess looking over towards square leg, where he kind of expected or hoped the ball to end up.
He gets off strike, but not off the mark. One leg by. Oh, challenges the inside edge again. Bernard looks to drive it through the offside, and he only inside edges it, and it just misses the stumps. Roach causing problems here.
I haven't done one of these before, but I'm going to do a call out to the Surrey broadcast.
Do it.
Say if you are getting ready for the club season, especially if you're getting ready in the Surrey Championship, do let us know. surreybroadcast@gmail.com, how you're preparing, how you're feeling, how the nerves.
Short, and Bernard looks to pull. That's the second time he's looked to pull a delivery and not got any bat on it. The umpire signalled a no ball. He'll have to bowl it again.
I believe it's a no. I'm not quite sure if that's been given a no ball for height or he's overstepped. He did signal one for the over. That was over shoulder height. May well have been a case that went over Barnard's head as well.
Left alone by Bernard, but again we see Roach move the ball in to the right-hander.
If this is a replay of this final delivery, just look at Barnard and how far he comes across his stumps and then where he finishes. So that step takes him away, so if we had the reverse angle, even from here you can see leg stump. And what the batters are trying to do there is get themselves outside the line. They know they're at risk of missing it, and if they do miss the ball with their bat and it strikes them in the pad, they're trying to be outside the line.
Yeah. It's quite interesting though, when Davies was bowled leaving a straight one earlier, it was a very similar delivery to that one, where actually he properly does get across, and you know, you look at the shape he's in when the ball hits the stump, his body is properly covering the stumps, but the movement was so late that protection proved meaningless. Burgess gets off the mark. Do remind us as well, if you're listening in from somewhere exotic, do get in touch at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We've got a tweet in from Joe, who said he's listening to us from sunny Grenada by the pool, loving the work on a warm day here. Well, it's a warm day here as well, Joe.
as I've been lucky enough to go to Grenada twice to cover England cricket.
Oh yeah?
And one of my favourite, yes, for the Test series in 2022 and the White Ball series in 2023. And my favourite facts about Grenada, so it was a French island way back when, before becoming an English colony. And so all the place names are French, but the correct pronunciations of them are the incorrect English pronunciations of them. So the main beach is called the Grand Anse Beach, but you actually call it the Grand Anse Beach.
Short and pulled away authoritatively through the leg side, and Bernard will pick up 4. He's tried that shot on a couple of occasions and not got bat on it, but this time he's done it effectively.
You looked at me like that you didn't understand that at all, and I failed to explain it properly.
If you're as confused as me by that 5 on the screen, I assure you. Oh, it's an outside edge from Bernard. Just evades a man at second slip, and he'll pick up 2. Yeah, there wasn't a sneaky 5 off the third ball in the over. But yeah, sorry, on your Grenada thing. How do you?
My anecdote's not getting any love there. I thought it was a really good one.
I was so confused by the 5.
Okay.
How did you know that you were pronouncing it correctly? Did someone assure you that?
I was lucky. We had a tour of the island. The first time I went there, given the history and the background, they explained. So all the road names and a lot of the road names are French words.
Yeah.
But because English is now the language of the island, they were saying that the incorrect pronunciation of them, with the English accent, is actually the correct way to pronounce the words.
Interesting.
I thought so too. That's why I said it on the Surrey live stream, and then I got silence and an erroneous 5, ruining the momentum.
It's quite a good niche you've carved out for yourself as being an English journo who specialises in tours of the Caribbean.
So someone has to do it. That's what I always thought. Someone needs to fill that role. I can't tell you how happy I was last year when I discovered they were doing another white ball tour in November.
So is that right? England are going to the Caribbean again this year?
Back. I don't know why.
And it's just a white ball series.
So it's currently officially 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. They're apparently adding another 2 T20s on the back end of it. So it'd be exactly the same tour as last year. And I was very upset last year towards the end of the tour when I thought, God, I don't know when I'm going to be fortunate enough to return to the Caribbean. England don't play a Test series here until 2028 at the earliest. We don't know what the next future tours programme's looking like. And someone went, Cam, don't worry.
Yeah.
We're just doing the exact same thing again next year. That's fine by me.
Chance are run out briefly, but they scamper home safely.
Burns is just having a word with the umpire here. As we see a replay on the screen of the scampered single. Ollie Pope was alert to the action. You see Roach running out of the way. I think that would have been fine, would have been home pretty comfortably.
Quite an animated chat though between skipper Burns and the umpire.
My only guess, and it would absolutely be a guess, was whether it was about the Warwickshire players when scampering for that single running down the wicket. I fear if we looked at a replay though, we'd see them running perfectly either side of the track, and I'd be proved to not know what I'm talking about.
I think Burgess, in attempting to not collide with his teammate, did end up running down the centre of the pitch, briefly at least. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery from Kemar Roach. This one moving away from Bernard. Really skillful swing bowling from Roach. As we were talking about earlier, his stop delivery is one that goes in, and he's been challenging Bernard's inside edge for a while, but this one has left the Warwickshire number 6, and he very, very nearly found his outside edge. Surrey giving the Warwickshire batters very, very little to work with at the moment.
It's quite an interesting gap that Roach is leaving for the right-handers. So there's 2 slips, a cover, a mid-off, and then there's a kind of a very deep backward point. It's not quite at third man. And my guess would be that with that ball moving inwards, they're trying to encourage Warwickshire to take the single. They just have them push away from their body into that gap. I've just seen that ball's gone the other way there actually from Roach. He set it out far too wide, so it was never a threat to Burgess, but just showing him the change-up either way.
So you saying that with that gap at point, you're almost targeting the gap between bat and pad because you're trying to get the batters to
extend
sort of lean in a way that isn't natural. They're doing it solely for the purpose of finding that gap.
Because if that fielder was up and there's no run in that gap on show, you get no reward by taking a risk. And that's effectively what batting is, the balance, like calculated risk. And by leaving that gap open, you're encouraging their players to kind of open the face of the bat and change the angle of the delivery in a disadvantage. Can't say that word, so I'm not even going to try. In a way that is more risky, by opening your bat face and trying to access that point area. .58 overs gone, 181 for 6. Barnard's on 30 off 58. Burgess on 3 off 9. Must admit, as we watch a lot of cricket, and I must admit I don't always enjoy the cricket in front of me, but today has been wonderfully entertaining. We've seen high quality bowling throughout.
No, I think that I really enjoyed that the Warwickshire openers really took Surrey on early on. Surrey, we know what Surrey do. They tend to win the toss. That's the 5th in a row that Rory Burns has won. And when they win the toss, they always bowl first. And we've been talking about how accurate they are. If you sort of just let them bowl, a lot of teams have been unsuccessful in just trying to survive through that. So I really like that Davies and Yates took the attack to the storied Surrey attack.
No, I absolutely agree. And before I started choking on something imaginary, I had to stop talking. I was about to go on and talk about how I think Warwickshire have batted pretty well. I think they've kind of gone about it in the right fashion. I think your point about often when you see scorecards where there's 30s and starts, there's the kind of assumption that batters have thrown it away, and it's kind of, we've got to go on, lads. But actually, I think there is such movement and such life in this wicket on this first day that there is an element of there is a ball with your name on it.
Yeah. And we're seeing now, even though the ball's 58 overs old, particularly in that previous over from Roach, he's getting substantial movement through the air. We got an email in about it a few minutes ago, and yeah, it's fully on display, not just with Dan Worrell. And also, I feel that if a bowler is able to swing it both ways that much, the ball is doing loads.
Yeah. I also wonder whether there's a factor that we've had a dry week, and so it's not there isn't that kind of like humidity and dampness in the air where the ball gets that bit softer.
Ooh, leg side this time from Abbott, and Bernard gets a little bit of bat on it, and that will race away to the fine leg boundary. He picks up 4, he moves to 34.
See on the replay here, Abbott just straying down leg side. In the context of the day, those are 3 runs for Barnard. He's been very compact, he's been very organised. A lot of cliches coming to mind from his innings so far.
He does well to get out the way of that one, leaving it on length as much as anything else.
Bond has a quietly fantastic first-class record. He's played 110 first-class matches, averages 34 with the bat and 30 with the ball. Both those numbers in isolation will give you a career in professional cricket. He's been a mighty fine player for Worcestershire, an academy graduate.
And he leaves the final delivery of the over alone. 4 runs from the 59th over. Warwickshire 185 for 6.
You saw that ball really swinging a long way after it passed the batter. It's remarkable just how there's also a large element of pot luck here, that Surrey have managed to pick a ball out of the box, which is a bit harder, a bit darker, a bit more suited to swinging and keeping its shape for longer.
Yeah, we know that Duke's balls can do very different things, even though they're both Duke's balls. Been famously on this ground last year in the 5th Ashes Test. There was a change of ball and the ball behaved totally different. And that's in. Big shout from Roach. He likes it. There's a shy from one of the slips. Burgess was out wandering as Roach went up for the appeal. It was a direct hit, but he got back into his ground just in time.
And Roach being the victim of his own success in how much swing he is getting. We'll see here again. Not too extreme of a shuffle away. It's hit him quite... It does look very in front. We can't quite legislate for how much the ball is moving. And also, Burgess is batting outside of his crease to get, again, close that angle.
I think from behind that looks like that was doing too much. And
yes,
by the
I
way,
agree.
Really alert bit of fielding from Ollie Pope at second slip, spotting that Burgess was momentarily out of his ground. In again. And strikes Burgess's pad again.
A bit of a kind of reactive captaincy from me, but it's the second or third time we've seen the ball take the inside edge and kind of just balloon to that short leg area. I wonder if it would be a point of interest for Surrey, or whether they think the value is better kept in having those two fielders on the boundary, both as run savers in what they feel might be a kind of a lower-ish scoring match, and two, if Roach does want to use that short ball and to keep that option in the batter's mind. I imagine if we see Burgess and the batters keeping up, we have a change of field, one slip, one leg slip.
Yeah, and worth pointing out as well, that man at mid-wicket has got progressively closer.
That was remarkable. That was almost like an audible call in American football, where the field just changed. It didn't look like a thought process. It's almost like they called a secondary plan or something.
Yeah.
So we now have a catching mid-wicket and a leg slip in play.
Sorry, very much leaning in on the fact that Roach is getting the ball to swing into the right-handers at the moment. And there we go, and it's a player miss. And that man at leg slip would have been briefly interested. Yeah, you've got two catchers on the leg side, which is not often something you see. Just one on the offside with Ollie Pope stationed at a solitary slip.
I don't think Roach needs to change his plan with this change of field. I think his previous line suits this plan of action as well. That leg slip is in play. I think if you risk by starting off too straight, you're just going to be throwing it down the leg side. That's perfect.
We've got an email in from Nicholas. Not as exotic as the Caribbean, but I am streaming the match in sunny Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Not even pretending to work at my desk. Loving the broadcast. That sounds like you're having a very pleasant day, Nicholas. Back of a length, and that's defended by Burgess. Completes another maiden over. Roach's third of the day. Warwickshire 185 for 6.
Another fine over from Roach. And it'll be interesting to see how long he continues for. We've got 4 more overs until the tea break. And sorry, I've no... Well, given it's not like you're trying to fit overs in for a particular time, sorry for being in a particular rush for this session to end. Abbott's going to continue from the pavilion end. Got 2 slips, a deep third, a ring field, mid on, deep mid wicket, and fine leg.
And Burgess obviously is at the start of his innings, so totally understandable why he's taking his time at the moment. But I think you're seeing in the scoring rate that Warwickshire have been going at in the last half an hour or so why Yates and Davies started in the way they did, because when the runs stop flowing, it just lets the fielding side pack men around the bat. So that field we had at the end of that Kemar Roach over, it sort of feels as a batter there aren't many gaps. Short, but he finds a man at mid on. Do you see what I'm saying? You know, you've got a guy who's close to you on the offside, you've got a guy close to you on the leg side. If you get off to a quick start, those fielders aren't there. The whole dynamic between captain and batter is different. The captain is fielding his teammates in positions to take wickets rather than to protect runs.
I think the ball before, Barnard managed to pull that ball from Abbott. He didn't strike it particularly cleanly, but as a sign of how comfortable he seems at the crease, how early he was on that change of length to be able to pull it to that straightest man on the leg side. He's batting very nicely for his team at the moment. But I agree, we're in that little bit of a phase where Warwickshire scoring's been a little bit more tricky.
I think you put it quite well. They're in danger of having a very under par score, but equally with the batting they've come, they're doing okay. Just left alone again. Look at that movement, that late movement from Abbott. That has swung so far and so late. You know, we're talking about Warren Roach being known for being very big swingers of the ball, even with an old ball. Abbott less so, and even he is getting the ball to really talk in its 61st over of use. Short again from Abbott, and that's pulled into the leg side. They briefly think about a second run, but decide against it.
It's interesting that Surrey have moved, well, Abbott's, it's the second short ball Abbott's used this over. That despite that movement they're getting, they're still finding reason to it. It may well be a case of, I haven't quite noticed where the batter's batting to Abbott, but to Roach they're batting outside of their crease, and it might be a tactic just to force them back into their crease, to give them more time to play that short ball, but also give the bowlers more time for that full ball to move further.
Short again, but Burgess ducks underneath it with ease. That's the end of another Sean Abbott over, just one run from it. Warwickshire now 186 for 6 after 61 overs. I'm going to take a break, and Adam Collins will take you through to tea alongside Cam Ponsonby.
I might just be looking for having a bit of confirmation bias here, but Burgess there did remark his guard after that previous short ball and did seem to be batting back in his crease to Abbott. Whether he'd strayed out, he was definitely batting outside of his crease to Roach. So both parties are kind of getting what they want as Adam Collins joins for the final 3 overs before the tea interval.
Yes, hello Cam. Roach again, leg slip in.
That ball just looked like it held its line slightly. I don't know if that was the outswinger from Roach.
Ball certainly moved around throughout, hasn't it? Into the 62nd over now. There's been no sign of it stopping and really allowing Warwickshire to build anything meaningful. I mean, they've had partnerships today. They've included 59, 29, 43, 31, and this pair have batted 19, but none have been able to go on with it and make the most of it. Catchy mid-wicket comes in a few steps further. Oh, and that's exactly what they've got the leg slip there for. It'll be dead ball on the basis of no shot being offered, but yes, working to that plan B, if you like.
Be interesting just to, well, we're going to see the replay here of why Surrey have Ollie Pope or Dom Sibley at leg slip. Well, heading down leg side, just taking the top of the batter's pad, and it flies off for 4 leg byes. Well, no, flies off for 0 because it was a dead ball, no shots offered. I think again, it's just showing that signs of Roach getting a little bit too straight.
So trying to keep the stumps in play every ball. That is the short side of the ground, so 2 men set back. Hasn't felt like a sort of 187 for 6 day, maybe because there have been decent stretches between wickets with the exception of the 2 that fell on 59. They've been able to not lose them in a real hurry, or that's, to be fair, Rhodes and Bethel fell in the space of a couple of overs earlier this session, but there have been periods of play where it's vaguely under control. But still, from Surrey's perspective, 1 more here on the stroke of tea. They picked up a wicket right on lunch. That was Sam Hain, and 3 in this session. Mosley league before to Clark for 25. Rhodes caught by Sibley, a ripper at first slip from Clark for 36, and Bethel caught at second slip from the bowling of Roach for 1. So they were 167 for 6.
Me and Yas were discussing exactly that. We don't think Warwickshire are too far away, but they are still at risk of being bowled out for that under par score.
Yeah. So they've got to come Mir Jamal, who I'm looking forward to watching bat. Well, you as well, Cam. You were in Australia during the Australian summer and got to see Mir Jamal do his thing. It was most exciting. I mean, I know he's primarily in the team to bowl, but I saw the way he took on Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood at Sydney making 86. He can score very quickly when he wants to. Didn't mind taking on the short ball. It was lots of fun. Getting that in-swinger to finish. 2 singles from the over. 188 for 6. This pair have put on 21.
Am I right in saying Jamal became the first person, and this could all be false, so I warn you, was the first person to win man of the series in a contest that his side had A, lost, and B, lost 3-zip, been whitewashed?
It's possible that he did. I reckon Mitch Marsh was man of the series, but he was certainly man of the match at Sydney in a losing effort. They were beaten by 9 wickets, but yeah, he's 6 for an 86 for enough to make him man of the match. I think Mitch Marsh was player of the series for 3 half-centuries. There was no hundreds in the whole series with the exception of Warner's on the first day of it. We're going to see, for the first time today, Cameron Steele leading Surrey for wickets through the season. 21 of them. 20 came in the first 3 weeks. Only bowled a few overs against Hampshire. Got himself a wicket before they wrapped up that game on the Monday morning, but we'll get an opportunity for 1 over before tea from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end.
I understand it's a free hit and it could very well potentially work, but I think the seam had been so threatening, I would have expected them to continue.
Lands it straight away, question asked and turned down. Pitched outside leg, I reckon. Bit of dip there straight away, work on the ball.
It's just something different to look at for the batters. It's just a change of tempo. I completely understand. Well, who am I to talk? Rory Burns, well done, great decision.
And again, nice flight. So how you get yourself on Saturday. Give the batters something different to look at. Get me on, captain. Let me bowl. Is that your first league game tomorrow?
It is indeed.
Oh, happy days. That's fun. Long on back. Sweeper at deep mid-wicket for the drag down. Nice day. I think it's 23 tomorrow, isn't it?
I've heard very exciting reports about what the weather is going to be. It's been our first real the first week that's felt like summer in London, which has been very exciting. It needs to instant change in behaviour patterns.
kind of sitting outside in the garden after dinner kind of energy. Short again, but outside part of the bat. He'll get 4 for it, not without risk. Barnard moves into the 40s.
I think you've kind of seen why Burns turned to Steele for 1 over. You've had 2 short deliveries from Steele, but the batter's footwork is so tuned to the seamer at the moment. They've been a little bit slow. Burgess didn't quite get his pull away. Barnard doesn't quite get his cut away either. He gets the reward he was after, but not in the process he intended. 2 more balls. Would have 1 more over of seam before the tea break.
Fuller. The ball before is one of those where you can hear the captain yelling, "Don't mind that. Don't mind them cutting from there." Encouraging the bowler, giving the batter something to think about. This will be his last ball before the break. Nicely done. Flighted up to finish. 193 for 6, just on 50 mile an hour where he wants to be. Steele. He's taken all 21 wickets this season with his leg break, none with the wrong one.
Is that right?
Which has been sort of relayed as a point of pride in his development as a bowler. I think we thought of Cameron Steele as having that big bosey which could undo players, and that would be the exception to the rule. But when he got it right, it was sensational, whereas this year it's been far more a focus. I think Nick Friend did an interview to this effect, where he's been fixated on making sure that it's his stock delivery, and Alex Stewart similarly wanting him to bowl more with that in mind. So Roach to bowl the last over before the break.
I think I preferred Surrey's previous plan when Roach bowling, or previous field, with 2 slips rather than the leg slip. I think the leg slip has just dragged Roach's line a little bit straighter than necessary. That's why we've seen a couple of balls fly off down the leg side and kind of have that more unchallenging line. I'll be fascinated if they could get a short leg in. Where they borrow that fielder from, I do not know.
Easy single. That's where Burgess wants to be, with T on the horizon down the non-striker's end, up to 6, the wicket-keeper.
I think what's happened is bowlers obviously bowled to their field, so Roach has flipped from a 5-4 field to a 4-5, and his line as a result has got that bit straighter, but he was so challenging beforehand. You could potentially still leave 1 slip, and rather than having a leg slip, have a short leg and maintain that line he was operating on before. And then you're naturally still challenging off stump and kind of the outside edge of the bat if the ball holds its line. But when that ball does dart in, you do bring that bat pad into play.
Quick question without notice before we get to T.
Yeah.
Yas has been identifying the batter on strike right now as Bernard, and I've been going Barnard. And I've always done that because there was a footballer when I was growing up called Paul Barnard in Australia. But Bernard, to your eye? Steering again, so we'll put Burgess back on strike before the break. Barnard 41.
I think I naturally fell on Barnard. As in Barnard Castle, because it's the place.
Yep.
Of Dominic Cummings' fame, but it had been there beforehand.
Isn't it funny that that castle in question will always be remembered for that moment in time in the COVID lockdown?
The Cummings statement. That was great TV.
Everyone watched it. It was a beautiful day like this, wasn't it? Short ball, it gets something on it, but doesn't bisect. Well, it does, but due to some tidy work from Ben Folkes, there's no run for it. So they were, I suppose, bowling for that to an extent. Yes, it's one of those moments in time where the whole country was watching the telly and watching the, the multi-channel coverage of a press conference that you wouldn't have thought was remotely possible some 6 or 7 months before. Had you dreamt it up, you would have been like, surely. Stranger than fiction. Anyway, last ball of the session. And that will be that 2 runs from it. So, a session where 35 overs were bowled, and Warwickshire have taken it from 88 for 3 to 195 for 6. So, 3 wickets falling. Surrey doing a lot right with the ball. Ed Barnard getting to 41. When he walked in, there was lots of work to do. Lost a couple of partners in a hurry, Rhodes and Bethel, who fell on 162 and 167 respectively, but this pair have put on 28 since then. So Barnard unbeaten on 41, the top score so far. Clark's got 3 wickets for the hosts, 2 of them in that session, Mosley and Rhodes. A couple for Roach, 1 just before lunch and the most recent to fall, and 1 for Sean Abbott in his second over when he trapped Yates leg before wicket for 32. Both openers falling with the score on 59 after Warwickshire was sent in and got off to a pretty good start, but can Ponsonby at 195 for 6. It's going to take a fair bit from here for it to be Warwickshire's day. They're going to have to win the final session, that's for sure.
They are going to have to win the final session, but a benefit and a luxury they have of having Barnard in their top 6 is they have Burgess at 8, a batter of Burgess's quality at 8 with Jamal still to come. I don't think they're too far away. I think Surrey will be the happier of the 2 teams because they're that much closer to kind of their point of success. But I would not be surprised to see if after the break, if Warwickshire managed to get a couple more overs in, that ball does stop moving a tiny bit, they're able to capitalise, play their shots and hopefully get up to around 250, 275. But I think mainly it's been a fantastically entertaining day's play. It is free after tea, so do get on down for a sunny Friday afternoon into the evening. You'll be able to watch Jordan Clark, the standout of the bowlers, 3 for 25 off his 13 overs, and the rest in action.
So as the spectators make their way out to the middle, let's take a look at the 6 wickets to fall so far today before we take our break here at the Kia Oval. The first here, it was an injudicious leave from Davies Castle by Clark, wide of the crease after letting him go. In the next over, 3 balls later, that was again on the angle. Sean Abbott excited to get his first wicket back at the club just before lunch. Sam Hain caught behind, bat and pad close together, then Clark again, leg before wicket. The second decision that Surrey had go their way on the angle. That was a terrific catch from Dom Sibley, moving in the opposite direction that would have been natural from that delivery. And then Roach.
A terrific drop from Sibley.
Yeah, the drop, the juggle, the bobble, which was safely pouched by Ollie Pope, who was so busy in the Corden the last time Surrey were here a fortnight ago. So the state of play at the tea break, 195 for 6 Warwickshire. We'll take a break here. We're going to hear from Sean Abbott, who returned to the club this week, an interview with the Australian all-rounder.
Saba, welcome home. How does it feel to be back at the Kia Oval?
It's brilliant, eh? It's good nice of the weather to turn up for me on my first day. It's good, mate. Winning squares this morning, no doubt. So, it's good to be back. The boys have welcomed me with open arms again, so enjoying the vibe so far, first day back.
Why have you come back to Surrey?
Well, I just really enjoyed myself last year. It was nice to play some good cricket, but I was obviously here for most of the season. And it's been one of the more enjoyable, sort of periods of my career, having been around a little while now. It's nice to have some success as well. We're obviously defending champions again this year, but I felt like I learnt a lot last year. But basically just being around the group is the reason why I expressed my interest in coming back, and I'm very grateful that Surrey have opened their arms and wanted me back as well.
How important is playing red ball cricket?
I love playing red ball cricket, mate. It's my favourite format. I just love the 4-day grind with the lads, the ups and downs. I just love it. Everything that goes into it. Obviously, we've played very well the last few years, and as I mentioned, we're defending champions again. And I sent some texts around, just sort of feeling out the group and the vibe so far, and they're all extremely hungry to keep playing well and defend the title. So, but yeah, as mentioned, there's some big white ball games coming up as well.
Surrey's attack is varied. What do you see as your role with the ball within the team?
I don't know, mate. Just hit the cut stuff, present the rope, and hopefully it all pays off. There's a very experienced bowling attack, and all present very different attributes, and I think they all, have got most bases covered. So it's as I mentioned, the group as a whole is great to be around, but just watching each of the quicks, especially go about their work, is something that I really enjoyed last year, and I'm looking forward to this year.
You worked hard on your batting and scored lots of runs last year. How are you approaching your batting this year?
I don't know, I think I might be down near 10 or 11 this year. The boys keep scoring runs, so Look, mate, there's always, we're presented with lots of different scenarios last year with the bat. There were some games where the lower order sort of had to scrap around and bat for a little while and do some hard work to get back in front of the game, get some extra bonus points, and then have a little bit of fun, which we all like doing with the bat, searching for the pickets. But yeah, it's hard to put an exact role on my batting at the moment. It's just whatever each game presents and do it with the bloke up the other end. I thoroughly enjoyed a couple of innings last year with Frankie Worrell, so hopefully a few more of them this year.
Almost a year on from that night versus Kent in the Vitality Blast, what are your memories and reflections from that night? It kind of felt like a blur, but I also sort of remember quite a bit of it. It's still one of those things that I just never thought or expected to happen. So, for starters, I wasn't expecting the opportunity to bat that high up the order. And then, the whole night was just, except when I had to bowl. I got slogged a bit when I bowled, but I just remember having a big hug with George. He was obviously stoked for me. And then the reception the lads gave me when I came off the field, and then after the game, it was pretty surreal. And then, I couldn't really hear it at the time, but the crowd, when I went back and watched videos and the crowd were up and about, the little close-ups of individuals in the crowd getting up and about to see me score runs, I thought, that's something that I never thought, I'd see, people cheering me on with the bat like that. So, very fond memories. It's Stewie's last season. What was your reaction to the news that he'll be stepping down at the end of the year?
I was quite sad, to be honest. I mean, in a way, he's contributed a lot to this club over many, many years, and I just know how well respected he is within the group and cricket circles in general. So, whilst I'm not in Surrey and in London for 12 months of the year, but my time with Stewie has been, the memories that I'll look back on with great fondness. And it's going to be sad to not see him as much if I'm going to continue to come back and be welcomed by the club. But he's sort of the one that got in contact with me a few years ago to come over, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity, and I'll always be thankful for him for that. So, there's certainly been a little bit of chat to the boys being up and about for Stewie this year. But I actually haven't said hello to him yet. I wonder if he's going to come down and give me a clip down the ears for not seeing him yet. But it's certainly a bit extra to play for this year.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval for the final session of this first day. Warwickshire 195 for 6 after being sent in this morning. Barnard is there on 41 not out, is the highest score so far. They lost 3 wickets for 88 in the first session, 3 wickets for 107 in the second. And this pair, Barnard and Burgess, have put on 28 so far for the 7th wicket. Clark's taken 3 wickets for the home side, a couple for Roach, and 1 for the returning man, Sean Abbott, who you heard from just then at the tea interval. I'm Adam Collins, and with me I have Dean Wilson, senior journalist on the England beat. G'day, Dino.
Yeah, good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, everyone. Glorious scene ahead of us as the crowd makes their way off the ground. I always love seeing crowds on the outfield during lunch break and tea break, getting a chance just to tread on the same turf that the players are performing, and a good crowd in here today, no doubt.
Might be a chance
of the weather.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been the chance for the batters today, hasn't it? You look around the country, there have been some pretty nice starts made by teams who elected to bat. So Hampshire will start in Division 1 before the players return here. Hampshire 212 for 2 after winning the toss and batting there at the Rose Bowl. Ali Orr 121 not out. The opener who made the move this year. He's batted the whole way through. He's got James Vince, the captain for company, who's on 28. So they're playing Durham with an attack that includes Pot, Siddle, Cass. So a very strong attack that Ali Orr is thriving against at the moment. Good to see the young man doing well after moving clubs. Lancs at 208 for 4. That's at Notts. They won the toss and batted away from home, and so far top scoring for them, 91 for the captain Keaton Jennings. And the other game in Division 1, as I scroll through my page, is Worcestershire and Kent. That's at Canterbury. Worcester also won the toss and batted. That was the theme. Everyone won the toss and batted with the exception of Surrey in Division 1. They're 212 for 3. Gareth Roderick 73 not out. So for the most part, good batting in the top flight in Division 2. We've got Sussex, Glamorgan. Sussex in a bit of strife. They actually were sent in by Glamorgan. That was at Cardiff, and they're 186 for 7 at tea. So Glamorgan with the ball doing the damage. 4 wickets for Mir Hamza. Left arm Pakistani quick. James Harris, the veteran, 3 for 64. Top scoring as ever, Pajara with 41, but he was out to Mir Hamza, caught behind in that session. And the other game in the second division is Gloucestershire Northants. That's at Wantage Road as we begin the final stanza here. Clark with ball in hand. Deflection for Barnard to move him to 42. Northants also sent in Gloucester, and Gloucester have made their way to 230 for 4. Gloucestershire have Miles Hammond on 87 not out. A half century earlier today to Australian international Cameron Bancroft, who made 53. So that's the call of the card around the grounds as we return to the Kia Oval and focus in on an important session for the visitors. They've got to get through here and give themselves a chance of batting again tomorrow. That'll help. Lovely shot, Burgess, to move into double figures. First ball he faces in the session. Turns it into a half volley with a nice stride and takes Warwickshire to 200 for 6.
Yeah, lovely looking stroke that from Michael Burgess. Full extension of the arms through the line of the ball. Lovely classical cover drive there, all along the ground. And you just fancy this partnership here, absolutely crucial.
He looks organised. Made a half century here last year, Michael Burgess, in that heavy defeat.
Yeah, you can clearly bat. Average of 34 in first class cricket. Played a fair bit. Ed Barnard, in fact, he's got a slightly higher first class average than Ed Barnard by 0.05 of a run.
I wonder if that's changed in this innings. 42 and 11, small margins and all that. Yes, this year so far, highest score of 43 for Burgess. That was last week against Notts, so he's a little bit of form coming into this.
Surrey would have fancied trying to get through this Warwickshire lineup on day one, hence bowling first on a slightly greenish tinged pitch, but one that you get the impression probably is going to be absolutely primed for batting on day two.
All beaten to finish. Oh, not to finish, my apologies. That's the 5th ball of the over, but a good one. Barnard playing from a length that he could have left, and he sort of demonstrates that with the shadow batting after the fact.
But this has been a kind of very workmanlike performance from the Surrey bowlers so far today. Dan Worrell outstanding earlier on. Kemar Roach always a threat. Jordan Clark backing them up now.
Ends the over with that leave. 201 for 6. Yeah, Clark was terrific on day one against Hampshire a couple of weeks ago, picking up 3, and so consistent last year, constantly making a contribution. Took 48 wickets at 21. As you can see there, 3 wickets, a couple in that second session. And keep your correspondence coming in at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Got a lengthy email in from Brian, which I'll try and get through as we start our conversation. Cam Steele is going to change ends. He bowled 1 over from the pavilion end before tea, had 5 runs taken from it. Now gets a crack from our Vauxhall end, the JM Finstand end.
I do wonder what the theory there. You see 1 over before the break and think that's just the token effort from the skipper there, going, let's have an over of leg spin, but actually looks like Steele's going to have a proper bowl here, which will be lovely to see. A bit of change of tempo.
Got 2 out on the leg side, deep mid wicket and a long on. Nearly skipped through. You can tell from the body language there from Steele that didn't turn quite as much. A deep point on the offside, slip the catching man, the rest ringed in on the 1. There's that wrong-un. Haven't seen much of it from him this season. Placed out to the 1 sweeper on the offside to the long boundary. Dino, with you with us for the next, however long it is, half an hour, 45 minutes. Interested in your perspective on the PCA report that received quite a bit of publicity during the week, which Joe Root fronted, that had some quite significant sort of headline numbers that made headlines, naturally. Again, that's the one that's on with the arm. Where, was it 87% of players who indicated, I better get these numbers right, 80-something%, says I, expressed a concern about, to fully there, doesn't make the most of it, knocks it on the head, down to long on, expressed concern around travel between games and the safety of that, and that sort of followed on from the previous headline number, which was in relation to the schedule more widely, but I think that, you know, that's a more subjective point. I guess it's the safety bit that jumped out.
Yeah, 8 in 10 concerns about physical strains, and 75% feared for their safety driving late at night from match to match. 6 in 10 thought the schedule was going to have an impact on their mental health.
Too short. Go straight back over his head, interestingly. He'll get a couple there, Burgess, to end an over that didn't quite come out as the leg spinner would have liked. 4 from it, 205 for 6.
I think the interesting thing about the survey, which is that players are going to express their opinions and on the issues presented, and you ask them about, you know, wanting to reduce the amount of hours or reduce their workload, or, you know, as you say, maybe reducing number of back-to-back matches and concerns over safety. They're all really valid and important issues. Of course they are, but they're kind of being, you know, this is kind of like the raw data, isn't it? It's being presented in isolation without perhaps greater context. And I think that context is really important when discussing these things. And of course, as you say, the headline about safety, as soon as you talk about player safety, and players talking about driving home late at night, yeah, absolutely, that jumps out, and you want to, you know, support and appreciate that. but of course there's a reason why the schedule is the schedule, and why they're being asked to play back-to-back games on a Thursday and a Friday, for example. I think it's really important that it's analysed in the round, and so you kind of take into consideration the commercial aspects of it, and why counties are trying to play Thursdays and Fridays and at the weekends to maximise the revenue. I read quite an interesting kind of analysis from Mike Atherton on it regarding, you know, things to do with high performance and funding that goes into sports science, and lots of additional costs that are kind of putting counties, some counties under financial pressure, not least to mention, of course, the salaries and the wages for players, and it kind of all adds up to a situation where you can't essentially please all the people all the time. And so actually I think the players, you kind of have to accept that there's going to be either a kind of risk to their wage packet, perhaps, there is a risk to performance, and of course there is a risk to, you know, driving yourself from one place to another and under, you know, certain conditions. You know, we do it ourselves, but admittedly we don't play the game, and so the intensity perhaps is not the same, but we know what it's like to be at a venue that game finishes at 11:30.
Outside edge, but safely down to deep third.
Driving home late at night, early hours of the morning to try and get back to families, and you know, sometimes you make that decision, don't you? Do you stay an extra night at a venue to, you know, make sure that you're well rested and go again the next day, or do you actually try and get home to your family and see your loved ones and make a call? So there's a fair bit that kind of goes into it, and everyone gets to kind of make their own decision.
Shout from the cordon who ponder whether it might have been had bat, but that's not the case. Barnard's still there on 44, 207 for 6.
And while it's, you know, self-evident that you shouldn't be asking players to kind of put their lives in danger unnecessarily or unduly, but there is a kind of element of risk to life just by kind of living. I think, you know, if you don't want to have any danger, you never leave the house. But if you never leave the house, then you might get, you know, DVT or something. You know, there's always risks and rewards.
Steele's new over begins.
And fundamentally, it's about trying to make sure that the risks are not too great for the players, and finding that balance, finding that middle ground between the commercial demands, the scheduling demands, and of course, you know, safety.
Inside edge again, that one that goes straight on, which has been what Steele's been trying to do in his brief spell since tea. Well bowled there, keeping the stumps in play. And I think what you say there it is right about balance, and if you pull at one thread, well, we know how these things tend to be. And look, there are 55 instances of counties playing back-to-back days in the Blast this year compared to 34 last year fully, and again happy to take it down the ground rather than try and pop it into the Archbishop Tennyson School. In June, Gloucestershire are due to play a T20 match away to Glamorgan on a Thursday, and then a home match against Somerset on a Friday, then travel to Scarborough for a championship match against Yorkshire on the Sunday morning. I mean, there are instances of that, and I appreciate that. If you go back a couple of generations even, you had 2 3-day games and a Sunday league game, and often travelling one length of the country to the other to play the Sunday league, coming back by the Monday. These things happened, but it doesn't mean it's a good thing that it happened. But there's the other point here is that really what we're referring to here, if you want to be crude, it's the Blast, right? It's not about championship cricket when it comes to driving from venue to venue, because by virtue of the fact that it's a 4-day game and 3 days in between, there aren't those same pressures. But in the Blast, when it is full on, 14 games for each team in the group stage. But if you start talking about reducing the home games, the 7 home games each county get, understandably, that is one of the, if not the biggest revenue raiser for a whole bunch of them. They're resistant to rationalising the schedule for perfectly understandable reasons. 3 off the over, 210 for 6. So there's no perfect solution here. It's a whole series of imperfect solutions. And I think that's the thing that needs to be remembered in all of this.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel for the players who are, going out there and trying to perform at their very best, and they want to give off their very best, and that means, especially in T20 matches, huge intensity around the game. It doesn't really matter about the length of the game because they're just incredibly intense occasions, and a game that goes right down to the wire late at night. God knows what that takes out of you physically and mentally.
Doesn't quite lace it through. Nearly does, but Abbott there in the covers turns a 4 into a 2, diving to his right.
And yeah, you're right that there are different circumstances for different clubs. Some clubs have coaches that ferry players back and forth, and others the players drive themselves. Sometimes they talk about getting back to base, to the home ground, and then they've got another drive beyond that. So they can find themselves, absolutely putting themselves behind the wheel, at very difficult moments. But I as I say, I can't tell you what the specific solution is, because these are also, kind of fit young men who, I guess, if you get yourself into that rhythm, into that routine, your body kind of allows you to work to the rhythm of a blast schedule. In the evenings, obviously in the IPL it's slightly different, but you almost become a nocturnal animal in terms of your lifestyle. I guess there's the tricky bit does come into it when maybe you play a couple of blast games and you're in that rhythm up late at night, and then the demand switches and you've got to be up early to go and play a championship game 24 hours later.
And look, I mean, I think that the driving from game to game thing, that could be mitigated, and I'm sure for a lot of clubs it is, high on the thigh pad, with using coaches. I mean, that's the most straightforward thing to say, that not having players drive would be the first thing to consider in all of this from a really practical perspective. But then there's the wear and tear bit, there's the high performance side of this about wanting to be at your very best. I mean, the only way you can make this schedule with 4 formats in it more palatable is to, as that straight drive just sneaks past the stumps, it looks like it was going to run into it, follow through, not to be, is to lengthen the season in some way. I mean, I do think there is some scope for some creative thinking around this, especially as it relates to most clubs. I know not all clubs, but most clubs spending time away from home in March, doing some sort of pre-season camp. We see them in the Caribbean, we see them in South Africa, we see them in the UAE. Is there a way we can use that window of time in March to have some of the white ball season, in all probability the 50 over tournament, played offshore? It's not ideal, again, all imperfect solutions, but is there a way where maybe 4 of those group games can be played then? I know at the moment the Metro Bank gets played at the same time as the 100, but with that parcel of games put somewhere else, does that create the opportunity for a little bit of a rethink on where everything else fits and gets blocked in? Quickish shingle, and they're through, and that'll complete the over. 4 runs from it, 214 for 6. Barnard up to 46, Burgess on 20. They've started well after tea. They've advanced this partnership by 20 up to 47 without further loss. Is there a model where that can be looked at? I ponder. I mean, I know Richie Benno used to say they should play in October. When Richie Benno lived over here, he used to always say, why don't they play in October? It's not going to happen, right? There's always resistance to playing in October. But yeah, I do ponder whether that might be one way of helping this.
Well, they might as well play in Dubai in January. I mean,
the only reason I cite March is because they're already doing that.
No, I know, but they're doing that to get ready for the season, to play, to be at their best for the season. The season, they're trying to represent their counties and perform in front of crowds that support them. If you just want to...
Full toss put away. That time makes the most of it and advances to a half century as well. Ed Barnard coming in at an important time for the visitors. Third half century of the campaign. Up beyond 250 runs for the season as well. Reaching that mark in 94 balls, and much of what plays out for the rest of the day will hinge on how Barnard fares from here, Dean Wilson.
Well, when you're 46 not out, what is the delivery that you're looking for to try and get you there? Certainly the full toss would be right up there at the top of that list. Well put away.
Good response from Steele as well. But I'm only using that, again, it's not perfect, but if they're going to spend a few weeks there playing a few 50-over games or a handful of 50, it's just an example of where if we've got 4 formats all folding in on top of each other and we're hearing from the players that they're under duress, whether it's the responsibility of the game to try and relieve some of that. And I know that a lot of people will be listening to this saying, "We'll just get rid of the 100." I mean, let's deal in the world of the reality. The 100's going nowhere. It doesn't matter whether there's strong views either way. It's just the practical reality. It's not going anywhere. So, and that's not really the problem here either, because that's being played at the same time as the Metro Bank. And players aren't moving from competition to competition. They're in one or the other. They're in one stream or the other stream, as it is at the moment. And I don't anticipate that changing. It really is about that friction point in the middle of the group stage of the Blast.
Yeah, fundamentally, there are too many strands to pull at to find the perfect solution, really. And that is the nature of English domestic cricket as it's evolved over time. And you know, for good reason, you know, we've got to where we are, and actually you can kind of keep fudging along and muddling along and just trying to do the best you can with each aspect of it, or really you could take, you know, a kind of more hard-nosed approach and actually make a decision that says that something's got to give, and it's either a format or a competition or wages, or, you know, number of players. You know, you make your choice.
Edged and doesn't quite get to Pope on the full. He was diving across from second slip. He wouldn't have got there had he been at first slip. It would have fallen well in front of him, but Clark starting the over well to Barnard, the key man here, watching it back. Yeah, not quite.
And the interesting thing as well, of course, is that in many cases in non-100 territories, counties, people are arguing that there's not enough cricket. You've got counties that are essentially, their grounds are laying dormant for weeks upon weeks in the middle of the season. So actually, you can already see how difficult it is to try and please even some of the people some of the time, let alone all the people all the time.
Speaking of the 100. Ooh, half a shout, but only from folks, and only momentarily. I mean, we needn't talk too much about this, but there's quite significant conversations taking place behind the scenes that will relate to championship cricket more widely, especially for counties that don't have a 100 team being hosted by them, because if this plan does go ahead, where 49% of the existing 8 teams get privatised, shot for one out to the sweeper, short boundary, and the 51% will reside with the host counties or the host grounds. So I make that distinction when it comes to the London Spirit, which it'll be an MCC, not a Middlesex windfall, but nevertheless 51% going into the ownership of clubs like Warwickshire and Surrey, and having the right to do with that as they see fit. So in theory it remains in the hands of the club, but it might be that one of the host counties want to sell some or all of their 51% to the same private sources. It's gotten fine, but not quite fine enough to threaten the rope. The sweeping done by Smith beneath us, they get back for a couple. So it could easily be a case where some counties choose to sell their chunk as well, and that would be fascinating, because that truly would be a new frontier. We haven't seen anything quite like that. I know we've got 3 privately owned counties at the moment, but very different energy when we're talking about that set piece middle of the year competition.
Absolutely.
Going into very much private hands, or the clubs at least.
Oh,
it's through. Clark again. It's always Clark. That's his 4th wicket, and it breaks up a partnership that was building. Broken on 55. Surrey have taken a 7th wicket. 2-2-2 on the board, and it deflected down onto the woodwork. Stump bent back. Seeing it again here, a back of a length delivery, and just deflected off the inside edge. Maybe the glove. Get a better sense from the front on view, I suspect. And eventually into the leg stump. Clark gets rid of Burgess for 22.
Yeah, just enough movement there back in towards Burgess from Clark. Just not quite half the width of the bat, but enough to take the inside edge as he chopped down on it. Bent that leg stump back, and Clark just coming up with the goods, being the man that makes things happen when his team needs it. He's such a useful cricketer, Jordan Clark. Scored 100 earlier this season. I think it was against Hampshire, he got 100 here, showing what he can do with the bat, and now with the ball. Terrifically useful cricketer, and just maybe beat Burgess a little bit of movement, maybe a little quicker, came off the pitch a little quicker than he was expecting, a little late on the shot perhaps. And 4th wicket there for Clark, and now at 7 down, 222 for 7. Surrey skipper Rory Burns feeling increasingly good about his decision to insert Warwickshire. His bowlers are doing a good job so far.
And in at number 9, Amir Jamal, who we were raving about before tea, what he was able to achieve against Australia late last year. Test level, made his debut for Warwickshire last week, went wicketless but did make 40 with the bat. Wrong to Barnett to begin. Yes, he made 82 at Sydney, 33 not out at Melbourne. And took 18 wickets in 3 matches at 20, so a serious competitor, Amir Jamal.
Straight into the bear pit of Australia. Tough place to go and start your career, and obviously showed he's got what it takes.
Took big wickets too. Oh, again the wrong one. So we spent a bit of time before tea talking about all of Steele's wickets coming this season with his leg break. He's battled a lot of wrong-uns from this JM Finn stand end since the short break, for what it's worth. Yes, we were setting up before the wicket this quite substantial decision that the counties plus the MCC, so the 19 stakeholders have to make, and one interpretation is that it could help some of the non-100 counties clear quite a substantial amount of debt in the short term. Not to say that's the only part of this, and not by a long way, but that is one part of it, that some counties, Gloucestershire the most obvious at the moment, have been indebted to such an extent that having a one-off windfall, having this asset sold in the way that it's been talked about, could see them get out of the hole in the short term. Flat. And Punch hasn't started as well as he would have liked. Steele here, scoring fairly easily off the leg spinner.
And of course it would be terrific for all the indebted counties to get that bonus and find themselves in a more financially sound position, but you obviously have to guard against ending up there again.
Yeah, I guess the question is at what cost long term. Steele's up, pitched outside leg, not out. So Jamal's 1, Barnard's 54, 225 for 7, the 1 wicket after tea. Burgess bowled by Clark. He chopped on for 22. Clark's got 4. It'll stay with Dean Wilson. Then it'll be Daniel Norcross for the next 8 overs.
Yeah, Cameron's still getting into his work now. He's had a terrific start to the season, picking up plenty of wickets. one of a number of leg spinners taking wickets in the Championship at the first part of the season. A lot of overs of spin were bowled with the Kookaburra ball, but now the Duke's ball is back in the hands. It's still...
There's spin everywhere, Dino. There's spin everywhere.
There is spin everywhere. It's great to see.
Yeah, there are webs, tantalising webs of spin all over England. That's a nice little flick away. We'll just bring the one. It's like that. There's a sort of week, isn't there, in Sydney when all the spiders move. You know about this?
Is that what spider moving week?
Spider moving week. Yeah,
Oh,
they kind
right.
of migrate or something.
Right.
It's no picnic. A friend of mine found a couple trotting across her bedroom floor.
And they are big enough to trot over there.
They are big. They make noise. She opened a drawer once and discovered a large huntsman in her underwear drawer. You don't want that.
No one wants that.
I wanted to ask you about Michael Burgess's dismissal. I've seen it a couple of times now. It's a funny old one, wasn't it? Insipid. A sort of rather nondescript shot. It was sort of...
I think credit to the bowler.
With the jag back.
With the jag back, yeah. It was the movement off the pitch that did it. I think if it had just been up and down, he'd have played it very calmly out into the offside, I think.
Well, Jordan Clark has been amazing today. Picked up 4 for 42. But Amir Jamal comes with some serious props from Colo. He saw his 86, I believe, against Australia, who are not a weak team.
Well,
I mean, weak-minded, obviously, but
morally.
Morally, yes. But we did say right at the start of the day that both these teams bat very deep. So we've got Cameron Steele coming in at 9. Warwickshire have got a man with a Test match 86 coming in at 9. And frankly, Craig Miles is no mug with the bat. And I've seen Oliver Hannon-Dolby hang around for an incredibly long time. You remember how disappointed he was when he was credited with a run that he thought was a leg bye. He was trying to get the slowest duck of all time. And I think he did actually, it was nearly a very rare bye there. That flew through to folks, but he managed to take enough pace on it to prevent the run. I believe he was on course for the longest duck in history. And he remonstrated with the umpire when it was signalled as a run when it's a leg bye, mate. Leg bye. Which is not something you see often, if at all.
Terrific commitment to...
Oh, it was marvellous. End of the over. 73 gone. 7 more until a new ball becomes available. 2:28 for 7. I love Oliver Hannon-Dolby. I think he's a magnificently characterful cricketer to watch, and a very likeable man. I spent an enjoyable hour with him in a bar in Sydney during the T20 World Cup. But he also, I don't know if we were able to get a picture of this. There are some office blocks that are behind the Galadari stand that look like owls to me. You see what I mean? They've got kind of like owl-like heads.
More like eyebrows, but I see what you mean, yeah.
Oh, now that's a horrible hack from Barnard, getting a little bit excited by the leg spinner Cameron Steele. And I've always thought that Hannon-Dolby had a touch of the owl to him.
Yes, I kind of know what you mean.
Yeah.
Rather a fairly tall-looking owl.
A tall owl.
A tall owl.
A tall owl. Oh, I say, he's cut that off his stumps. But he also has a wonderful habit when he runs into bowl. His left arm, as he runs in, or is it his right arm? It's his left arm, isn't it? It's always like he's sort of slightly keeping away an excitable dog that wants to jump up at him. It's a sort of complicated owl.
Rather idiosyncratic owl.
Yeah, very, very idiosyncratic, but also very fine bowler and a doughty batter if he has reason to bat. I think it was with Burgess, wasn't it?
Right.
That he had that incredible partnership.
if he gets in today, he'll have plenty of cause to hang around, because I fear that this pitch is only going to get better for batting as we move into the weekend.
Yes. That's partly, I guess, what was in Rory Burns' mind when he elected to bowl first on a beautiful sunny day. And so far, you'd say he's been vindicated. 7 wickets.
Would he be happy just with 7 if no further were to fall today?
No. No, that would produce a certain disgruntlement. End of the over, 229 for 7, in part because he'd have 16 overs with a new ball. Are you heading off?
Unfortunately.
Oh, do you know?
Fortunately for some.
But you're back, aren't you? You're back this game.
I'll be back tomorrow.
You're back tomorrow?
Yeah. Why not?
I look forward to it. Katya Witney is going to come and join us. And this gives me an opportunity to ask the question that John Surtees once asking of Andrew Samson. And put simply, it's this. Didn't quite get hold of that. Get a single, bring Jamal onto strike. He has a suspicion that former Surrey Academy graduates come back to Surrey and are successful, constantly successful. They come and punish Surrey. Laurie Evans being an example, Burgess being another. So Andrew Samson, that is the task, is to try to, at any rate, give it a go, correlate statistically the feelings of John Surtees. Is he onto something? He might be, you know.
That'd be a great spreadsheet.
Yeah. Oh. There is no spreadsheet that isn't great for Samo. The more complicated, the better, you'll find. It's been a weird old day, hasn't it, Katya? The ball has beaten bat a lot. I think Surrey have bowled really well. But for the most part, quite lucklessly, although there will be the occasional batter who will think that they're a bit unfortunate. I think there may be a couple who think they were fortunate to even themselves out in the end, decisions. But it's been a day when, even as the ball has got older, Jordan Clark especially has come into his own. And it's what's so sort of marvellous about Surrey's 4 quicker bowlers, because they're so different, aren't they? You know, with Worrell and Roach, they feel like new ball bowlers, though Worrell keeps the ball swinging even when the ball's a little bit older. But Clark is a good older ball bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, I still can't work out whether it's a particularly good day for batting or not, or whether it's just fine.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, the pitch hasn't played tricks, has it? But there's been a bit in it.
Yeah, I think especially without the kind of 2 premier quick men in Atkinson and Overton, it kind of evidences how deep Surrey's reserves are, that they've come out here and looked as good as they have.
No Tom Laws either.
No Tom Laws.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 quick bowlers that aren't in the side, 2 for injurious reasons.
It's just such a big staff.
Another bouncer to finish the over. 5 more until a new ball becomes available. It is, I mean, the depths of resources are splendid, aren't they? But then Warwickshire themselves have left out players and still put out a very, very strong team. First division of the county championship is a tough old place.
I think it's wild Eamon Jamal's batting down at 9. I know he did last week as well, but, you know, a test match high score of 82.
Who's he coming ahead of, though? To put him ahead of Burgess?
No, maybe not, but still, having someone like that at number 9 is pretty decent.
It really is. Oh, now that's a bit edgy, but he'll take it. And he'll go down to the boundary for 4. It was a fine shot. He was aiming to hit it behind square. He wanted to get quite as fine as that, but Barnard, who struggled a little against the short ball when he first came in. There were a couple that hurried him, weren't there? A couple of times it looked like he was going to give catches either to the inner ring, wants to Worrell, but there. He's just waited for it. Hit it late enough to slash it away for 4. Surrey will use Cameron Steele, you would think, pretty much up to when the new ball's available, so you'll get this over and probably 2 more. And although Barnard played one slightly injudicious hack, Jamal has not yet been tempted. And Dan Lawrence is warming up at short extra cover.
Yeah, I was about to say whether it's time for a little bit of Dan Lawrence.
It's always time for a little bit of Dan Lawrence. Well, I mean, he could, I guess, bowl 2 overs from the pavilion end here. And then you'd imagine it will be Roach and Worrell hoping to tidy up and get Surrey batting before the close.
Oof.
How much Dominic Sibley and Rory Burns are relishing that prospect, I don't know, but, well, the captain knew that that was always a risk when he won the toss and elected to bowl.
This is the best time in the day to play cricket, I think.
It really is, isn't it?
Lengthening shadows, sunny day, everyone's contented.
You don't feel guilty about having a drink.
Yeah.
Everyone's contented, I know what you mean. That sort of post-prandial snoozery. Another little thing to keep an eye on as the over ends, 4 from it, 234 for 7. Is Surrey's over rate at the moment, it's just -1. So they would dearly like to just hustle through a few overs here, just try and get, that's part of the reason why they like to get through some overs of spin. There's always that slight, it doesn't happen as quickly because you've then got to change the field and you've got to bring out shin guards, as you can see out there right now. Short leg might come in. Helmet will be required. People have to be familiar with their new fielding position, all that. Dan Lawrence started this season with the ball with a bang, picking up wickets up at Old Trafford. And it's Surrey's spinners who did the bulk of the wicket taking in the first 2 games they played with the Kookaburra. Since then, things have returned a little more to normal.
Just seen Dan Lawrence drop the ball there as he threw it up.
Not a great sign.
It's always comforting when you see professionals do something like that.
Yes. Are you playing tomorrow?
No, I gave up over a year ago now.
Oh, why? You've retired? I'm surrounded by people who've retired. Alex Hartley, Stephen Finn, and now Katya Witney.
Yeah, it's a great loss to the game.
It is.
It's just such a long time to commit to on a Saturday sometimes.
Try not to say that part out loud. We're trying to encourage people to play.
It's a great game to play on a Saturday, but when you work the other day of the weekend, it can be
yes.
It can be taxing.
Yes. Now I understand. I mean, I'm no one to give advice on this score. I haven't officially retired, but I don't really fancy playing much more than 30 odd overs now. It's the fielding, really.
Controversially, I love fielding.
Wow. Nicely played by Jamal. Just for the single. You get to an age when it's the bending down is not so great. You know? I'd rather just stand at slip, and then you get these captains who foolishly think that you don't need a slip in the last over of a 20 over match when they're on the slog.
The worst day I think I fielded was in 35-degree heat doing fine leg to fine leg for 40 overs.
Oh, now that is awful. I've got some incredible breaking news here. Is this true? Jimmy Anderson is set to bring the curtain down on his record-breaking England career this summer after face-to-face talks with the head coach Brendan McCullum. This is in The Guardian. The Guardian understands that McCullum recently made a whistle-stop 5-day visit to the UK, travelling 11,000 miles from his home in New Zealand to meet Anderson and tell him in person over a round of golf that the Test team is looking to the future. Must we always look to the future? Oh, I say. This primarily means building a seam attack for the next Ashes series in the winter of 2025-26, by which time Anderson will be a mere 43. England play 6 tests against the West Indies and Sri Lanka this summer, including one against the latter on Anderson's home ground, Old Trafford, in late August. Oh, that's turned Jamal around ever so slightly, squirted away for a single. And that will likely be it. So there's a suggestion there that he plays his last test at Old Trafford. You're contractually obliged to play your last test match at the Oval, I'm afraid. Keir Oval, that's where people bow out in a blaze of sentimentality. And that shouldn't change. Just because he's from Lancashire and might wish to perfectly understandably finish his career at his home ground. Well, I mean, that's quite the thing for Brendan McCullum to come over from New Zealand to tell him in person. I suppose it's a measure of the man, isn't it? And a measure of what Anderson means to English cricket. We don't know if this is certainly the case. The Guardian understands this. Be a scoop for the Guardian if they've got Jimmy Anderson's imminent retirement. I mean, I think I can hear the sound of Matt Roller and Tim Wigmore and Bhujanantha Raja and Will McPherson all slamming their pens down in furious rage.
Yeah, it's quite a thing to drop on a Friday afternoon.
Isn't it? You don't need that. You won't be playing cricket tomorrow, lads. That's beautifully flicked away by Jamal. It looked like he just not quite judged that right, and then he timed the flick to perfection. There's a man behind square on the leg side, and he's got it to his left hand. It looked like an awkward shot, but it was a very good connection. 241 for 7. Yeah, so does that mean is that your weekend scuppered as well?
I hope not. Yeah, that's quite a strange. I can't quite get my head around that. That's quite a strange thing to.
Oh, now then, dragged down from Cameron Steele and dragged out over deep backward square leg, just for 4, but it's a brace of boundaries, and Surrey are now just getting a little anxious. So the score moves to 245 for 7. They want to get their hands on a nice new ball.
Where do you stand on that, if that's true, if McCullum has told Anderson that this summer, thank you, but this summer will be your last?
It's a good question. Where do I stand on it? In a way, I kind of think age should make no difference at all, and people should play until they don't want to play, and if they're good enough to get selected because of their form, then they should get selected. End of the over, 247 for 7. So I'm never quite sure, but I suppose there is a strong point that Anderson will be 43 come those Ashes, and England do have. I think we were talking, weren't we, about the stable of Surrey bowlers and England bowlers. And there are people like Atkinson and perhaps a returning Jofra Archer, if not this summer but next summer, potentially, as well as Mark Wood, who's on a lengthy multi-year ECB contract. Not to mention Ollie Robinson and Matt Potts and Josh Tongue, and I'm not sort of thinking Chris Wokes here. in terms of preparation for Australia. There'll be another couple of runs. Should be the last over with the old ball from the pavilion end, and there'll be one more from the Vauxhall end. Warwickshire on the threshold of the first batting point. So I can sort of see, I mean, it's a slightly different case when somebody's 41 perhaps than if they were 35. What are your thoughts?
It's a really tough one because you can see the logic, but there's no one demanding his place at the minute. In India, he was the pick of the seamers still. When I say demanding his place, there's no one performing significantly better enough to justify taking his place. There's also obviously, does there come a point where someone is allowed to dictate their own terms of retirement to a certain extent? I do remember thinking potentially last summer.
Oh, I did, yes.
Missed the trick, maybe going out with Broad at the Oval. That would have been very, very fitting.
That is a 250, by the way, and the applause you can hear is for that landmark, but also significant acquisition of a batting point for Warwickshire. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I wonder, as the reverse is brought out here, if we make a bit more of that than the players do, especially Jimmy Anderson, because Jimmy Anderson I don't think is a man who has got his eyes set on a lachrymose farewell. Doesn't seem particularly either A, sentimental, or B, keen on that kind of limelight. I mean, I think we like the idea of it because we get sentimentally attached to the players, and crowds like it, and the spectacle is great. 79 overs gone, one more before a new ball can be taken, 251 for 7. But Jimmy Anderson might just want to play cricket, and if he wants to play cricket and he's performing well enough, then you select him, and if he's not performing better than all the alternatives, then you don't select him. And then if he decides that he doesn't really want to keep on playing, if he's not getting selected for England, then he can make that decision, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, I think what strikes me about it as well is that there were reports before the India series that he'd gone off to the indoor centre at Old Trafford and to the Athletic Centre and reworked his run up and put in hard yards before India, and at 43 still willing to do that and still able to do that.
Yeah, let's be clear, he's not quite 43 yet.
Not quite yet.
But he will be, God willing.
In a couple of months, I think.
Oh, will he be 43 in a couple of months?
43, or am I getting that wrong?
I thought he was going to be 43 during the Ashes, but anyway. Maybe he's right. I should have a kind of...
No, he is going to be 42 in a couple of months.
42, right.
Getting that wrong.
I mean, he's still 42, yes.
But on a work ethic front and on a performance front, if you value that person as a role model to put in those hard yards and be willing to do that after all those years, it's not just on a wicket taking front what he means, it's on a multi-front.
Yeah. And can I also just give a heartfelt shout out to Mark Sharman, Sharky, our producer here, but the producer of Tailenders, because I know what this feels like as well as he does, to have a glorious England cricketer, much beloved, on his podcast, who doesn't give you the scoop on your podcast. The Guardian finds out instead. Stephen Finn didn't tell us about his retirement. I think he told the BBC. Thanks a lot for that, Finny. The only scoop we got from him was that Delray Rawlins was going to play for Bermuda. Which, you know, look, I'm not bagging it. It's a scoop, but it didn't really bring us any more downloads. So yes, I feel your pain, Sharky.
That's the second time today Stephen Finn has come up on a commentary stint with you.
Yes, he's not. He lives rent free in my head.
He seems to.
And he's very large, so you can imagine my head's quite sore fitting Stephen Finn in. That's the end of the 80th over. A new ball will surely be taken immediately as the game is drifting here slightly. A good partnership between Barnard and Jamal. They've put on 33 since Burgess was out playing on to Jordan Clark. 16 overs remain in the day, and you imagine it's going to be Dan Worrell who's going to stride up to the Vauxhall end and take that new ball in the hope of cleaning up this tail. Katya Witney will be able to talk you through all of that alongside a returning Adam Collins.
Yes, I was striding up the stairs. The lift's broken. I'm like, I've just read the story in The Guardian. This is breaking news. You've gotten to it before I've arrived. Big yarn. Big yarn from Ali Martin. That's a great get. I mean, you know, that's inside baseball stuff, but it's a big story to get that Jimmy Anderson, having made his test debut back in 2003, will be finishing his test career 21 years later. The story suggests that he'll get a chance to bowl at Old Trafford one last time for England as well. So it won't be the Windies series where he finishes up. It'll be the Sri Lanka series. It will take a bit of time for this to sink in, because it did feel for a time there that he would just play forever. And he had signalled a little bit via the media that there might be another trip to Australia, but as the story reads, they're looking to rejuvenate before that trip to Oz in 25-26. So, yes, Jimmy Anderson. Wow, there you go. Wonder what that round of golf was like, by the way. Worrell does take the newie straight away from the pavilion end. Straight on the money, predictably, with his partnership now up to 33. So he whistle-stop tour to the UK from McCullum for a round of golf with Jimmy to tell him that was it. I wonder how Jimmy sort of took that.
I wonder who won the round.
Yeah, that too. Probably McCullum, I'd imagine. He's quite good, isn't he? But yeah, given that Anderson never wanted to retire, if you know what I mean, he always sort of said that he would play until he wasn't worthy of a spot. And I admire that, by the way. I admire players who say that I'll play until there's nothing left in terms of the decision being made for him. That's deep backwards square for one. How do you think it would have fared from Anderson's perspective? Do you think I mean, we all feel like we know him, don't we, in different ways, having been such a big part of the cricketing conversation for so long. Do you think he would have been, all right, I'm cool with this, or there would have been some back and forth about the idea?
I don't know, he doesn't strike me as the kind of person you'd have to drag off kicking and screaming. Maybe that's wrong, but if someone tells me it's time, then it's kind of time. And that whole thing about playing until someone else warrants his place in the squad, well, if that's the direction they want to go in, then his age does count against him in the squad, and that's the direction they want to take the side in. I'm not saying it's the right decision personally. I don't. If it is correct that he's been told to retire at the end of the summer, I'm not. It's going to take so much time to process, because it's just quite a shocking.
Oh, look at that! New ball talks right away. Jamal beaten. 82 and a bit mile an hour.
Yeah, it's a very jarring confrontation, I think, to have someone who's played for so long. Personally, I don't remember a time before Anderson played for England, for example. So it's quite a shocking confrontation to then be like, oh, actually, no, this is coming to an end.
It's a good point, isn't it? You got athletes, doesn't matter what sport it is, but that have been around since you're a little kid. When they finally retire, there is sort of no time before it. I was there for his England debut, actually, at the MCG in 2002, the 9th of December 2002. I remember it because it was the day Shane Warne shattered his shoulder when trying to retrieve the ball in his follow-through. Remember that day for lots of reasons, but that he was around, when I was a boy, really, and a lot of people will feel that way, and that he's gone through this extraordinary journey, 700 Test wickets, which is scarcely believable for a fast bowler. Reinvented himself over and over again, more reinventions than Kylie Minogue, and now we'll get to do that farewell lap thing. And I'm not sure if we ever thought that was going to be him either. There were times a couple of years ago when he was left out in the Windies, we thought, well, that might just be it, right? Damp squib type stuff, but instead...
It's an odd one, isn't it? It sounds ridiculous, but sometimes you feel a sense of ownership over a player. Like you own that story and those performances, and you feel owed that kind of outpouring of emotion. I feel like that outpouring of emotion is way more for fans than it is for players. And Anderson's never struck anyone, I don't think, as that kind of person who would particularly enjoy that attention. but it's almost cathartic in a way. When I don't think there's ever been a player of so much significance in the way that Anderson is to an entire generation of England fans, that outpouring is almost needed. It would have felt unfinished if he'd almost played his last Test match and no one would have known it.
And the way Stuart Broad did it meant that it was quite quick, wasn't it? There were 2 days to celebrate the career of Stuart Broad, and it was celebrated in smashing style here at the Oval. What was it? Last ball in his career, hit for 6. Final ball with the bowling crease, he won a Test match, right? Like, it couldn't have worked any better for Broad. But for Anderson, it sounds like it'll be a bit more like it was for, to use another figure who played for such a long time, probably more my childhood really, Steve Waugh, who had an entire Test summer at home where he was saying goodbye to each venue. Kept down, yep. So Roach, first ball with the second new one, back off the seam, well parried, but also well handled, I should say, by Jamal, but well taken by Pope at second slip, saving a couple. So he did the full farewell lap. Don't know whether. It's funny, isn't it? Because it shouldn't be, and it shouldn't be shocking. You used that word before, that a 42-year-old's finishing up in professional sport. This is a pretty normal thing, but nevertheless.
Perhaps it's more shocking the way it's dropped.
Yeah. Shot for one.
Yeah, as you said, hell of a scoop. But you think of those retirements of Broad, of Alistair Cook for another one. That came in press releases and from their mouths, it kind of almost feels like you don't trust it until it's come from his mouth. Not that I'm saying it might not be true, but it does feel jarring to have the kind of rumours and mystery around it.
Yeah, this does feel pretty well sourced, the way the article's written.
Oh, completely.
In terms of, like, he's been clearly told this. On the front foot, that's a glorious square drive by Barnard to move into the 70s. Second new ball, getting to the pitch of it and putting it away. 262 for 7. This is turning into very much Warwickshire's session. 55 they put on for the 7th wicket, and 40 so far unbroken for the 8th. Gosh, it does take some sinking in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It is weird that it is so jarring. I think we just all priced in the fact that there would be no retirement this summer more than anything else. That having nearly finished up before McCullum took over, or having been finished up, that, as he's spoken about at length, he and Stuart Broad both said, didn't they? They'd been reborn when McCullum and Stokes had taken over. They wanted to be nowhere else but that England dressing room. Well, they've obviously had a couple of years to experience that, a bit more in Anderson's case.
I think it's the rhetoric from Anderson as well. Like he said that he didn't rule out the Ashes in a couple of years' time, and that he wanted to play until his base. And Ben Stokes as well. Ben Stokes said he wanted Anderson, or at the beginning of his tenure anyway, said he wanted Anderson and Broad because they were in the best 11 in the country. So to then do a U-turn on that, maybe that's what's so jarring about it, along with the actual prospect of no Anderson running in with a red ball in a Test match at the start of the summer, or at the end of the summer.
You know, I think he'll keep playing. He's been pretty open about this, that when he finishes with England, that he wants to play for Lancs, and I think he said when he finishes with Lancs he wants to play for Burnley. So we could see Jimmy Anderson playing a season in the Championship. Ooh, that gets up from a length. One hand off the bat and they scamper through. To end the over, 6 runs from it. Roach has taken 2 for 75 from his 20. 263 for 7. Watching the final ball back here from that side-on angle, and didn't quite see what it hit, but the bat did come out of the hand. Got down there anyway. Good work by all involved. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine we rock up next year, so there'll be the Anderson farewell tour for Test cricket, whether he planned it that way or otherwise. It might have been the case that this was going to be kept under wraps, and this has gotten out through other means. That occasionally happens, and maybe he didn't want the big sort of. Maybe,
but as I said, I don't think he's ever struck anyone as the kind of person you'd want that big grand farewell. But then, I think there's a different question between want and need that kind of farewell.
And the conversation will begin as to who would be the most appropriate bowler in England to play that Anderson role. Not that it's a like for like necessarily, but there's a lot of chat around trying to get a group of genuinely fast bowlers to Australia in 25-26, and we can rattle them off and we know who they are. But he's different to that.
Yeah.
He's filling a different slot on the team sheet.
I always think sometimes with Anderson, it's not the role or the balls he bowls, it's more the safety aspect of it. When you see Anderson, it feels a safe pair of hands.
Should be a couple more here. They've started positively against the second new ball. This partnership's now worth 44.
Yeah, and then a step outside of that is a step into the unknown. It's different when he's, injured or in and out of the side over the Ashes because of Wood and Wokes and not being quite on it. But when that door is firmly shut, that's quite a step into the unknown and quite a closed door that doesn't feel particularly...
Again, we've seen a couple with the second new ball take off. One from Roach now, one from Worrell, well negotiated by Jamal. I suppose it plays well in favour. I'm seeing it again, that took off. Sam Cook, his run might be brilliantly timed from Essex. We've seen the way he's bowled at the start of this season. A couple of years ago, I think we all thought Jamie Porter would be in that slot. Who knows, maybe he will be, but Cook, the younger of the Essex pair, for instance. The bloke bowling right now said he's available for selection when he's eligible next year. Well, his timing will be perfect on that front because he'll be coming into the England window, if you like, at age 33, just as Anderson's leaving the scene.
Yeah, well, I think that the issue is there isn't a natural senior person in that group anymore, if you will. But if you think of Chris Wokes, we don't know how much he's going to be playing. With losing Broad and Anderson in such quick succession, that's the entire senior core of that kind of bowling attack gone. Mark Wood's in and out of the side whenever he's fit,
and Wokes is 35, which for most bowlers is advancing in years. I mean, we're so conditioned to talking about Anderson and Broad who bowled for so long, but for most quicks, who knows, it might not be. Wokes might play till he's 42. Let's not rule things in or out, but balance of probability is that he won't. Yes. Big story. If you're just joining the coverage, piece in The Guardian breaking the story that Anderson will be finishing up this summer for England. Last ball of the over, 3 runs from it, 266 for 7. We've seen Jordan Clark pick up 4 wickets today. Let's watch them back. First was at the start of the day. Partnership of 59, broken by Beauty on the angle, jagging back. Davies castled for 25. Leg before shout after lunch. Moseley given out for 25 around the wicket. That one got big on Rhodes and was safely pouched by Sibley. Had to go low and hard and did it well. And then after tea, Burgess just misjudged the length a wee bit. Played back onto his leg stump. He was bowled for 22, the most recent wicket to fall, at 222 for 7. And Clark, 4 of the 7 today, a couple for Roach and 1 for Abbott. So I don't expect it'll be long before we see Clark getting a chance with the ball that's now only 3 overs old. Quick burst from Worrell and Roach, and then they'll go through their rotations.
What's your relationship with Anderson like as a non-English?
That's a good question. I think that I'm probably an unusual case because I have long since lived there and been working as a journalist for a long time and worked with Jimmy and all the rest of it. But I think Australians, if you want to group us as a collective, huge regard for him. I think there was a time there when it was the easy default, do it in Australia thing. But of course he did do it in Australia in 10-11 and bowled exceptionally well in 21-22. That fifer at the MCG was a masterclass at a very low ebb for England when they were bowled out for 67 on what became the final day. But it certainly wasn't Jimmy's fault. I think there's this disregard for the longevity and of the skill level and of the sheer volume of numbers. I mean, that offsets any over-the-top criticism. I think the fact that earlier in his career he had his run-ins with Australian players was always part of it, that he was also battle-hardened pro. Australians tend to like that kind of cricketer as a rule. The exchange with Michael Clarke at the Gabba in 2013 that no one will forget.
Mitchell Johnson won in 2010, 2011.
Mitchell Johnson in 10-11, although I don't think that's as well known in Australia. I think that's one of those that it gets a lot of airplay over here. But yeah, I mean, it's a great bit of theatre, isn't it, with that not hearing you chirping now, Jimmy, and then next ball knocking over Brad Haddon at the whacker. The way that Anderson bowled on Boxing Day in 2010, 4 not 5 that day, but before lunch, that spell before lunch was as good as you'll ever see. Had it hooping around corners. Edged and put down it, slip. I mean, Pope had a long way to go to his left. He's more at 1.5 or even second. He's done well to even get to the contest, but in and out, Barnard gets, let's call it half a life on 76. Your thoughts watching the replay here, Katya?
Initial thoughts is put down is very harsh. Yeah, goes to his left, just bounces out of the hand, pure reaction catch.
Put down literally, because it has, but yes.
It's one of those ones that either sticks or it doesn't.
That's right. If he pulls it off, it's an absolute gem. Gap found. A couple more. And that will complete the over. And it'll complete Katya's time with us today. Great to have you with us on the stream. We'll catch you again tomorrow. 270 for 7. 12 overs remaining in the day. Partnership that's up to 48. We're 4 overs into the second new ball. And Barnard's within striking distance of 100 here at the Oval. As I welcome Yas Rana. Good afternoon to you. How did you take the Jimmy Anderson news? It feels like we're all going through this process together.
I think that's the best way to describe it. It is a process. You know, listening to Katya talk just there, Anderson made his debut December 2002. You said you were there.
December 9 it was. Yeah, I remember that.
He's been there for as long as I've been watching cricket. My first summer of remembering watching cricket is probably 2002. I remember the 02-03 series in Australia. I remember the 2003 World Cup. Anderson has that amazing spell against Pakistan. A world without Anderson is one that I don't really know, and I think that's the same for so many people who follow English cricket. The timing of it, I think, is sensible. I think we don't know the full story yet, but you've got this looming Ashes tour. You've also got this peculiar home summer. We're very used to there being these really big tours of basically Australia or India play in England almost one. One of them is here most years these days. So to have Sri Lanka and West Indies at home, with the year that England have coming up, it was always going to be very interesting how England managed that attack.
Oh, had a little nibble at that, Jamal. Wanted to uppercut it over the cordon. There is a deep third back. Had he made contact, it could have been interesting, but not to be.
It feels like a good time for young players like Josh Tongue, Gus Atkinson, maybe a Sam Cook, Matt Potts. You know, there are so many of them. You know, there are loads of bowlers who people think should be getting more opportunities. And, you know, Anderson had a decent tour of India just now, but he had a very quiet 2023 Ashes. He's 41. He's going to be 43 for that next Ashes tour.
Doesn't seem possible. Like, he's a dare I say it, for someone that's bowled God knows how many balls. He looks quite young. Like, in the face,
I know what you mean.
He doesn't look like he's 42 in the way that, you know, we all kind of look our age because we're not professional athletes, but he's aged very well.
Yeah.
He's lithe. He looks wiry. But, yeah, in the face, I suppose. So when you say then he'll be 43, I think 43 is an advanced age in cricket terms, but he's never given that impression.
You know, his fitness is still impeccable.
Sure.
You know, that's not the reason why he'll be calling time.
Can I present a little counter argument? And I don't hold this view, so don't get grumpy with me at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. If the view is they're trying to get test matches into bowlers before the 25-26 Ashes, that's the sense of the article, right? That this is it because they want to give themselves a bit of a run-up. And thus, when they're in New Zealand later in the year, Pakistan, although more importantly, I suppose, New Zealand, and then the next summer here in 25 when they'll be hosting India. And as always, all roads lead back to Australia when it comes to England men's test cricket, don't they? So 25-26, we're still 2 seasons away from that. Well played, Barnard. Jamal, my apologies, out towards deep cover, short rope. Relayed in, 2 more for him, he's 24, 272 for 7. Is there not also an argument that the really quite rational, crude thing might be that he doesn't have the farewell lap, that he finishes on 700 and they start investing these test matches in now? Now, I think there is room for sentiment. I think there is room for allowing a process like this to play out, but there is another side to it.
100%. I also think this will never be the reason why these things happen, but it does add a lot of interest to this summer that previously, it's a low-key summer.
Yeah, everyone I want to see in bowl one last time ends the over here 272 for 7. That was certainly the experience when I mentioned the Steve Waugh 2003-04. Now, that was already a big series with India and Australia, but that were bumper crowds. That was enormous interest. I think the final test at Sydney, we were all given a red hanky as we walked through the gates to. It was wild stuff. Yeah. There'll be a little bit of that this summer. There'll be the Jimmy Anderson tourism industry will boom around the test matches.
100%. And I think from a cricketing point of view, Anderson had that quiet series at home and his numbers looked pretty decent in India, averaging 33, not an easy place to bowl seam. But I think there was some criticism from the Indian media that although Anderson was still dependable, he was still economical, because of his age, he actually didn't bowl that many overs. And if you're sort of performing a holding role, bowling a lot of cutters, you kind of want that sort of bowler, especially when you've got a raw speedster in the attack who you have to look after. You want that bowler to be somewhat of a workhorse. And Anderson, though he did well when he did bowl, probably didn't bowl enough, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was like a lot of the time he was playing the role that you might expect of an ageing pro off spinner. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
The 34-year-old off spinner who can hold down an end, except that he couldn't bowl the 12 or 14 overs in a spell you might expect of the ageing off spinner because his discipline's different. But that is to say, when Anderson is bowling, you're expecting an economy rate of 1.7.
Yeah.
Even if the wicket column isn't as full as it might be if we were bowling in more favourable conditions. Short but wayward.
We also don't know the details. You might be entirely right. You might be right that actually now this story's come out and Anderson has the message of what England are looking to do. We don't know if he's going to make a decision of his own accord yet. That's still entirely possible.
But it's quite alluring having the they mentioned the Manchester Test match. My instinct was it could be the Windy series was the one, because remember there's 6 Test matches this summer. That they might do this. This goes back a couple of months, by the way. It's before we heard from Anderson, who kind of floated the idea of maybe Australia one more time. But before that, it was like, well, maybe he plays the Windies Test and they go full throttle, blooding some new players through the Sri Lanka series with an experienced bowler like Wokes or someone of that ilk guiding them through in the Anderson slot. But yeah, it would suggest that if he's going to go around until Manchester, is that the 6th Test in the sequence?
I don't think so. I think this will be
the 6th. So 5 of the 6.
Yeah, they finish here. So Manchester's the first Test of the Sri Lanka series.
Oh, okay. So 4 Test matches then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that does have some. That does have some slack at the end, I suppose.
By the way, I think there is totally merit if England have made the decision that they want to look to the future. I think there is still merit in Anderson sticking around if there is a Gus Aktinson making a debut or Josh Tongue playing more, Sam Cook making a debut. They're obviously going to learn so much by having Anderson around the camp. And not just that, but also sharing the field with him, picking his brain. How does he go about different phases of a match?
Well played by Jamal to keep the strike. 25 for him. Partnership It's moved beyond 50 in that over. It's up to 51, 274 for 7. So back-to-back half-century stands. We've had 3 of them today. 59 for the first wicket, 55 for the 7th, and 52 for the 8th. Yeah, and whether he, as a centrally contracted player, through the next 12-month cycle, whether they do draw on that experience. And they have spoken before, haven't they, about Anderson being something of an assistant bowling coach when he's on tour.
You don't really need one, right? You don't need a bowling coach if you've got Anderson there.
Save a few quid.
Yeah.
There are some interesting storylines that could come from this at a domestic level too, acknowledging that we are talking about county cricket right now. Lancs at bottom of the table in Division 1. See a world where in September they go, right, Jim, we need you. 4 games. Dig deep. I did genuinely think, I mean, he keeps saying it, right, that he wants to bowl until his body won't let him bowl anymore. The logical thing to do would be to play for Lancs, and who knows, maybe for Burnley later on, as he, I don't know whether he's being fully serious when he says it, but he has said it.
I
off the bat again.
I don't claim to know Anderson at all, but I think there is something in elite sports people where there is almost an addiction to the art, and there's nothing that can really replicate the feeling of being in the heat of battle. I remember, I'm not a big tennis person, but Andy Murray has had so many injuries over the recent years, yet still keeps coming back. And I remember watching a game relatively recently where he was celebrating as if he'd won Wimbledon. It was the first round of whatever, and he screamed after winning a set, "I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet." He screamed that twice, and I remember watching that thinking, this guy needs this. He really needs this. And I wonder if he's 41. We sort of forget how ridiculous it is that a seam bowler has gone to 41. So yeah, that's a long-winded way of saying I can completely see him turning out for Lancs after his final Test match.
Just do some calendar work for me here. Will that Test match at Manchester, it'll be after the 30th of July, won't it? So he'll play when he's 42.
Yeah.
Not many Test cricketers play when they're 42. Misbah Al-Haq did as recently as 2017, but yes, the last time a seamer played a Test match at 42, I think we're going back a pretty long way.
It'd be really interesting what England do selection-wise. I was just jotting down seamers in the frame. And it's very hard to pick which three they'll go for at the start of the summer. You've got the incumbents from the last Test match that England played at home here against Australia: Wood, Woakes and Anderson. Wood and Woakes are obviously in their mid-30s as well. You've got Ollie Robinson, who's got an outstanding Test record, but there are obviously question marks over whether or not he can bowl at 100% for long enough. You've got Josh Tongue, who was really impressive on debut and in both Lord's Test matches he played last summer. Matt Potts had that outstanding England Lions tour of India. I spoke to Keaton Jennings before the start of the season, and he said that he was also on that Lions tour, and he said that Potts, what really struck him about Potts was he could just keep on going all day in really intense heat, and that's the sort of trait they'll really like going forward for those away tours in Pakistan this winter and Australia next winter.
Into the over, 275 for 7, and that was what we saw from Potts when he played those Test matches against New Zealand a couple of years ago, wasn't it? That he did have that running in all day thing going on.
100%, and then you've got Gus Aktinson here. Rob Key mentioned relatively recently, unprompted, about the possibility of Atkinson playing Test cricket this summer. It's a lot of bowlers. A lot of bowlers to get games into, crucially, as well. If they want to take a phalanx of quicks to Australia, that's the plan, right? It always is the plan, all right? It never works out, but it's always the plan to have 4 or 5 85-mile-an-hour plus guys. Yeah.
And in this case, it could be, as you've rattled off a few there, but the obvious, Wood, Archer, improbable, but, maybe. Atkinson, Tongue, Turner. These are those guys that hit the radar at that level. Here's Abbott, gets a crack with the second new ball. No ball to begin. There'll be 2 runs added to the total, 277 for 7. So if you're trying to get Test matches into them all at the same time, that's not easy to do. It'll inform who the 3 quicks are, surely. I'm not saying it'll be a rest and rotation type situation, but also they're a scarce resource, test matches, aren't they?
No, 100%.
And you don't want anyone rocking up in Australia without a sense of how tough the whole thing can be, because over there it is occasionally brutal. Kookaburra. Oh, has that hit something on the way through? Yeah, it has. Looks like a conventional leave, but it came back and got big on Jamal. Maybe flicking a glove on the way through, but just as it was this morning, Abbott into the attack and making the breakthrough. Partnership of 55, just when it was threatening not to get away from Surrey, but to maybe turn into honours even by the close. With Jamal walking off for 26, it does give Surrey a chance to finish this quickly. Just didn't get the gloves out the way in time.
Yeah, just jagged in a little bit from Abbott, and we've seen some balls from the Vauxhall end just get a bit more carry through to the keeper. Just the occasional ball pops up, and this one definitely did. A really well-timed breakthrough for Surrey, because that was a very annoying partnership from Warwickshire from a Surrey perspective. They negotiated the first 7 overs of the second new ball, got that first batting bonus point in the bank, and it was a decent little recovery from Warwickshire, because a couple of hours ago a sub 200 total wasn't totally out of the equation.
Back-to-back partnerships of 55 just when they needed it. But yes, if Surrey, having popped Warwickshire in this morning, can finish it before stumps and keep it south of 300, they'll think job well done. Even if it did look for a time like they could roll them a lot cheaper than that.
Just the extra bounce that Abbott gets hits the pitch really hard, doing the damage for Surrey on this occasion.
The other good thing about this will be that there'll be montage after montage, highlight package after highlight package. Of course, he's got Shane Warne ahead of him, which he'll have the chance to reach and beat 708. So he's on 700. That'll be significant. You'd assume he'd get there. You'd hope he'd get there if playing through. You wouldn't want a situation where it finished with him falling a couple short of that marker, given the significance of it. Bounces straight away to Miles, the new man. So he's played 187 test matches, so he'll finish with about 190, maybe 191 if they play him in all 4.
We're just so normalised these ridiculous numbers. 187 test matches for a seamer.
Yeah.
Go on, just reel them all off just to make me feel good.
Well, one he's going to hit. He's bowled 39,877 deliveries, so he hit the 40,000 mark on that front. 700 at 26.5. Remembering it took him so long to get his average south of 30. Yeah. That only happened about 6 or 7 years ago. It's gone down progressively from there. Quick single for Miles to get off the mark. Takes on cover, does it well. 32 fifers, 32 forfers. An economy rate of 2.79, which is so frugal and so good. He's bowled in 348 test innings. And he's conceded 18,569 runs, and every single one of them is grumbled about. Best of 7 for 42.
Here's a stat for you. Anderson, since turning 30, 432 wickets at 24.
Gets to Pope on the bounce. Yeah, that's the comparison to Hadley. There's an obvious one, but Hadley finished with 430 odd test wickets. Anderson's done that whole thing since 30.
And 432 test wickets since 30. That, Stuart Broad aside, no Englishman has taken more test wickets than Anderson has done since turning 30. And also I think his perception, how he remembered, people look at that average of 26.52, is not quite as low as your Pat Cummins, your Bumrahs, etc., your Rabadas. But actually, if you shave off the first few years of his career, the average does actually look very different.
Threatening that inside edge there of Barnard. Back off the seam, Abbott found his line and length right away. Wicket in his first over.
James Anderson, since turning 35, 220 wickets at 22.86. Since turning 35.
Andrew Samson's browser's ticking away on the shared document here at home. I'm sure he's about to hit you with a bunch of Anderson-esque stats. Just wait for it. And steering here, Barnard to finish. That'll take him into the 80s. He'll make it a couple. So a wicket falling in the over. That of Jamal, who was caught behind for 26. Partnership of 55 for the 8th wicket. 280 for 8. It'll be Daniel Norcross taking you through to stumps after Yas Rana continues the Jimmy Anderson love-in.
So a stat in from Andrew Samson. To answer the question, the last seamer to play a test at the age of 42 or older was Gubby Allen in 1948.
Wash your mouth out. You mean quizzling traitor Gubby Allen, I think you'll find. The fact that he could be in the same sentence as James Anderson is something of great distress to me. What was that number you said? Since 35? 200?
220 at 22.
How many wickets did Matthew Hoggard take in his career? 235?
I was going to say 240 something.
240, or maybe exactly 240. Him and Steve, give me Steve Harmison and Matthew Hoggard and Andrew Flintoff's entire careers. Because I think with the hopefully, I hope he plays at least 4 test matches this summer. I wonder if he can get up to around about those figures since 35. Also, that gives hope for Dan Worrell.
It does. Steve Harmison, 222 wickets at 31.
And so what are we talking about here? Anderson had 200 and how many? 24?
220 since 35.
So 2 behind Harmison. Oh, beat Sabat again.
Hoggard 248 and Flintoff 219. So he has more test wickets and since turning 35 than Andrew Flintoff has, full stop.
And 2 fewer than Steve Harmison since turning 35.
Since turning 35.
I mean, I think those are silly.
Ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous.
It was very touching when you first came on and we heard you say, I don't think I understand a life without Anderson because of your age.
He's one of the few constants in my life.
When were you born?
1995.
Made his first class debut. That's not out, by the way. It's just up straight off the pad. Made his first class debut in 2002 in May against Surrey, picking up Ian Ward as his first wicket. So you were 7 years old.
I was 6, I think, that summer. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, more. I obviously have thought a lot about Anderson over the years. More Anderson stuff for you. He made his List A debut in 2000. And in that game,
Derek Randall
was on the opposition. Derek Randall is currently 73 years old.
Well, Derek Randall also played in the centenary test of 1977, so there's a direct link back 47 years to that match.
I remember watching a Blast game on TV a couple of years ago, and the camera panned to Andy Caddick in the crowd, and I was imagining there must have been one kid at home who asked their dad, who's that man with the grey hair? One of Jimmy's opening bowling partners. The guy who he took the new ball with at his first World Cup.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary. Nicely played by Miles, rides the bounce really well. Yeah, I mean, the Anderson stats, we're going to be bringing you plenty of them over this test match. I personally hope that if this is true, and I'm slightly ambivalent about it myself, because I do wonder what happens if he takes 30 wickets in 4 games at an average of 16, Why is he retiring if he doesn't want to? But I do hope that if it is his last season, that he doesn't bow out at Old Trafford, but he bows out here, because this isn't just a sort of one-eyed Surrey bias. This is the place where people bow out. If it's good enough for Bradman, I think of Ambrose and Walsh marching off into the sunset. Got Broad last year, So many players have finished their Test careers at the Oval, but because so often the Oval's had the last Test match, not every summer, but has done frequently. It's a slightly angry bouncer, that one, it felt like. A sort of end of the day bouncer, but also one that's going to be signalled as a no ball, which is only going to make Worrell even more angry, because I think the plan was that he kept Barnard on strike at this end, and now he's going to be made to bowl it again, which
it's a time of day where he probably doesn't want to be bowling anything more than he really has to.
Yeah, I think Surrey also might want to think about bringing in the sweeper. They're not going to, so there's an easy single on offer here. It's another hostile ball, but well negotiated. Means Barnard will keep strike with 7 overs remaining in the day. 284 for 8. Warwickshire very much looking for that second batting point. Surrey need 1 more wicket to get maximum bowling points. You can see today there's not been about a clatter of wickets at all. There's a couple of times when wickets fallen together, both openers Yates and Davis going one after the other after a very bright start. 59 naught, but you see those partnerships 29, 43, 31, just that skinny one there where Bethel got out, taking the score to 167 for 6 at that point. Surrey hopeful of bundling Warwickshire out, but it was an older ball by then, and it's a lovely sunny day, and I think anybody who arrived today who's been watching the county championship this year knows it was never going to be easy to bowl out this Warwickshire side. I heard you talking about whether Anderson might be sort of encouraged to play for Lancashire at the back end of the season, especially if they found that they needed some results. So they are in not a great position at the moment. But I also, I also think with Jimmy, if he's not ready, I don't know how easy it's going to be to prise the ball out of his hand. Because I mean, he's well within his rights just to keep playing the game.
That'd be great, wouldn't it? It was brilliant that Alistair Cook stayed around, for example, for what was it?
Wasn't it?
5 full years after his last Test match.
2018 was his last Test.
Yeah.
Yep. Here at the Oval. I think he broke the world record for the most number of standing ovations because he batted so long that every time he walked out to bat, right at the beginning of the game, and then he would go back in at lunch, then come back out at lunch, then go back in at tea, because he got a half century and a century, didn't he, in his first Test, in his last Test, just as he did in his first. So he was up and down those stairs.
I'll never forget the moment where he got to 3 figures overthrows, isn't it?
I'll never forget it either. I was on commentary.
Oh, really?
It was terrifying, yes, because I'll tell you the story. Just a couple of doors down. That was not well played by Miles. Trying to take evasive action, and the ball following him somewhat. Lucky not to get a ballooning glove on it. We'll just see that again. Yes, the eyes go off the ball, and there's a sort of fending at it. That ball could have gone anywhere.
Surrey do like using the short ball to tail enders. We saw it on a few occasions with Mohammed Abbas.
Yes,
in the last home fixture.
Yes, there's a slight element of the bully to it, but it's what fast bowlers will do. Yes, he was. We were playing. We had a sort of an imaginary Russian roulette because Agaz, Simon Mann, and I were on commentary, and no one wanted to be on commentary when he was out, just because it was going to be the last time, and if he hadn't got to 3 figures, then it was just going to be disappointing, and you've got to do all that. And so we sort of handed over the ceremonial gun each time we passed over the field, the commentary position.
What was he on when you took over?
This is the thing. From memory, he was on 95, and my producer knows me well and knows that I can occasionally go off on tangents. And he just looked at me before I went on at 22 and said, It's just about Cook. Just Cook. It's all right, Mountie, I know. It's just Cook. End of the over. 6 remain in the day. 288 for 8. So I sat down, and I think it was the first or second ball. And I'd said to myself, you know, he's on 95, just follow Cook. Just look at Cook. Obviously, look at the ball, but then just keep your eye on Cook. And he dabbed the ball down the offside, didn't he? And went through for the run.
I think he was on 97.
Was he 90? Was on 97? He was on 96 or 7, something like that. What it meant was, though, that he wasn't on 100.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
That run wasn't bringing him 100, so I was like, we stabbed it back with a square offside, and we've come through for the single. I'm looking at Cook, you know, making sure he's got in case there isn't anything rogue happening. And Ebony Rainford Brent's on commentary with me. Full Surrey lineup. And suddenly she's tugging at my arm, pointing, because it was from the pavilion end the ball was bowled, and he dabbed it back to the square down here, the backward point. And I wasn't watching the ball, I was watching Cook, pointing at the ball. Somebody hadn't been flung, and I'm going, oh my, I might be about to miss the news. So yes, Ebony rather saved my life actually there, as she has done on many previous commentary occasions. That'll be that better not be leg buys.
They're not bothering to run.
No, that ought to be no shot played. They're not going to give it for evasive action, are they? No, so no more runs added to the total for that.
That was an extraordinary moment because the round of applause just kept going.
I didn't have to commentate a great deal because you do in the moment, and then the crowd just takes over, and it was a really wonderful noise this ground made. Everybody was up, and it was a very strange feeling actually. I'll explain what I mean. It felt like gratitude.
I was going to use that exact word. So selfishly, I want Jimmy to have a moment like that this summer, but I also want the fans who are there for whatever his last test match to have the opportunity to show it. I remember different circumstances, but I remember when Joe Root got 100 in Barbados just after that miserable Ashes tour. Pretty much everyone at the ground was an English fan.
Well, it's played rather awkwardly as well, but could well bring him 4. Actually, no, Steele's done really well to get round there. Now they're coming back for a third, which they will make. A really good effort late in the day to save the boundary. But 91 for 8.
But I remember on that occasion, it was not quite as extreme as the length of applause that Cook had when he had his farewell 100. But there was a sense that England fans wanted to show their gratitude to Root for everything he had done over that previous year, that 2021, where he averaged whatever he did in a really struggling team, got through that miserable COVID Ashes tour that they lost sort of 4.9-0.
Yes.
And it was almost like thank you. That's what it felt like, and it felt very similar with Cook's farewell 100. It was the crowd just saying thank you for the last 15 years or whatever.
It was exactly that. Yeah, it was exactly that. And I remember him having to actually rather diffidently try to get the crowd to stop cheering by just going and tapping down on the pitch and trying to ignore it, you know. It was a really moving moment, and it's funny what comes into your head when you're on commentary at the time, because maybe other people do, but I don't prepare what I'm going to say, because the moment presents itself, you know. And it can also sound ever so slightly forced, like when John Motson said, "How appropriate that a man named Buchan should climb the 39 steps to collect the FA Cup." And you thought, yeah, you've planned that, hadn't you? If Manchester United won, then you were always going to say that, and it came out like he was always going to say it, you know. And so that's why I hadn't prepared it. But then, because it came with overthrows, I suddenly remembered in 2010, one of the only times he was in a real blip, and there was any talk at all of dropping him. There was never really talk of dropping Cook, but there was at this moment. He's young in his career. He's only been playing 4 years. Oh goodness! Barnard nearly drags on, and we've seen a few of those today. Quite a few off the inside edge. Started very early actually with Rhodes and Dan Mosley both got off the mark in that sort of fashion from memory.
Final test before the 2010-11 Ashes as well.
That's right. And it was Mohamed Amir bowling, and he played the ball back at him, and he was on about 96. And Amir flung the ball back at him in rage, but it went over his head and over the keeper's head for 4. And it's such a strange thing, because suddenly that popped straight into my head. It was how strange. You know, you got to it 100 here at the Oval, with overthrows, and you know, back in 2010, and it's just words are just coming out of your mouth. Which do
you remember what you said?
Not entirely. I mean, I said that roughly, but yeah, I don't remember entirely. It was quite the honour to be on when it's happening, but honestly, you don't have to do a great deal of heavy lifting because the crowd does all that for you. And here, it's a brilliant
fantastic take.
What a take, because that has moved so far after it left the batter away down to the left, out a very sort of fine leg.
That's
saves 4.
A bouncer that has swung in late after it's past the batter, really. It just keeps on going, look.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, but the other thing is that this is a great ground to commentate from, especially in the Test match special box, which is a few boxes down from us. Because we always have the little window open on the side, and there's the debenture area, and the crowd are just there, and the noise of the crowd comes into the box. Some boxes are rather sealed in, like a Headingley, slightly sealed in. Same at Old Trafford, really. But here, the noise just seeps into the box, and you just get lifted by it all. And I guess you just knew you were... Oh, lovely delivery, beats the bat. Still, at this late stage in the day, it's been a theme of today, a lot of plays and misses. But Warwickshire have hung in there. Yeah, you know that something really special is happening. And I mean, I think we all did last year as well, when Broad was playing his last test and went on that last spell rampage. It just happens, you know.
That was a very different farewell, as Miles pinches a strike to end another over. Warwickshire 2-9-4 for 8. In that Broad announced that he was going to retire on the penultimate evening, I think. Or was it the Saturday night?
It might have been the third day, wasn't it?
Yeah. So there was a very brief but intense farewell.
Yeah.
And then he...
Well, he said he hit his last ball for 6, didn't he?
I was going to say, theatrically came out to bat first that day.
Yes.
Hits his last ball in Test cricket for 6. And then Australia looked like they were going to chase it down. England weren't actually bowling that well. Then the ball change happens. Then it rains. At the rain delay, I remember thinking, Australia going to win this series 3-1. And I just remember thinking, this is unfair. this is so unfair. This is not a 3-1 series. And then Wokes and Moeen turned the game. But then it looked like Australia were sort of back in it, and Broad again theatrically switches the bail, and the rest is history.
Jordan Clark is back in the attack, nearly gets a wicket with his first ball. Nice little fend from Miles. It might see a little bit of aggression here from Jordan Clark in the last. He'll have 2 overs left in the day. He's hunting his 5th wicket. He bowled really well today.
That Broad farewell was vintage Broad, because he actually wasn't England's best bowler that day, but he had the main moment, which I think summed him up quite well. You know, it was Wokes and Moeen who opened the game up for England. Wokes was England's pick of the bowlers, 4 for 50, just looking at the scorecard now. What do you reckon the most Jimmy farewell would be?
It's a good question. Jimmy Farewell would be getting out with one ball remaining in the match. Having taken 10 wickets and clinging on for dear life, having been such an important player in England's travails over the last 20 years. I mean, he's seen a lot of thick and a lot of thin.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't really sort of think of him as a man who gets rid of the tail.
No.
He more sort of gets rid of the top order, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And the tail is dealt with by somebody else.
3 for 45 off 18 overs.
Yeah.
Feels right, doesn't it?
That does feel absolutely spot on.
In a defeat to Sri Lanka at home.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. But it would be lovely if it happened here. Apart from anything else, I'm doing that test match, so very selfishly. In fairness, I'm also doing the Old Trafford test, so I should be okay for Jimmy's farewell. We have had an email, by the way, that came in just before this revelation, and I ought to read it out because it's not about Jimmy Anderson. It's about the live stream, and we're all welling up a little bit here over the prospect of a Anderson-less future, which is, you know, partly what cricket's all about. It's supposed to be a metaphor for life, and therefore crucially death. Greetings. Answering your call from a non-exotic location, I live in New Mexico, where I work as an air ambulance pilot flying King Airs across the mountains and mesa country of Colorado, Arizona and New Mexico. When given the chance, I can't resist checking in on the live stream, even between flights. We had once transported a patient to Santa Fe, the old mountainous capital of New Mexico. I can sneak a second here. It's been really good running. Warwickshire on the cusp of a second batting point with 3 overs left in the day. Upon landing, regrettably, the ambulance had yet to arrive at the airport to transport the patient the final distance to the hospital. With the whole crew and patient still on the airplane and without anything to do, I took out my phone, resting it against my screens in the cockpit, and pulled up the live stream. "What is that?" someone asked. "Cricket," I exclaimed. Following the obligatory, "I know nothing about cricket," which is the usual response in this part of the world, I proceeded to explain the alien, wacky and wonderful sport to my captive audience. Thank you all for providing the remote and isolated peoples of the American desert Southwest with an unforgettable introduction to the sport we all love, and keep up the good work. Cheers, Brian Wade. It is our pleasure, Brian Wade, and I can absolutely assure you of that. It is no hardship.
When you're in a similar situation to Brian, are you an enthusiastic explainer of the game to someone who's totally new?
No.
Because I remember I was in a hostel in Split in Croatia during the 2017 Champions Trophy, and there was a guy there by himself who was watching, I can't remember what the game was, but it wasn't a big one.
Oh, it's a great bit of fielding from the skipper. Saved a certain 4 runs there this late in the day. It's been a warm old day as well. It's a great effort.
And this guy loved his cricket, and then there were people who were interested in why these, you know, people were like, what are these two guys watching?
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, I'd just say, oh, it's cricket. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But this guy who's an Aussie enthusiastically explained how cricket worked in a really almost evangelical way. Really wanting, I think it was a Swiss couple, to understand this game.
Oh, wow. I mean, I think it's lovely when people do that. And I would have done that when I was younger, but years and years and years of being disappointed by human beings who don't understand cricket has rendered me too depressed. I'm a little bit like the Afghanistan Taj, Afghanistan's first coach, when they were first coming through, sort of 2008, 2009. I think it's Phoenix from the Ashes is the documentary. It's absolutely beautiful. Oh, swing and a miss from Miles. It's late in the day, and he's at the airport. It's a very brilliant scene at the airport when I think it might be Schiphol Airport. It might be in Belgium. when he's very enthusiastically talking to people about stuff. You know, we're here for the Afghan cricket team. He says, what's cricket? And he looks so horrified, he just walks away. And I'm with Taj. I was sort of, oh no. Life is too short now. Increasingly shorter, and that's not awfully well played by Miles either.
You can see why Surrey are sticking to the short ball.
Oh yes.
But this Australian man in the Croatian hostel, he was really good at explaining cricket.
Yeah.
So he basically, his starting point is most people sort of understand how baseball works, and then just explains how it's different. And he did so effectively to the point at which you had this Swiss couple watching Bangladesh, whoever, in the 2017
and they really
Champions
got into
Trophy.
it. Yeah.
I don't know how closely they.
Oh, now then, that's a great shot. Absolute stonker of a pull.
Where does that come from?
Well, I think Miles has decided if he's going to get peppered, he might as well have a dart at one of them. The 300 comes up. Warwickshire get a well-deserved second batting point. They have recovered well today. We're on the doldrums of 167 for 6. We did say at the start of the day's play they would be very difficult to bowl out. They bat all the way down, and they have. I'm not delighted to say, proved us right.
You know, you think of Craig Miles as he's coming in at number 10, but he's got a first-class average of 15. He's clearly capable with the bat. He's been uncomfortable against the short ball on a couple of occasions, but it really, you know, their wicket keeper, who averages 35 in first-class cricket, was their number 8.
Right, exactly. Now, Surrey would just, well, or maybe just the umpires are wondering if that ball has survived the hammering it's taken at the hands of Craig Miles. I think they've decided it has. Skipper Burns is looking moderately sceptical, but we'll toss it to Jordan Clark for his last over of the day. He's bowled really well today, 20 overs. 20 overs? Is it 20? Something, yeah, I think it is. 4 for 40 something. It'll be 4 for 49. 20 overs. I'll find it eventually on the right scoreboard. And you can tell Miles is a more than competent batter because Barnard is perfectly happy to take a single off the first ball of the over.
Although I guess we're getting to the point in the day when the number 10's role is sort of protecting the guy on 89.
He's taken the singles anyway, hasn't
True,
he, really?
True.
None of the nonsense we've been seeing in the last couple of games here when number 9 comes in, the field spreads.
Warwickshire managed this final phase of the day. By the way, it says 43 miles per hour on the screen. I can assure you it was not 43 miles per hour.
Yes, we can ignore that.
They've managed this final phase of the day really well, actually. The point at which Surrey took the second new ball, Warwickshire run 255 for 7. And in the 14 overs since, it's 49 for 1. They've gone and got that second batting point. Was Clark very nearly picks up his 5th wicket of the day, cutting through Craig Miles.
No, it's been very impressive, but we were warned really by Warwickshire's performances in the first 4 games, weren't we? I should probably have a very quick last whiz round the ground before we retire. Glamorgan 13 without loss in reply to Sussex's 278, and Gloucestershire 336 for 8 with 3 balls left in the day against Northants. Those are the 2 games in the second division. A nice drive from Miles, won't bring you any runs. So unless Surrey get a wicket with this ball, Warwickshire will be batting tomorrow. Lancashire 305 for 7 against Nottinghamshire. Tom Bruce 73 not out. And Worcestershire 308 for 5, 1 ball to go against Kent. Bouncer to end the over. Oh, and finally Hampshire 336 for 4. So 1 over remains in the day.
Honours even, do you reckon?
I think Warwickshire will feel that they've just sneaked it, having been put into bat.
Yeah, any day when you're asked to bat and you end it still batting is a pretty good day.
And Surrey are finishing with a spinner, which they perhaps wouldn't have wanted to do. Cameron Steele coming on.
Warwickshire have been resilient today. You know, a 167 for 6. You know, the sub 200 total was very much on the cards. They've done really well to sort of just force more overs into the legs of the 4 Surrey seamers, which might make a difference in some way in the second innings too.
Oh, now then, where's that gone? And how did it get there? That was a sort of inventive sweep attempt. They're coming back for a third. It's mayhem out there as Barnard dives in to make his ground, moves into the 90s. Need to see that again. How on earth did the ball end up there?
Maybe the back of the bat.
It's wrong-footed Pope.
Yeah.
Nearly a masterstroke from that skipper.
Interesting shot from a batter on 89.
There's 1 over to go.
The last over the day.
Yeah. Now I'm imagining, I don't know, well, I don't know. Let's see how this plays out. I would imagine that Miles will look to just bat out the over, but you never know.
Sorry, definitely inviting him to take Steele on.
Yeah, mid on and mid off are up.
Just one man back at the moment on the leg side boundary. Oh, it'd be tempting for him now, isn't he?
Go on, if you think you're hard enough. That's effectively what Burns is saying, and he's got it through. It's a shot of some class, that. Rocking back, dragged down a little by Steele, who has missed his length a few times today. And that was just such an occasion. It wasn't that short, but well played by Miles.
It's a sort of delivery that normally, with a fielder leg spinner would have. He's probably only going for 1. You normally have a sweep on the offside at the very least. Very rare to not have a single fielder on the offside boundary for a leg spinner.
That is very true. It is quite a funky field for the last over of the day. 2 balls remain. And then we all troop back tomorrow. We'll be on air from 10 to 11. Again, a sumptuous drive, no extra cover. Might just get cut off. It has. But I think they've made it back for another 3. The ropes in all sorts of bother out there. Dan Lawrence probably not best pleased at having to chase all the way to the boundary off the penultimate ball of what's been a fairly warm, long old day in the field. Not quite 6:30 though. And the last ball of the day is clattered away through backward points. An expensive last over. 14 runs coming from it to end a day that I think Warwickshire will be pleased with. 318 for 8 they finish on. Ed Barnard with 96, top scorer by some distance. Every other Warwickshire player pretty much, the exception of Bethel, has got in and then got out. At one point there were 167 for 6. The ball was beating the bat so often in the first session There were some contentious decisions, were there? Well, there were some decisions that Surrey thought might have gone their way, and as there were others that Warwickshire thought might have gone their way, as you see from that scorecard. Everybody, though, getting in and getting out, and a surprisingly few catches really ending up in the slip. Sibley getting one, Pope getting one, a couple for Folks. We've had a couple of LBWs, as you can see, a couple of bowls. Pick of the bowlers, though, Jordan Clark, who bowled really, really well. 4 for 50. He finished the day on a couple of wickets apiece for Roach and Abbott. Worrell, criminally wicketless. I don't know how a man can beat the bat that often and not take a wicket. This wasn't really the pitch for the spinners. Cameron Steele and Dan Lawrence, they bowled a fair bit in the lead up to that second new ball, and then only managed to prize one wicket out with that new ball. Look at those partnerships down the order. They've really hurt Surrey today, and they're a sign of a very good side. Warwickshire collecting 55, 55 and 41 for the 7th, 8th and 9th wickets, which is what's put, I mean, Warwickshire on top. Just, I don't know, it's a beautifully tightly poised game. Surrey will hope that after a night's rest they can prize out those last 2 wickets, bat the day and then get up close to parity, and then we'll have 2 days left for either side to try to force a win. That is the game plan. There is the match summary. Warwickshire finishing the first day on 318 for 8. Shall we go?
Let's do it.
I think we should. From Yas Rana, John Surtees, Sharky, Jake in the production team, from Katya Witney, from Roller, from Cameron Ponsonby, from Dino. We'll be back tomorrow, as well as, of course, Adam Collins and me, Daniel Norcross. It is a fond good evening, and hopefully we can see you all tomorrow. Bye.